Initiating moisture.
I finally fucking finished Death Stranding, and now I'm left confused, and yet enlightened. I feel as though Kojima's brilliance has allowed me to achieve nirvana. I feel like I now have a higher appreciation for the finer things in art. I feel as if my farts smell better to my nostrils now. Because this game transcends anything you could possibly envision for a video game. This was one of the most tedious chores I've ever taken on in all 25 years of my time as an elite top-tier gamer. Let me get the best things out of the way: the story, the setting, the aesthetic, the writing. Though everything that's not gameplay is good. I'll expand on that in a minute, but let me just vent about the gameplay. Credits just rolled, and I need to tell you how fucking awful this gameplay is. Now, I already know saying that has triggered a fucking Winter Soldier response in some commenters that have their pinky out and finger on the trigger ready for a Reddit comment because I didn't appreciate the high quality art. My American brain couldn't comprehend things that weren't bang bang shooty shooty, as Kojima says. Let me justify this position. No matter how you spin this gameplay, it is boring. At no point can this gameplay even be misconstrued as fun. It becomes tolerable at a certain point, but at its core the gameplay is deliver packages from point A to point B, and it's typically the slowest and longest journey possible. I had deliveries that extended 4,100 kilometers, and I had to approach some of that shit on foot due to batteries running out, lack of generators, or just the mountain being too high and not having enough supplies for it, because you couldn't prepare for a fucking journey that long. You'd have to take breaks, break it up. It's boring. It becomes tolerable with the shared universe where you can use other players' bridges and roads, which help you get from point A to point B. That's fine. But it's never fun. It's never enjoyable. It's always just a means to an end to get to great cutscenes and great writing and characters. Never do you revel in the gameplay and just take time to just appreciate the walking, the being an Amazon delivery man, being a fucking post-apocalyptic postman with a fetus in a pickle jar. It's never enjoyable. It's so slow. It's boring. Now, I streamed this entire game at twitch.tv/moistcritical. You can see that I did everything possible to make the game more exciting in its gameplay, to make it faster, more fun. I spent 4 fucking hours setting up an elaborate network of zip lines, which is the fastest form of travel, from every major location in the game, or so I thought. From the entire middle of the game, I spent setting up zip lines to make the travel between them faster, because this game is all about backtracking and delivering packages of fucking bricks from person to person. Excuse me, hologram to hologram. You deliver sperm and eggs. You deliver some trivial shit. You deliver pizza, porn magazines. Yeah, sometimes it's goofy, but oftentimes, not oftentimes, every time it's never fun. The goofiness is never enough to make the boring tedium fun. It's so insufferably, frustratingly boring, and there's so many anti-fun mechanics in this game for no reason. For example, the recycling mechanic could have been totally just done away with. Half of the mechanics in here and features seem so arbitrary and just there to slap the player's face with Kojima's penis and make it take longer for no reason. It just seems like it's there to be punishing for the sake of punishment. To give you an example, if you want to build a road, it takes a substantial amount of materials, metals for example. In order to get those metals there, you have to individually bring those briefcases and packages full of metal to it. You can use cars to help, but it's going to take multiple trips. It is beyond agonizing. You feel every yard traveled with those packages going to one of the auto pavers for a road, and then you probably don't even use the road because you progress past it, but then you'll get 20,000 likes from other players that have used your road and benefited from your hard work, the fucking sweat of your brow, the blood, sweat, tears, and cum you poured into getting that road built for them to go viral on the Death Stranding social network. It's just not fun at any point. It's more fun to spit on your window and watch it slowly fall to the bottom. There's more fun to be had when you sneeze into a tissue. There's more action when you're shaking a protein shake or mixing something in a blender. Not saying this game really needs action. I'm totally fine if there was no action at all, but there is, and it's bad, by the way. When there is shooting shit, it's not fun. It's straight out of 2006 mechanics. But it doesn't need action is what I'm saying. But there's more engaging gameplay in a visual novel than here. This gameplay is just there to punish you and be tedious tedious for the sake of tedious. And I guess what everyone defends there is that it's relaxing or calming, or you just don't get it. It fits the world and the tone of the world. Who gives a fuck if it fits the tone of the world if it's not fun? And it's definitely not relaxing because the vehicle driving mechanics betray you oftentimes. Shit has a mind of its own. If you take one of the bikes off-road, for example, that shit controls like a grocery bag being picked up by strong wind. It is impossible to go where you want to go half the time when you're out of the map, and there's so many fucking rocks. There's a million rocks. This is a technical marvel in the amount of little rocks that it throws in your way that your fucking vehicles will pinball off of if you make the mistake of taking the road less traveled. It is unbelievably frustrating. I could vent for hours about how not fun it is, and it wants to be not fun. And yes, I can see why people could find it relaxing if they want something to fall asleep to. This game would definitely help with your insomnia, but it's still, no matter how you spin it, never, ever fun. And it's by design. Now, this being a video game, that's a huge problem. It's a fucking game, not a movie, but it should have been. This would be a masterpiece if there wasn't a game attached to it. This is a great movie that unfortunately has a shit game on top of it. Everything else that's not gameplay is superb, spectacular. I love almost every character in here. Yes, there's cheesy dialogue, but when there's this many lines of dialogue, obviously there's going to be some stinkers. But a lot of them happen with Fragile. Fragile's lines often get really comical. She has a line where she goes, "I may be fragile, but I'm not fragile." And then she says verbatim, "Everything you've heard about me is true, except for the lies." So yeah, there's some like, I'm 14 and this is deep kind of shit. But, you expect that from a game that has this much in it. So that's not a complaint. I love the characters and I love the writing. It has such a fascinating story. It has so many nuanced details to the characters and what goes on. And there's certain things you can do when you're in your private room. There's a lot of options available to you. There's just so much in it. Aside from gameplay that is so great. But unfortunately that fucking gameplay is still there. Like a pimple on the face of a supermodel. Like 1,000 pimples on the face of the world's best looking supermodel. Graphically, this game is absolutely awe-inspiringly gorgeous. The settings you visit, the certain areas you go to, some of the, without spoiling anything, some of the certain enemies you encounter, some of the BTs, pretty much everything in this game is gorgeous and its design is flawless. The villain, Higgs, he looks great. It's just so beautiful to look at, an absolute marvel. But then there's that gameplay. There's that gameplay that this 20 minutes of great cutscenes, this 20 minutes of interacting with the characters is about to be fucking ruined when I have to go make this delivery because some old bitch over in the middle of nowhere wanted to have this plastic fork delivered to her, and I'm the only man for the job. And also, the music in this game bangs. The soundtrack is so great. Every time a song comes on, it is a joy to listen to. Absolute pleasure. But then there's the gameplay. You hear that song, but you're still playing the game, so now you're conflicted. Shit, I got shit gameplay, but great music. Fuck! If only the gameplay wasn't here, I'd rather just listen to the jukebox. I can't stress enough how miserable the gameplay is. I'm not exaggerating. I was genuinely miserable whenever the gameplay would drag on. I had a mission towards the end of the game in a snowy mountaintop. The entire snowy mountaintop area can suck the dirtiest part of my butthole, by the way. Where the mission was visit one area, go 1,000 kilometers to the left. After going 1,000 kilometers to the left to visit one mountaineer, I had to go 3,000 kilometers to the right to visit a doctor. After visiting that doctor 3,000 kilometers on the right, I had to go 3,000 kilometers all the way back to the mountaineer. After going back to the mountaineer, I had to go back to the main hub that I started it in, and then that was the quest line complete. It wasn't interesting, that was not well written, that whole side quest was not good, and it was the most tedious thing in the world because the mountains couldn't be traversed very efficiently. There were zip lines placed but in bad locations and also couldn't be used overly great throughout that area. I could go on and on, I really could. The gameplay is unlike anything I've ever played before in a bad way. There's a reason games don't make gameplay like this, because it doesn't lead itself to being fun for the player. It just reaches a point where you're able to tolerate it and put up with it for the greater good of finishing the plot that Kojima has made here, and it is absolutely fantastic as a movie. And plugging this into the moist meter, I'm giving Death Stranding a 60%. There's so much to love about Death Stranding, none of it involving its core gameplay loop. If that was just improved changed or just completely gotten rid of, this could have truly been a fucking masterpiece. And I have no doubt once Kojima does start making movies, they're going to be absolutely wonderful. But this game, I can't recommend it. What I would recommend is watching Death Stranding. Watch a full playthrough without the gameplay perhaps, or the sped up gameplay, but just watching the cutscenes, watching the characters, and some of the side quests, I think would be much better than actually picking up the controller and playing this for 60 hours. That's it. See ya. I wanted to give you a brief little follow-up to the latest batch of Epstein files that dropped. Over 3 million files came out, and it's been quite a few days now of people coming through them and finding tons and tons of alarming things, new allegations, new names, a ton of new information. I highly recommend you check out CoffeeZilla's 2 latest videos covering this new Epstein file drop. I think he does a great job at cutting through the bullshit and delivering the clearest coverage and highlighting some of the most important takeaways from all of this new information. This is a huge deal, and don't let any of the NPCs on Twitter convince you otherwise or try and minimize the importance of this. And crazy enough, I know it's not just these faceless homunculi on Twitter that have this administration's cock buried deep into their throat that's trying to convince you to just let this all go. The administration itself is doing that as well, which is the main thing I want to talk about here. Since this release, the official narrative from the administration is they've finally complied with the law and released these files, and now we can all just move on. Which is crazy because there are still no arrests and seemingly no investigations either, despite all of this overwhelming evidence that now the public has access to and can see some really fucking terrible things in. Raping children, trafficking children, possible cannibalism, torture, murder, all of this now just openly in the public. Of course, with tons of redactions to protect the perpetrators, naturally, which, of course, violates the law that they're right now gloating about following, by the way. All of this is now out there in the public, and yet still, no investigations, and the administration is proudly just saying, time to move on. Before showing you some clips here, I want to do a little experiment here with you to try and activate a few neurons, God forbid. Let me dust off your brain here for a moment. Let's say that you have drank the Kool-Aid to such an extreme degree that you believe all of these Epstein files are a bunch of hooey when it comes to the Republicans that are named in there, like Howard Lutnick or Donald Trump. Let's say that you think that all of those are make-believe, there's nothing in there that holds any water, it's a fucking, wild goose chase, it's all fake. But you believe that all of the information in regards to Democrats in there, like Bill Clinton, is legitimate, and Bill Gates. All of that's real, but all the stuff on the Republicans is fake. Let's play ball with that. Let's say you're right. Why are the Republicans that are in charge right now in this administration not pursuing an investigation on the Democrats in these Epstein files? Let's go into a little bit of chess theory here. Everything about Donald Trump and the Epstein files is totally innocent. He's been absolved of all wrongdoing like he says he is and like a lot of other people are trying to regurgitate. Despite the numerous times his name appears, let's say he's not compromised by Israel like the FBI was investigating. Let's say all of this is wrong, but all the Democrats that are named in there are actually guilty. Those are the actual evil perpetrators and the real culprits. Why the fuck aren't we arresting the Democrats, or at the very least, investigating all of this information in the Epstein files? Ask yourself that question. Let's use someone easy, Bill Clinton. I think most sane people on the planet, after combing through the Epstein files and seeing all of these allegations and the pictures and everything with Bill Clinton, can agree there's enough here to at least start poking around and see what's going on with Bill Clinton's relationship to Epstein and everything that happened on the Epstein Island, right? Well, why the fuck is Trump defending him so adamantly right now? He just put out a statement like, man, I hate that people are shooting spitballs at Bill Clinton. I like that guy. I love that guy, actually. For a second there, I thought he was going to request a group hug in the shower with Bill Clinton at the very end of that fucking segment. Like, all of a sudden, he's Bill Clinton's best friend suckling on his titties. Like, what? Where's this coming from? Like, only a couple days ago, he was like, yeah, Bill Clinton's name's all over that. That backfired, didn't it? And now he's like, oh man, Bill Clinton's, he's like the best of us. That guy's awesome. Oh, this is craziness. Actual craziness. Now, I know that there's like some probes into some things in regards to the Epstein files and people like Bill Clinton, like related to it. But nothing's gonna come from it. Nothing has come from this shit ever. Across multiple administrations, nothing has come from it, so I have no expectation that there's going to be any justice, especially when the fucking President Trump is still talking about, like, let's move on and it's not important. Or Perjury Patel, like, hey, we comply with the law, Epstein files are out there,
we're done here. Time to wash our hands of it. Or Todd Blanche going and saying, it's not a crime to party with Epstein. It's very hard to have any level of faith that there's going to be any repercussions to all of these evil monsters. Now, I know I've been sitting here shitting and spitting, got a little off track. To bring it back to the initial thought experiment I wanted to plant into your noodle. If you believe all Republicans in these Epstein files are innocent, but all Democrats are not, ask yourself, why are the Republicans that are in charge right now not actually investigating or holding any of these Democrats accountable and punishing them, pursuing charges, or anything of the sort? Why does it seem like the actual narrative is the Epstein files are out there, we're done here? Even though, by the way, the official stance only a few months ago is that the Epstein files aren't real, it's a Democrat hoax, they don't exist, that kind of thing. After, of course, Pam Bondi said they were on her desk. After, of course, they had actually given the Epstein files phase 1 to some fucking right-wing influencers who have been hush-hush crickets ever since. Anyway, if the Democrats in the Epstein files are guilty, why are they not being investigated? Let me offer you a little game theory here. It's because the Republicans in the Epstein files aren't actually innocent. No one in the Epstein files is innocent when it comes to a lot of the evidence we now have at our fingertips. There's a lot of real actionable stuff in there, at least I think so. Now, of course, a lot of it is unsubstantiated. I get that. Not everyone in there is probably guilty of shit. Like, I know Russell Wilson was in there about like a plane, like trying to buy a plane. I get that. But there is a lot of substantial evidence on a lot of very powerful people, like a Howard Lutnick. And so, if this administration did actually pursue charges against the Democrats that are named in the Epstein files, then that puts them at risk of being implicated as well if that person starts squealing, if they start letting the fat lady sing. That's why I believe they are not pursuing any kind of real investigation or anything at all for anyone associated with the Epstein files. That's why, apparently, all of these extremely powerful people that are named in there are completely fucking untouchable. They're basically ghosts at this point. If your name is in the Epstein files, you've basically activated God mode in America, where you cannot be touched or punished, it seems. And I think that's also why the previous administration wasn't touching anything in the Epstein files, because again, if they went after the Republicans that were named in the Epstein files, that opens them up to also being implicated there as well. Because clearly, this was more than just one party. Both Republicans and Democrats are named a lot in these Epstein files. So it'd be a fucking disaster for both parties, which is why it's been such like a fucking hot potato that hasn't been touched. That's what I believe. Now anyway, I think any sane person would agree that this is a huge fucking problem, that no one is getting arrested for this. But unfortunately, the powerful politicians that govern us are not sane. So they are to our face spitting on us, telling us to just move on and that it's not important. Here's those words from Donald Trump.
And you tell me something else. No, I think it's really time for the country to get onto something else. Really. Now that nothing came out about me, other than there was a conspiracy against me, literally, by Epstein and other people. But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
What would you say to people who feel like they haven't gotten justice, Mr. President?
Something that people care about. Yeah.
Oh, move on to something that people care about. So you don't care about child sex trafficking, the raping of children, the potential cannibalism, the torture, the murder, all of that? That's not something you think American people should care about? That's not the important stuff? Well, what the fuck is? The Trump phone? Which is probably coming out any day now. Supposed to come out in like August of 2025, by the way. Still no expected delivery time on my Trump phone device. Crazy. They're saying maybe March now. Fingers crossed. Any day, no doubt. How can anyone sit there and not be revolted by that statement? Again, if these Epstein files absolved Trump, which I don't see how anyone could mental gymnastic that explanation into reality and truly believe it. But again, even if he is completely squeaky clean here in the Epstein case, everyone else isn't. There's plenty of people that aren't. Why does he want so badly to just move on from this? Why does he want to bury it? He should be like really gung-ho about getting all of them arrested. And in fact, actually, one of his big promises when he was campaigning is that's exactly what he's going to do. But promises made, promises broken. That's the new motto. That is exactly what's been going on. He campaigned about how important the Epstein files were to release and actually get justice for the victims and punish these heinous, evil people. And then the second he gets into office, he's done everything in his power to not only deny the existence of the Epstein files, calling them a Democrat hoax, but also doing everything he can to prevent them from coming out. And it has just been a complete circus with these. And now that they're here, and people have all of this evidence with so many names and so many bad people on there with a lot of things that I do think would warrant an investigation, he is saying it's not important and that we need to move on. That is actual craziness.
Do you have regrets about how it's been handled?
Look, like any other hot topic issue, the American public and the world had a great interest in this. And what we did under President Trump's leadership is produce the most transparent DOJ and FBI in history. 3 other administrations had the opportunity to do this, and we produced everything we legally and lawfully could. We worked with our partners in Congress, we followed the statutes and the court orders, and we produced, 3 million some pages. So I think we got to the result in the right way. Could we have gotten there faster? I'm not really sure because of numerous court cases, multiple protective orders, multiple court sealings. And so now we've produced everything we can while protecting victims' rights and funds.
This fucking dweeb, this insufferable dork. So here's Perjury Patel taking a victory lap here about how they did everything right when it came to the Epstein files, which, by the way, under oath, Kash Patel said that there's no evidence that there were any, clients, no list. He said plenty of things that have been completely disproven with these Epstein files being released, but he's not facing any perjury charges, and to my understanding, no one's even pursuing it. Super weird how Perjury Patel just gets away with it. But here, he's talking about how they did everything right in the right way, which is not true. They did everything they could to not release these files every step of the way. They're already 2 months late, basically, close to it. And also, the redactions were supposed to be reserved exclusively for the names of victims. They have not been used for just victims' names. That has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. That is a violation of the law that had been signed into place when it came to the handling of the Epstein files. And pretty much everything he says there is just a lie. That is what Perjury Patel does, just lie. But the sentiment he's trying to express is now that they have the 3 million some files out there, they've done what they were required to do, and now we need to move on. There is nothing in regards to an investigation or punishment to the people that are named in these files with tons of evidence and tons of really very, very disturbing things, pictures, videos, emails, all of this stuff, and all of the people in them don't seem to be looking at any possible punishment or anything at all. It doesn't seem like there's any level of justice coming to the victims here of the Jeffrey Epstein operation and all of the clients.
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein, and so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand that. It isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak. And so we need witnesses and we need
evidence. Are there videotapes that you all have? Or?
To answer that question, yeah, there's videotapes that they all have. In fact, Pam Bondi said that there's thousands of videos with children in them. Pam Bondi seems totally fine just letting this whole Epstein thing just kind of fall to the back rooms, by the way. Anyway, though, here's Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche just outright saying with his whole chest, it's not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. And he's being very open and honest here about how little he's actually caring about it. He's making it seem maybe there's a chance for an investigation, but he's being very blunt that it's probably not coming. There's probably not going to be an investigation. He's even saying, yeah, unfortunately, pictures can't speak. So all those horrible pictures and all of that evidence in there, probably not going to lead to an investigation. Everyone's going to get away with it. Oh, shucks. But it's not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. The man behind the biggest child sex trafficking operation in this country's history. What a strong message to be sending, Todd. It's all just so blatantly in your face. They treat you like you are a mindless sheep. And plenty of people are proving them correct here with the shit that they're swallowing here with the smile on their face. Wake the fuck up, samurai. The president has just said that we need to move on from the Epstein files into something that people care about. Let that marinate for a second. Really think about that. Why is he trying to make it seem like the raping of children, the sex trafficking of children, the cannibalism, the torture, the murder is not something you should care about? And this is all perpetrated by potentially the most powerful people in this country. Why is the president and his administration trying so hard to bury this and get people to move on without even trying to investigate or hold anyone accountable that's named in these files? It's just crazy. Anyway, I just had to yap about this a bit after seeing the response here from government officials about it's not important, just move on. I actually couldn't believe my fucking ears. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
14-year-old looks for a husband at her Halloween party? Is this someone that Ray Diaz kidnapped recently? What the fuck is that? How is it? Why is that even on here? It seems illegal. Complete stranger proposes to 17-year-old. Jesus. A mama bear attacks the bride. See, that sounds better. No one's underage. My god. Her dad looks like the crypt keeper. What did she steal their pickaxe? What was that? His mom is Slash. That's kind of cool. Pee-wee's not old. You're old. Can't you see he's still young?
Family, and then she got mad.
Gorger bride? What does that mean? Gorger sounds like a Destiny 2 enemy. Like a Leviathan raid boss, the Gorger. Oh god, you don't want to get Pee-wee involved. He's got a 1990s hip-hop album to drop. Oh shit. It's the getaway.
From all the drama, and then like Pee-wee like yelled at his mom, and
There's no way that girl's 21 years old.
and, like, after she left, everything went like
The Gorger clan is faking documents. Pee-wee here is marrying like a 15-year-old. This looks super normal. Where's my boy Pee-wee at with his sideways cap?
We're gonna put a gypsy curse on it and watch it all fall apart.
Does she even have teeth on her bottom row?
As the celebration.
The reason I'm here is to get my ex-wife back. I'm not gonna let her go that easily. I'm gonna stop at nothing to get
That's
her
the
back.
spirit. Kidnap.
Jamie, just shut up. He's here.
Oh god, is she gonna cheat on the wedding night? Man, she only has 3 teeth on her bottom row. This rescue mission hasn't gone very well for him. Where's that tough talk from earlier?
I don't want him. He knows that. He knows that. I chose you over him.
Get the away from me.
What the fuck? She just kicked him out.
Just that Amber's been cheating on you with her ex-husband. Basically since y'all got together. And now you're married.
Prove it.
He just looked
Or he just takes it at face value.
cold stuff, considering we are a family.
Newlywed Dustin needs
Oh wait,
to
what?
decide
They're
to
related?
leave.
Wait, this is incestual? Oh, that changes everything. That explains the teeth.
I would have left like hours ago.
Listen here, swag master, neck tattoos. Your wife is the only one with a full set of teeth in this entire clan. You should stick with her.
For real, I really don't cut this cake or what.
Oh, damn. He blew it. Oh shit! It's super fake. The show's fake, but the incest is probably real.
Somebody like it.
So now he's gonna fuck his sister?
She's already in your family.
I know, but
She's your cousin.
Nice. Which makes it his cousin too, baby! Alabama. Bang.
Everybody knows what you are.
Well, didn't they just get married? A guy came in there with a cigarette as a weapon. How the police are already there? What the fuck? Jesus, that response time is legendary. Literally less than a minute.
Me and Chastity are back at my mom's house.
So, what?
Amber's not there anymore.
Is he fucking his sister
and
again?
It's just really become a happily ever after.
I'm glad you came to your senses.
Family's all that matters.
Yeah, when it comes to
I got what I
breeding,
wanted,
yeah.
Dustin. and
Nothing better than the
that's all we
Targaryen
decided
approach, keeping the
as a
bloodline pure.
family.
Yeah, I actually got to have a conversation with Aaron Paul. I don't think any of you have ever seen me like fanboy giggling and kicking my legs up in my chair like in nervousness and excitement, but you're about to. I've said this a lot. Breaking Bad, I think, is a perfect show. I followed Aaron Paul's work for the longest time. I am lucky enough to be in a game with Aaron Paul, but I never met him or anything. We recorded lines on separate ends of the country. So, Matt reached out through Dispatch to see if Aaron Paul would be open to just like shooting the shit with me for a little bit. And he was. And I think we had an amazing conversation. And not only was I, butterflies in my tummy, even my technology, I think, was nervous meeting Aaron Paul, because my mic, for some reason, set itself to like half power. So it actually is kind of hard to hear me, and I sound really, really shy and like quiet and timid, because for some reason my mic volume set itself super fucking low. So I want to just get that out of the way at the top of this video here, because it does sound like I'm doing like a little bit of ASMR sometimes here in this conversation. But trust me, I was bold and assertive with my intonation and everything. So it's just the mic kind of let me down a little bit on the recording. Now, to be clear, while we are in Dispatch together, this is not like a PR push for Dispatch or anything, but it is something we talked about because we're just both very hyped to be a part of the project. But I want to make it clear this is not a sponsored video or anything. I don't want that shit to get twisted. This is truly just, it was almost like a Make-A-Wish thing here for me, where because we worked on this together, we were able to at least ask if he'd be interested in, talking to a fucking Cro-Magnon goober like me. And he was nice enough to take some time to sit down and entertain some really dumbass questions from me here. So now my plan was to let this, fucking rip here, raw, no rubber condom off, like no cuts or anything. But because my mic was cutting out, for some reason, it ended up muting all the audio in certain segments, which now just leaves entire sections blank. So I am going to cut those out and try and contextualize it a bit for what we were talking about in order to lead into the sections that once again have sound. But yeah, I just wanted to give you that little warning here at the top.
Oh my God.
Hey, how's it going, brother?
Oh, it is all happening. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. Such a pleasure, man.
Oh, man, it's an honor for me, brother. This is huge for me.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. It's huge for me, too. I've become such a massive fan of yours.
Really? No,
yeah, over awesome. Through this whole process, and Pierre was just singing your praises, and here I am. So it's great.
Hey, give him my best for me. That's super sweet. I'll have to slip him some money under the table for the good PR he gave me.
Yeah, it's such a pleasure, bud.
Just kind of wanted to shoot the shit, man. I'm not like a big interview guy, so I just kind of wanted to meet you and talk about some wacky shit if you're up for it.
I love it. I'm all in. Can you see me? Can you hear me all right? Is that all right?
Oh, yeah. No, you look amazing.
Okay.
You sound great. This is perfect.
Great. So where are you at right now?
Tampa, Florida, baby.
All right. Love it. My family and I we live in Paris now. And so we're just kind of hanging out. Yeah. Kids are learning French.
Exciting. How long have you been in Paris, France now?
We've been here for a few months.
Oh, okay. So this is
not long. Yeah, it's a very fresh move. All right, let's hear it. What's up? Are we beginning? Are we in this?
Oh yeah, no, we're going in.
Let's go, baby. Hey, are we live right now?
Well, just kind of, just recording.
Kind of. Okay, great. And then you're gonna do what you do. I love it. Well, first, let me start this off. Congratulations on everything.
Hey, man, thank you so much.
Yeah.
You as well, brother.
No, I appreciate it, man. I really appreciate it. It's just really cool to see people do what they love. Just really at the highest level in their own field. You know what I mean? And so. Bravo, man.
That means a lot. And I truly just feel like I got lucky. I got blessed. Started it when I was like 11, and things just kind of fell into place really in a unbelievably fortuitous way that I could have never.
Wow, you started at 11.
Yes, sir. 11 years old.
No way. That is just so amazing.
It wasn't a super noble start. I was grabbing a bunch of other people's videos and re-uploading them. I mean, it was some gnarly shit I was posting back then.
That's great. Hey, we all start somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of, I mean, Price is Right.
Oh, let's go.
The classics, the absolute classics.
Let's go. The class. You know, The Price is Right. I got to tell you, this was during a time where I actually really needed money. Right? I was doing commercial at that time. I was doing commercials, and actually, when The Price is Right aired, I had 2 commercials of mine aired during the commercial breaks randomly during my particular episode. And, but I was desperate to win, right? And I showed up in line and I had a big gulp from 7-Eleven filled with Red Bull. And so you could see that I looked like I was on drugs on the show because I could not sit still. It was because of the Red Bull. But, yeah, that's my story.
Hey, coming in like a little jump scare here. This was one of the sections where my mic fully cut out, which my response is now muted, which also muted a bit of the overall audio as well. So instead, I will just tell you that I thought it was very cool. I'm sure a lot of you have seen the infamous Aaron Paul on Price is Right clip. It's a really fun clip to watch. As he's mentioning, he looks wired. He is expressing enthusiasm that you probably wouldn't see me express if I witnessed the birth of my first child. Like, I don't know if I'm able to convey that level of enthusiasm. It looked like he won the fucking Super Bowl on The Price is Right. Super hype. So here, I got a wacky one for you. Aliens. I want to dive right in. How do you feel about aliens?
I mean, I'm all in on the aliens.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, what do you think?
I mean, are you not?
Oh, I super am. Me and my dad, we get into arguments all the time because my dad, big time firm believer, he thinks aliens built the pyramids. He's all in on Punku.
I mean, look, I think it's pretty ignorant to think that aliens don't exist.
Absolutely. Do you think they visited us though?
I'm not sure. You know what? I actually think maybe there are other species on the planet that we just simply don't know about that are far smarter than we could ever imagine. You know what I mean? There's new things that are being discovered constantly, that have been here forever. I mean, far before humans. And so, I mean, if you look at like microorganisms, for example, that was just recently discovered, in comparison of, you know, humanity, but, and they're everywhere.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Especially like in the ocean, you got like some fucking nightmarish creatures.
There's some pretty crazy stuff. I mean, look at, you know, the movie The Abyss.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the storyline. You know, that's kind of what I maybe believe. Maybe there are super intellectual species that live deep in our waters, but who knows?
But do you think they built the pyramids?
Maybe, man. I mean, the pyramids. The fact that the pyramids were just built for it feels like they weren't tombs, right? They were just built for a purpose. Like there's something going on.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, my dad,
what is that purpose?
That's
you tell me.
According to my father, who I think preeminent expert on everything extraterrestrial. This guy, I swear, if there are aliens coming, they'll contact him first.
I love it.
He likes to say the pyramids he believes were used since they're lined up with the Orion's belt, like perfectly within centimeters or something. He believes it was some kind of like communication device that the aliens gave humans the blueprints for to talk to them or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty surreal. There's some incredible things out there for sure.
Yeah. Now, kind of piggybacking off that, how about ghosts? What do you think of ghosts?
Oh, ghosts, man. You know what? I don't know. I think our minds sort of play tricks on us, you know, maybe. But the thing is, I don't know. So I'm open to it all, you know. Yeah. I always say you know what you know until you know something else, right? And so
yeah, so I'm a big time Scrooge when it comes to the paranormal. I bah humbug it, but like you, I like to be very open.
See, I like to be open, but I think I'm right on your level, buddy. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think our minds can easily play tricks on us, and if we believe in that, we tend to just really lean in. But
I've been doing a lot of ghost hunts recently to prove myself wrong, because I think it'd be really fucking hype if...
I love ghost stories. I love like films with said ghosts, but yeah.
It's fun, man. Nothing's happened so far, but if I ever have a paranormal experience where I'm levitating and...
Will you call me?
Oh, for sure. Oh my God, yeah.
Okay, I hope so. I hope so.
I hope it's something truly horrifying, like I end up in a mangled corpse or something because a ghost just annihilates me. It'd be incredible.
You're like, you never believed in me, and they're just coming after you.
And now here's one of the instances I briefly mentioned at the start of the video here, where this whole section is a bit fucky because my mic wasn't picking up some of the audio, which ended up muting some of the audio just on the recording itself. So I'll just go ahead and intro what this topic here was that it kind of bounced to. Aaron Paul was mentioning about how excited he was about the response to Dispatch. So then we started talking a bit about Dispatch for a minute.
Just really excited that the world has really responded to what you and I and the rest of the team have put so much love into. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I mean, for me, it took 2 years. I don't know how long it took you to, finally from start to finish, but it took a long time for me.
Yeah, no, and, it wasn't short.
Yeah, it wasn't short. And I mean, I just got approached by a guy. I was picking up smash burgers last night just down the road, and he came in from outside and he approached me and said, "Hey, Mr. Paul, it's just so nice to meet you. I just want to thank you so much for doing Dispatch." It was just, I've been getting approached from so many people on the streets about this game, and I just love that it really resonates with people. So
you're the heart and soul of Dispatch, though, man. Dispatch does not hit as hard if it's not Aaron Paul as Robert Robertson, man. I'm telling you, you are like the catalyst to why that game is so good. Your performance is incredible. And I'm just lucky to be a part of it, man. The whole team crushed it. The writing is amazing. Animation's amazing.
Isn't it true? I think it's really special, and this is why I leaned in. It was sent to me. I've been asked to do games in the past, and I've really wanted to jump into the gaming world just because I love gamers, and I love how it kind of just unites people, and my brother is a gamer through and through every day of his life. He's in the game world, and most of his friends are people that he's met through gaming. He's never met them in, most of them in person, but it's just scattered throughout the world. And I think it's just such a beautiful thing to see how it really brings people together. I mean, this is your world, right? And it's really cool. It's really cool to see. And I'm very proud to finally, sort of be a part of it.
Yeah, man, absolutely. It is a special game. Like, I think there's very few games that have this kind of passion that is clearly coming through I think they've done an amazing job.
Yeah, we're spoiled, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's only downhill from here for me. Like this, I'm never getting another role like this.
All right, well, we can hold hands as we are falling down. It's all right. We have each other. It's fine.
Exactly. That's all we need at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right.
So I guess kind of speaking on the acting side of things, I have a bit of a big guilty pleasure, and I'm curious if you've got something similar. I love like horrible movies, like really bad movies. I love it.
You do?
Yeah. Are you kind of in the same boat at all? Do you ever watch anything that's like so bad?
I mean, man, I don't know. I don't know if I'm in the same boat. Like, can you give me an example of something that is so bad that it's good? Are you talking like Sharknado?
Yeah,
is that sort of the vibe?
It's kind of in the vibe, but
and nothing against Sharknado or the people behind Sharknado.
Right.
Congratulations. But I don't know. I mean, I lean into, and like the old school, like Adam Sandler type humor. I mean, I think he's so brilliant, but a lot of the humor is very dumb humor, right? And which is great, but I don't think that's in the category of, because I think his movies are perfect. You know what I mean? So give me an example of very bad. What movies do you consider very bad but you're in love with?
So I think the classic go-to for most people is like Tommy Wiseau's The Room, but I've got
Okay.
I've got a bit of a pinky up pretentious pick here from a few years ago called Moonfall. Have you ever heard of Moonfall?
No.
It is a beautiful disaster about the moon falling out of orbit and about to destroy the world.
Oh, wow.
And it is fascinating. Like, I don't want to spoil too much, but it goes in directions you would never, ever possibly expect with the most
That's so interesting, because I always thought, you know what, that would be a great concept of a movie. There's always movies about asteroids coming to Earth and destroying Earth.
Right.
But what if an asteroid came to the moon and really just annihilated it? What would how would that affect Earth? So is that kind of similar to what?
It's similar to that, but if you were like overdosing while writing it, like, it is insane. Like, in all the right ways, it is insane, which makes it so fun.
That is great. Okay, I'll check it out. Have you seen? First of all, are you up to date on? Do you watch The Studio? Do you watch that show?
Oh no! I've been meaning to catch up on.
All right. Well, there's a great movie that Seth Rogen, he's a big studio head, and they're trying to create this movie about a zombie apocalypse that's sort of spread through diarrhea, and but there's a movie that was made forever ago. Maybe they got inspired by this movie for the show, but it's a film called Zombie Ass.
Zombie Ass, huh?
Zombie Ass, and it's just all about that. It's about a zombie apocalypse that happens all through your bowel movement. So when you have a moment, check out the trailer for Zombie Ass.
Okay.
And it's fascinating. I never watched the movie, but I saw this trailer 20 years ago, and it's something that has stuck with me my entire life.
All right, I'll have to give you my letterboxed review on that. Maybe I'll be a big zombie ass.
Yeah, you might. It might fall into that category perfectly for you. But I actually loved the trailer. It's just so far down I mean, it is just so terrible. But you can't look away. You know what I mean?
That's the best feeling right there. That's what I look for.
Yeah, I love it.
What else what are you into right now? Like, what's been like your big go-to, whether it's for like entertainment or maybe just like a new hobby you found yourself diving in on?
Oh man. Well, I'm obsessed with running. I never used to be like an active person. I used to hate running, to be honest. This isn't really a very exciting answer. I'm just trying to think of something that I'm really obsessed with. But it's something I have to do every day. It's one of those things. It took me a minute to get addicted to it, but now I just love it, but yeah, it's not all that exciting. Out here, I'm trying my hardest with French, I guess that's like a new hobby. My kids are far better than I am. I mean, they're in a fully immersive school. I have a 7-year-old and a 3-year-old. Girl, boy. But yeah, what else? It's not, I mean, I love movies, I try to watch a movie. I try to do it every night, if I can. But yeah. What about you?
Oh man, just kind of same old shit over here. I've been learning magic tricks. I mean, I guess that's a new one.
Do you have one? Can you show me one?
Oh boy, I don't know.
Oh, can you show me one?
Oh, all right. Since you're asking so nicely, give me 1 second. Let me get my deck of cards real quick.
Okay. I have a story about a magic trick that, cause I know maybe two like card tricks.
Mm-hmm.
That were shown to me by my grandfather when I was a young boy. And I remember, when I booked a Mission Impossible movie that J.J. Abrams was directing. And I remember when I met with J.J., my friend did Lost with J.J. and she told me, JJ's obsessed with magic. So bring up magic when you meet him. I go, I will. And so I brought up magic my first day on set of Mission Impossible, and I had not met Tom Cruise yet. And I'm talking to JJ. I go, hey, so you're into magic? And he's like, oh my God. He goes, wait, do you know magic? I go, oh, well, you know, I started backpedaling. I go, oh, yeah, I know maybe a couple tricks. He's like, you got to show me. Like, soon you got to show me. I'm like, okay, yeah. So I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? Anyways, Tom Cruise comes walking onto set with JJ. And the first thing out of JJ's mouth when he introduces me to Tom, he goes, Aaron's a magician. I'm like, oh, no. And this is in front of the entire crew. And they have a deck of cards to give to me. He's like, come on, show Tom a trick. I was like, oh, no, this is not happening. And the first time I tried the trick on Tom, it fails miserably. No. But in classic Tom Cruise fashion, he just shakes my hand and kind of laughs. And he's like, no, do it again. I was like, oh, no. And so I just pull out like such a child magic trick that is just such a no-brainer. And I just do this kid's trick to Tom Cruise, and it worked. But it's just so lame. But he was just so sweet about it. Anyways, that's all I got.
That's awesome,
but
though.
Isn't that such a funny and also kind of sad story?
No, nothing sad about it. I think that's special. And now he'll always remember you as the magician that blew his mind.
Okay. All right. Well, what sort of magic are you into?
So when I was a kid, I used to love magic. I used to buy like the DVDs for like illusionists to do all like the flourishes and all that.
Yeah.
And we were filming a video last week where we brought in a magician just for some fun. And I've just got the fucking bug again. So me and a couple of friends have been learning so many magic tricks.
I love it. That's great.
It's fun. It's so fun.
It is so fun. I love creating magical worlds for my kids. So I'm very much on that same page, you know. Yeah. And so I should really learn. I should learn more. To like fascinate them, because I'm really into it as well. So
I can teach you a couple of them that I've dusted off the knowledge of.
Okay, I was just in New York. I was in New York twice over the last 2 weeks, and each time I went to this beautiful thing called Speakeasy Magic, and it's the theme of the bar is the Overlook Hotel from The Shining. But then you are told to go through this sort of like secret passage. I don't want to give anything away, but I recommend whoever's watching, if you happen to go to New York, go to Speakeasy Magic. It is the greatest magic show I think I've ever seen. It's just like brilliant magicians come to your little table, just like in rotation, and they just constantly show you close-up magic. So cool. But it's the greatest close-up magic you've ever seen. That's exciting. Yeah, that's cool. So, I don't want to put you on the spot. I feel like I'm being J.J. Abrams right now, demanding that you do a trick. No. Yeah, have you done some tricks on your?
We did when the magicians came. It was in order to do street magic. So
yeah.
The idea was they'd show me tricks, blow my mind, and then I would then learn a trick or two to do street magic in Tampa to see if I
great.
Yep, see if I can impress anybody. So I did do a few tricks, and I got to tell you, those people will never be the same after what I did to them out there.
Well, remember when David Blaine's special came out, Street Magic?
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day. I remember DiCaprio was a part of it randomly.
Yep. He did all the cool shit, sticking the ice pick into his hand.
Dude, I pulled an ice pick out of David Blaine's hand in a hotel room in Comic-Con in San Diego. Yeah, I still have that ice pick.
That's awesome. Was that in the special, or was that just for fun?
No, it was in the special.
Oh,
it was in the special. But yeah, but it's legit. I mean, he just does it. He just kind of goes through, pain hypnosis and just leans in. Okay, what are you gonna? You're gonna blow all of our minds right now. I know it.
I can do a little one real quick. Let me just grab this deck of cards. It's not
okay.
temper your expectations. I don't think I'm going to have you over there like prolapsing in disbelief or anything. I think it'll be pretty standard, but I'll see what I can do. I'll give you just 1 second.
Okay, let's do it. I love it. I'm very excited about what's to happen. I think all of you are. It's going to be great. He's going to blow our minds. Where is he going? What is he doing? Is he setting up the deck right now? Is that what's happening? Okay, let's see. The anticipation is killing me.
See if I can pull a little something off here.
All right, I'm watching.
Okay, this is a pretty simple one. So here, I'd fan out the cards. I'd say, all right, Aaron Paul, J.J. Abrams here. Pick a card. Oh, here.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna pick that. So I pull it. Yeah. That one looks great. Yeah.
Okay, that's a good pick. So
yeah, I got it. Yeah.
So then, what I'd have you do?
Yeah.
You have your card. You lock that in. I'd flip over so everything's face up. You'd put the face down card in the face up deck. Where it doesn't matter where.
Okay.
It's pretty easy to see what your card would be, right? Because everything's face up, it's face down. So then what I'd do, I'd fuck it up and I'd say, like, don't want to make a magician's jump too easy here because I can clearly see what your card is. So you'd flip face up, face down, face up, face down. So now we can agree it's all mixed up. We've got face down cards and face up positions. Everything's all weird and cattywampus. Then I'd ask you, well, what's a magic word? What's your favorite word?
I mean, abracadabra.
Abracadabra.
I mean, right?
Just like that. The whole deck is face up.
Wait.
Except, what's that little guy doing there?
Whoa. Okay. That is is that my card?
I don't know. Is it your card?
Oh, wow. There you go, buddy. Okay. That's very impressive. Come on.
Do you think I'd get a Mission Impossible role for that?
That's very, very impressive. That is so far superior to the one that I attempted to do. Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. Beautiful work. Beautiful work.
The people in the streets of Tampa couldn't get enough of that when they were trying to burn me at the stake for it.
That's great, man. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you for humoring me.
How long have you been growing out that hair of yours? Beautiful hair.
Thank you. 2018, and I did it out of spite.
Oh, good. You know what? Doing stuff out of spite is the best.
It is, right? It just feels so good.
Yeah. It's very spiteful of you.
Yes.
You know? Yeah. So, okay, what out of spite because you just wanted to rub it in everyone's face?
No, so I had just not gotten a haircut in a little while. I guess I just got real lazy, fucking full. And people online were like, "Man, you look like shit. Cut your hair." So I said, "Okay, you know what? Hold my wiener. I'm not cutting my hair ever again." Actually, I just never cut it.
Excuse me. Hold my wiener just for a moment, and then you just let it go. Good for you.
Exactly. That's right.
Great. And then now you're rocking it.
Yep. And now I just actually really like it.
So, are you going to keep it going forever?
Probably, barring some kind of catastrophic change in life circumstances, or if J.J. Abrams contacts me for Mission Impossible and needs a man. I've watched a lot of your interviews. I've been a huge fan of yours for a super long time. Breaking Bad is literally my favorite show ever. I think it is perfect.
Oh, thanks, man.
So I pay attention, and I know that you're not a big technology guy. And here again, this whole segment here had my mic cutting in and out, which was muting the recording audio. So it almost seems like I'm saying a slur or something here because the audio censors me as I'm asking him this question. But what I was asking him was about his relationship with technology, because I have followed Aaron Paul for a long time. I have seen a lot of his interviews, and he's mentioned once or twice that he personally doesn't indulge in a lot of the technology that we have glued to our asshole every second of every day, with all of these modern conveniences where most of us spend the vast majority of our times behind screens, or our days are based around a lot of these things, and always being online with unlimited access. Aaron Paul has stated like once or twice in the past that he doesn't subscribe to that. And there's even some articles I read a while ago where they were speculating to what extent, and they made it sound like he was living in a van down by the river, isolated from Wi-Fi signals with no electricity and no running water, and that's clearly not the case at all. So I wanted to just ask and figure out like what actually is his relationship with technology, because I think it is a very admirable decision to not be, perpetually consumed by, technology every second of every day, where you're like hypnotized by it and scratching at your neck if you can't check your phone or something.
Yeah, I just, maybe I have a pretty addictive personality, and I used to own a computer. I've had 2 computers, 2 laptops, and they both got stolen. One got stolen out of my car, and one got stolen out of my place in Albuquerque when I was shooting Breaking Bad. And each time it felt like my world was just so invasive, and it's like, I'm not going to get a computer again for a while. And I realized when I let go of my computer, how much more time I had, in my personal life. I found myself being outside more. I found myself just doing other activities outside of just sort of surfing the web. And then same thing, like I used to smoke back in the day. I quit like 20 years ago. And the moment I quit, I realized again, how much more time I had. And so once I mean, look, I'm talking on my iPhone right now, right? I still have a smartphone, but I try to use I just swap out my SIM card. I have another phone I use called the Light phone. And I just love it. I feel lighter when I go out into the world. I stopped getting the sort of like the phantom, vibrating phone in my pocket. That stopped. I stopped just like doom scrolling, I just felt healthier. You know what I mean? For me. But yeah, I encourage people to, I'm not anti-technology by any means, but I think it's important for people to control themselves. They should control the technology versus, technology kind of controlling them, which I think in a lot of cases, is the case.
Absolutely. So like, I was going to mention, I actually made like a pretty big disconnect from the online world. Like I was very much every day doom scrolling constantly. A year ago, kind of just cold turkey tried to reduce that as much as. Then of course the audio goes once again to the back rooms here. I don't know why this was happening. My guess is that on the call, my mic was being prioritized by the call, which then lowered it for like the OBS recording. Because on the call, I could see the levels were great. I didn't check the OBS levels, but it's clear it wasn't really good on OBS. But anyway, what I was saying there is that I definitely understand that perspective, because I recently, over the last year, have made much more of an effort to disconnect from a lot of like the online stuff every second of every day. And unsurprisingly, it does feel better. I think pretty much anyone who like reduces the amount of time they spend online will probably tell you, preach the gospel, that they do feel better for it. And something I've been pretty outspoken with for a long time now, even before like, taking more time away from like perpetual internet shit, is that everyone kind of retreats inside now, because a lot of technology is wanting you to do that, because you are much more profitable when you are inside fucking hooked on their product like a child latched onto their mother's teat. When you are suckling from things like, AI, if you're using AI as your best friend and constantly be chatting to them or whatever, and only talking to people through the internet, you're not making like powerful connections. Like, yeah, of course you can connect to people and it's great for that, but you miss out on so much of like a social experience of life by not being out in the real world for meaningful periods of time. And I think that is just so important, and it's why we're seeing so many people being less and less happy. And I talk about this on stream. This isn't a new thing for me. This is something I yap about quite a bit. I think one of the most important things you can do for your own mental health and well-being, and also just to get better at the socializing with humans, is to actually go out and meet humans, to be in the real world as opposed to constantly online. I don't think it's any surprise that people feel more alone now than ever, because people are inside now more than ever. Like, it's not the biggest mystery in the world. So I think that Aaron Paul's decision here and the way he explains it makes a lot of sense to me, where he's reduced the amount of technology that he consumes in his day-to-day life. It's not zero, so he still does, of course, have plenty of modern conveniences. He's just not constantly inundated with them. So I do think that makes sense. Hearing that he didn't have a computer is very interesting, though. That one, that would be very tough for me to to live my life without at least having a computer, even outside of like just being able to see what's going on in the world, not being able to play games. Goodness gracious, Lord have mercy. That's a fate worse than death. Imagine a world no games.
I mean, I don't think we're meant to have all of this information. Well, I know we're not meant to have all this information. Like, we're not supposed to be drowning in information. You know what I mean?
And not only that, we're not supposed to be like as available all the time, connected to every human being on the planet.
No. I mean, I couldn't agree more. Hey man, I mean, I'm such a big advocate of this phone. It's called the Light phone. I would love to send you one.
Sure.
You would love it. And I think it's just important for people to know that there's other options out there. You know, I mean, smartphones were built, they were designed really to become addictive, you know, and it's become a drug in a way, and just a drug that's fully acceptable globally, you know. And I just feel like I built a cabin in the mountains of Idaho. I grew up in Idaho. I love that state. But when I built it, I really wanted people to come and disconnect. And so I have a hidden Wi-Fi. So like when you look, because there's zero service there, when you look for Wi-Fi, nothing even shows up. A network doesn't even show up. And so people will ask, like, well, what's your Wi-Fi? And I just say, we don't have one. And first they panic, you know. Yeah. I go, look, if you need to get work done, there's a lodge with a great space. You can get work done. It's a mile up the road. You can get there in, 4 minutes. And, but the way people change in literally just a day, you know, they become a different person. Absolutely. You know? Yeah. And so I can't recommend it enough. I'm going to send you a phone.
I'd love to show you the farm around here. We're going to work on getting a lot of cool shit going. Like, I mean, you have the alcohol, and something that kind of inspired us for is we want to do like a little vineyard at the farm. Okay. Not as like a business or anything, just for like some fun. But if we ever start making some high quality wine, I'll send you some of that.
There you go. I love it. Hey, I'm all about that, man. Working with your hands, growing stuff yourself. After so we're doing a year abroad here in Paris, and then we're actually moving. We have a farm in the countryside in California, about an hour and a half outside of LA. We've had it for about 5 years. It's an old walnut farm. But we have a very small vineyard. It's a blend. It's a 70-30 split of red grapes. But the thing is, it's all dry farming we do. This is the first year that we're actually going to finally harvest the grapes. But we have 300 separate vines, and each vine usually produces, apparently from what I hear, produces about one bottle. So we'll get roughly 300 bottles.
That's gonna be so exciting.
Yeah. So when that's done, I'll send you some as well.
Brother, I'm excited for this care package. You're like Santa Claus right now. This is awesome.
I do what I can. You know what I mean? But I hope it's good. I'll send you some walnuts, send you some wine, send you some phones. It's great. What more do you need? You know? Well, I'm excited for you to try the company that Brian and I started. It's a labor of love. We've never taken a salary. We've only hemorrhaged money into the company. We're very proud to say that we've hired all of our employees personally. But when we were launching this thing, we were in Florida all the time, all over Florida. Oh, yeah. Rocco's Tacos, legendary. Love Rocco. That was one of our first accounts out in Florida, and we served drinks there many times. But yeah, I'll set you up.
I'm gonna be totally honest with you. Full disclosure, I hadn't watched this recording back until right now as I'm editing it. It's always hard for you to know like how my editing process goes, I suppose. But I basically just edit things, I do it live, fuck it, do it live type shit. And as I am editing this, it seems like every single time I am talking towards the end of the call here, my mic is it's just sucking the fattest farts right now. It is cutting out pretty much every time I talk. And I can't even like leave in the tiddlywinks because it's actually just silence, mainly on my end. So now it's like not muting all of the audio. Now it's mainly me sprinkled in here with muting sometimes the whole call. I don't know what happened. And it really sucks because now it makes it hard to just showcase the whole conversation. So now I'm going to need to like explain how we got to this topic that Aaron and I are discussing. And it's like I have to fucking ADR it because now my section of it's not in there, which not the biggest deal in the world, I suppose, because let's be honest, you're not here to listen to me yap. You want to hear from Aaron Paul. But even still, it's weird because now I have to break up the conversation because my mic was not cooperating. Or I guess maybe it's not even really the mic's fault. I should have probably just checked the OBS settings. But man. Anyway, though, we were drifting into talking about things that we are doing currently that we're passionate about, like projects. And he was talking about what him and Bryan Cranston have been doing together, like Dos Hombres, which is the alcohol that they do together. And I don't know, it's just really wholesome listening to him talk about how much he enjoys this process and how much it means to him.
Thank you, my friend. Yeah, we're super proud of it. It's our baby. We traveled down to Oaxaca in search of it personally, and we made a pact. Like, look, if we don't find something that we both truly love, there's no reason to bring it out into the world. If one person loves it and the other, is not a fan. There's no reason. And so it took us a minute to find it, but we finally did. And, we're incredibly proud of, the company that we've built for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. You guys have crushed it, man. And like you said, if it's not something that you are passionate about, if it's not perfect, what's the, like you,
exactly.
It's something that you want to do out of the love of doing. I think that shows pretty much in everything you do, by the way. Like
thank you, bro.
Everything I've ever seen from you, it always feels like, oh, Aaron Paul's doing this not for like a paycheck or something. He's like all in on this.
Look, I haven't made any money off of that. And same, I actually just started, not just, I've been working on it for a couple of years, but we've been on the market for almost a year. I started a fine food group randomly with a buddy of mine who is a world-class chef. But we wanted to bring out humane, sustainable products that, companies and customers can trust. It's called the Only Fine Food Group. And so once I have a bunch of stuff to share with you, I'm going to send you a big gift basket. I'm going to wrap the bow myself. I might just hand deliver it to you.
Would love that.
But yeah. It's good, man. It's just fun to find stuff that you are passionate about, whatever that may be, and just lean into it. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people, not a lot, I think every single person on the planet has ideas, right? It's just all about following through with those ideas and just kind of marching forward, and don't let anyone get you down,
Absolutely, man. I think that's a very inspirational thing here too for those people that have ideas and don't know how to start or don't have the motivation. Right. Big thing, man, is you just gotta fucking rip it. You just gotta send it.
You just gotta rip it, baby. I love it. You gotta send it. Exactly right. And also throw a bunch of shit on the wall.
Absolutely.
See what sticks.
Yeah. There's so many options now. While there is like an over-reliance on technology, a lot of what's happened as a result is a big barrier to a lot of things has gotten smaller.
Right.
So now is a great time to start for things that you're passionate about, because you can find unlimited resources on like what you need to procure it or where you need to start, which is just great. I think it's just
See, that's one of the things that I actually love about AI. I actually really do not like AI at all. I think it's very dangerous, but there's some elements of AI that I can get behind. I can really get behind some elements of it. But one of those is advice. There's some great advice on how to build companies. What are the first steps, right? There's also a great book called 0 to 1. Some great books of learning how to really, what is the first step? And so, yeah. I love this conversation you and I are having. We're just so all over the place, from aliens to pyramids to business to magic. I think it's great. I hope it works out.
Well, I personally think it worked out really well. I very much enjoyed this conversation. It is unfortunate that I fucked up the recording in such a big way, though. And I know there's a bit of a meme with me being inept when it comes to technology, but come on. Like, I feel like I'm somewhat blameless here. Like, how was I supposed to expect my mic to set its audio to only be communicative with whales? Like, I didn't expect it to just start, like, muting itself with, like, no, like, actual decibels or anything. Like, it was fine on the call, but the OBS audio, for some reason, was just set super low and just ended up muting and nuking a lot of the content. So, my response to this is not even audible, by the way, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, it was a very fun conversation where I am not an interviewer. I have never really done formal interviews or anything like that, but I love to have conversations with people. And I really appreciated how willing Aaron Paul was just to go all over the place with me here. Like, there was no through line or anything with our conversation. It was truly just shooting the shit, which is something I really like to do. It's something that's a staple on my streams where we just shoot the shit. And I really enjoy just that whole type of vibe. And it was a lot of fun to talk about just a bunch of things with Aaron Paul. So I completely share the sentiment. I loved the conversation. We did also talk a little bit more about Dispatch because we are both still pretty giddy over just how good the game has turned out to be and how much people seem to like it. But I want to make it clear again, this is not a sponsor or anything at all. Again, we are just all over the place just talking about things that we like. And like that, again, has just been a topic that we wanted to talk about together. So it is here.
I hope that you and I get to do multiple seasons of this game.
Me too.
You know, I love talking about people that you want to cheer for. The team behind Dispatch are just all so great, so passionate about what they do. You know, the love and the care they put into these stories is truly blinding, and is what really resonated with me when I first got the scripts that were sent my way. I mean, it was a stack of 8 scripts, thick scripts, right? It was a daunting thing to kind of take on when it was offered to me. But I read sort of the clip notes of it. I saw a little teaser trailer and then a beautiful scene that was already animated. And I was like, wow, this game is really different, and I love the rollout. I miss that because, it gives you the sort of the water cooler talk at the end of the week or the beginning of the week, right, of the particular episodes or that you completed. It's like when Breaking Bad came out, right. It aired Sunday nights, right? So people would get together, at work on Monday and just, talk about what they just witnessed. It's very cool. So I hope we get to go, I hope we get to do more.
Me too, man. I'm super excited about doing. I mean, I'm sure you've seen it's fucking crushing it, man. 1 million.
Dude, it's crazy. How does that make you feel? Are you excited?
Oh yeah, man. So,
yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you're probably familiar with me in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1, but
of course. I mean, everybody. Honestly, people in Paris still talk about it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, you made a serious impression globally. So.
Yeah, I was snubbed at the Oscars that year, but
I know. I'm honestly still pretty pissed.
I don't think about it much anymore. But like aside from that, this is like the first like real role I've had. So for it to be a banger like this is crazy.
I just love to be part of the team. It's very, very cool. And I love your enthusiasm. Watched your videos and you're like, your whole thing is like, I just hope I don't suck ass. And you certainly don't, man. You certainly don't. It's very cool. The unfortunate thing with doing this is it just takes so much time to do it. So it's hard to get people together to kind of really work off of each other, right? But luckily we were able to, in our cans, like in the sound booth, we could hear sometimes, the other performances, but it was cool, man. It was a fun ride. I'm excited for people. I'm not sure where it's. I know the last run of episodes was like a pretty serious cliffhanger. I'm sure when this comes out, maybe all of them will have aired. I'm not sure. But
yeah, I can post this whenever. The finale is on Wednesday, so
Oh, great!
I've been streaming it. Like, I am super invested in it. I think it is an extremely, extremely compelling story that I can't wait to see how they wrap up. Because I don't know. Like, I have no idea.
Oh, you don't know?
No, I have no clue.
Oh, okay, yeah. So was it the last set of was it a pretty serious cliffhanger?
Yeah. It was with Chase.
Yeah. So you don't know what happens to Chase yet?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
Sonar's lines are, I'm doing coke looking at boobs. I don't know what happened.
That's so great. Sonar's great. Yeah, you're gonna I'm interested to see what people feel of the whole thing. But yeah, it's great.
It really is, man. I really appreciate you taking some time to talk to me, man. Like, I know probably like a little odd talking to a goober like this over a call. Like
oh,
this,
please. No, honestly, I gotta say it's very refreshing. I love your whole vibe. I love what you're doing. I couldn't be happier for you, and I couldn't be happier about being a part of, one of your things. It's great. So thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for being here, brother. Like, again, it's a huge honor. Like, truly, I've had to like do my best to sit in this chair without like jumping up and enjoy this. Thank you so much, brother. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day, man. I'm looking forward to hopefully talking again.
Yeah, for sure. Would love that. And next time I'm in Tampa, I'm hitting you up.
Fuck yeah. Can't wait, brother.
All right. See you, bud.
See you, man. What a nice guy. What a genuinely nice guy. Even pretending to be impressed by my magic trick and all. I really appreciated the conversation. We got to talk for like an hour, feel each other out, and I hope we get to do more together in the future. I think it'd be a lot of fun. But yeah, I wanted to share this with all of you, and that's really about it. So yeah. I have made so many videos over the last few months covering Pokemon card-related crime. Card shops are being robbed more frequently than gas stations, and there is more violent crime happening from Pokemon card scalpers than there was in Gotham City. Like, I think even Batman would be having his work cut out for him trying to put the kibosh on these degenerate loser scumbags. Before diving into the meat and potatoes of the latest Pokemon crime I want to cover in this video, I want to give you some good news at the top here. I'll give you the dessert before force-feeding you the vegetables. The alleged wheelman in that $116,000 Pokemon card heist I covered about a month ago has been arrested. That's the armed robbery. Yeah, about a month ago, at a place called Pokecourt, there was a group of dudes who went in there with guns, and Team Rocket was just waving them around, threatening people, and breaking glass to steal all of the card product, as well as taking money from the register. They caught the driver. His name is Julio Colina. He's 27 years old, loveless, dickless, a virgin. I was trying to find his mugshot, but I couldn't find it, so I'm making up my own fan fiction. I believe he probably stands at 4'6", smells like shit, and loves pee. On the day of the armed Pokemon robbery, he dropped the suspects off and then waited 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all he could spare, like fucking Albert Wesker here. And then drove off with them. He said he was willing to chauffeur them because they'd promised him gifts if they could pack their bags while riding in his van. Those gifts must have been intoxicating. He was addicted to them. Maybe they were just giving him smooches or something for his lonely ass, because he was apparently like a really reliable driver for them for their crimes. He also served as the driver for the same group of goobers on January 9th when they stole Pokemon merchandise worth around $11,000 from a different shop. So this guy really did enjoy driving them around. Those gifts must have been amazing, but he claimed he didn't know what the trio was doing when they left his van, which investigators aren't really buying. They believe it's just a pitiful attempt at him trying to save his own ass, which it obviously it is. I have no doubt he's stupid. I guarantee he's a lobotomite, but
he's not dumb enough to just be like, oh, dude, I just dropped these guys off, like, thinking that they were just gonna go do some, like, normal business and stuff, and I was gonna sit there and wait, and they always came back with, like, treats and candy and stuff. I had no idea they were doing anything bad or naughty. I'm as shocked as you guys are. I'm a victim too. I was driving people that I thought were my friends. So hopefully that defense never works for him and he spends a long time in the slammer and squeals on his friends. I really hope he rolls over belly up and gives up the 2 dudes that had the guns. I know Pokemon card crime isn't taken seriously by the authorities in any way, shape, or form, unfortunately, even though it is an out-of-control epidemic showing no signs of slowing down. But I have to imagine armed robbery, waving guns at people, threatening people with fucking guns over Pokemon cards is probably something that they should take a little more seriously. So hopefully this entire group here ends up in prison. I'll keep my fingers crossed. But now I'd like to go over the most recent Pokemon robbery that I just saw a video of. It happened to House of Cards in Vancouver, and they unfortunately got ganked by the Goof Troop here. It has become almost routine for the biggest group of losers to come together and decide like, hey boys, let's go rob a card shop. I'm not exaggerating. Almost every single day, there is a card shop being broken into and having their shit stolen. Pretty much every hour, you can bet your sweet bippy somewhere in the world, a card shop just got hit by a sledgehammer, the windows busted in, and the greasiest loser you've ever seen stumbles through and breaks glass, grabbing a handful of Pokemon cards and waddles their way out to try and resell it and scalp, and it's just, oh, it's so fucking pathetic. And I feel so bad for the card shop owners because it's not like this is, you know, the most lucrative business in the world. These aren't stores owned by like billionaires and huge corporations. They're mom and pop shops. Like, these are just card shops from ordinary people that want to try and make a career out of engaging in a community and a hobby that they love. And they are just getting brutalized by the fucking biggest slimeball pigs imaginable that have deluded themselves into thinking that they can make a lot of money off scalping stolen products. I hate these people, man. I swear. I genuinely wish the worst for them. The way the big guy at the end was moving like Frankenstein's monster, I thought that chunky douchebag was about to eat shit while trying to get through the window and just cut himself all on that glass. But he made it through seemingly injury-free, and then these assholes just start storming the store and basically grabbing everything they can find. In total, they spent roughly 3 minutes for this whole operation, and from the time that the window broke and the alarm sounded, police arrived 4 minutes later, according to House of Cards in the comment section. So the police response was pretty quick. A lot of people in the comments were like, what the fuck is the police response time? 2 to 3 business days? But according to House of Cards, it was actually very fast. And it's not like fucking GTA where the police can just spawn in on top of them the second that the, third star gets activated here. So 4 minutes was pretty quick. They were just faster, so the police did not get there in time. And I don't think that's because these are criminal masterminds or anything, galaxy brain geniuses who plotted out to the very second the amount of time they need to spend in the store before police arrived. I think they just got extremely lucky that they were out like a minute before the police got there. I truly don't think that had anything to do with their planning at all. Their plan was very simple. Rent a car, steal a plate, hit glass with a hammer, put a hook in it, and rip it off. Yeehaw. Dukes a Hazzard. Yippee. Like, there is nothing here that screams highly organized, smart criminals. They just got lucky. This is definitely a group of people that were probably regulars at this shop, so they knew the product that they wanted to target, so that way they could do it quickly and leave quickly. And they just got very lucky that it was fast enough that police couldn't catch them in time. Every day I pray that human beings find the strength within them to resist purchasing scalped products. The only fucking reason these crimes happen so often, so frequently, is because people are buying them. And by buying this scalped and stolen shit, it only enables this behavior even more from other people out there. And thus, we are seeing this catastrophic state of the hobby, where not only is like the market itself all fucked up because of complete scumbag losers out there that are exploiting it directly, but now even card shops and just people aren't safe at these card shops because now criminals have infested it and are now just going in there blatantly and brazenly stealing and committing crimes, violent crimes, all to get their hands on Pokemon cards to sell on the secondary market because people are buying them. It's so fucking tragic. It's disgusting. And I really hope authorities will start to look at this more seriously. It's out of control. It's completely out of control. Like, it feels like they don't really pursue it all that hard. Like, if they don't actually catch them in the act, then they probably don't catch them at all, except in the case of the wheelman from the armed robbery. They did follow up on that, and I hope that becomes more commonplace of them trying to follow through on these investigations to catch these people. Because again, I have no doubt these three guys that went in there and stole all that shit have been in that store numerous times and have probably been caught on camera scoping it out. I hope they will pursue it thoroughly, so that way maybe they can arrest them, throw the book at them, and have this act as a deterrent to finally send a message to other people that maybe think about stealing from other card shops and committing violent crimes over fucking shiny cardboard to think twice on it. I hope it ruins their life. I really hope they get caught. I hope it ruins their life. According to House of Cards, the car that they used was a rented vehicle, and the license plate was a stolen plate off of another vehicle. So they can't track the car overly well or anything. Complete pieces of shit, useless, worthless worms. It's also kind of adorable, though, how one of them, the tiny guy, couldn't find black gloves for the crime, so instead he borrowed his mother's mittens and threw those green things on his hand there. I just really hope they get caught. I really, really, really hope they get arrested. It's such a sad state of affairs here for the fucking TCG community, specifically Pokemon cards, because of shit like this, obviously, but it's showing no signs of slowing down, and I just can't fucking stand this garbage. So, wanted to yap about it again, that's about it. So, yep.
A couple days ago, I learned a very valuable lesson on the importance of being a good wingman for your friends. I'm sure you all know what a wingman is, but I'll explain it anyway for anyone that hasn't been outside. A wingman is someone that you can rely on to help get you laid. Basically, it is a friend of yours whom will vouch for you in a social situation when you're talking to a stranger that you're romantically interested in. So for example, you're at the bar and you start a conversation with someone you're interested in, but things aren't really going anywhere. You start to sweat, your ass gets a bit swampy, and it's looking like all hope is lost. And that's when the clouds part and a heavenly glow shines upon your wingman. They're the Batman to your Gotham. They're about to save you. So they scoot in on a skateboard and they just hype you up in front of the other person. They vouch for you. They make you look great. They say some shit like, "Hey Charlie, thanks for letting me borrow the Lambo yesterday. Really appreciate it. Oh, and also, those animals you saved from the shelter last week, well, they all found loving households today." And, you know, they just say some shit that like really puts you up there. It's like, damn, this guy's fucking cool, right? That's the purpose of a wingman. I've always believed, I guess delusionally, that I was a good wingman, and it wasn't until a couple days ago I learned, man, I fucking suck at it. But not only am I a shitty wingman, I'm just a bad friend. So a couple days ago I posted this video where I was interviewing two Moist Esports athletes, Cola and Goblin. We were eating spicy food together and just really, you know, dudes being bros. We were bonding, learning a lot about each other, and Cola told a story about the time he relied on me to wingman him, to vouch for him in order to help his chances with a lady he was interested in. Now this wasn't in the final cut of the video, so it's not actually in the Pain Isn't Real video. This was something that I kept in the archives because I wanted to make a very special topic just addressing it and like a public apology to Cola for this. So I'm going to play the clip now and then go into it a little bit more after the fact. So just to paint the picture in case you haven't seen the original video, you should check out the interview just to get the context, but just to sum it up, right now what you're about to see is after they had eaten the Mr. Pain hot sauce. Mr. Pain is like a 1 to 2 million Scoville hot sauce, so it's pretty fucking rough. The tagline is execute your taste buds, but it almost executed our friendship as well.
I'll get one more.
That wasn't even a lot of Mr. Pain. It's like Danny said, Mr. Pain just stops in for a second to say howdy, and then he's gone. Doesn't last long.
But at Little Tide City, I lost early in pools, and I was mega down bad. So Aaron took a couple of candid pictures of me, and somehow some body got tagged in the Twitter conversation. Mm-hmm. And I remember going into the DM of the Moist, esports chat and asking for your vouch.
That's right, he did do that. I needed to wingman him.
So I know you said LOL all under the case, and I was 2 weeks ago. I was like, nigga, I'm dropping Boise Sports. How did you feel after I typed that?
I didn't know how to vouch for you because it'd be weird to like just type on Twitter like, yeah, this guy fucks. Like, what am I supposed to say? Like, there's like no way I could wingman for you without coming across as like some kind of weirdo. I would ruin your chances. I didn't realize how close Moist Esports was to losing one of its finest athletes, and it's entirely my fault. When he sent that message in the chat, I didn't know if he was serious or not, so I just hit him with a lol, which, looking back on it now, my God, what an asshole. I'm not a big texter. I don't really go on Discord. I don't really text much. I just don't really text in general. So I guess, for me, I just didn't think anything of it. But now looking back on it, I could totally see why receiving that would be like me spitting in your face and slapping you. Like, how heartless. If I was reaching out to my wingman, like, come on, help me out here, and all he hit me with was a lol, I would be pissed. I would actually be super mad. And it just didn't even register with me. It really didn't. And I feel so fucking bad for it. I really do. Which is why I'm making a solemn vow to be a better wingman now. I'm going to turn this shit into a Darman video. You know, YouTuber is a horrible wingman, regrets it, but then changes for the better. So from now on, I will be the ultimate fucking wingman. I'll vouch for anyone, anytime. I'll have like a goddamn hotline set up like the Powerpuff Girls where they, my players can just call me like, ring the hotline. I'll pick it up. Charlie, we need you to vouch. I'm on it. He fucks. And you know who else fucks? Everyone who comes by my Twitch streams at twitch.tv/moistcritical. I stream every day and you're guaranteed to get laid if you just stop in a few times. So I'm probably streaming right now as you're watching this video. I'll put a link in the description. But anyway, hopefully this is helpful to anyone out there. that doesn't realize how important it is to be a good wingman, and more importantly, a good friend. You know, all of my wingmen when I was in college, they weren't great. Like, I was always disappointed with, like, how they'd wingman for me. It was always, like, counterintuitive. I felt like we were competing more so than we were helping each other. Because I remember one time, a buddy of mine and I were at the bar, and I was talking to a lady I was interested in. And my friend came over, and I was expecting a wingman. Like, hey, this guy's great. You should see him build Legos. He does it in record time. It's incredible. Have you seen his KD ratio on fucking Fortnite? You know, anything, really. But he comes over and he's like, "Oh, this guy Charlie, he's great at drinking. Like, watch this. Let's do a chugging contest." And I used to be a pretty big drinker, and I was pretty good at chugging. But the guy who challenged me, my friend, is a man that can open his entire fucking throat like some kind of mutant and just immediately drink anything. Kind of like those viral videos you used to see where people would take a water bottle and stuff it together and they immediately be gone. He could do that. So he challenged me to this chugging contest and beat my ass in front of them. What he did is he came over and didn't wingman me. He established that he was the alpha in front of her, I guess was his thought process. I don't really know. But he's like the fastest hot dog shooter in the West, but without hot dogs. It made me so upset. Like, I didn't have good wingmen, and yet I have now become what I once hated without noticing. So I think it was very important that Cola shared this story with me so that way I can improve for the better, and hopefully you all now understand just how important it is to just be there for your friends when they need it, really, goddammit. I still feel awful about it. But anyway, I just wanted to share this. That's about it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm going to be answering some questions I get in messages. Let's do this shit. What you're seeing in the background there is Vanquish for the Xbox 360. It's one of my favorite games, and it's just me getting my ass kicked in the secret mission number 6. Alright, let's get this show on the titties. Usually when I receive a message, it starts with, "I know you don't read messages," or "I'm not sure if you read messages." I actually read every single message I receive on YouTube and Xbox, and that's just about all I fucking have, so I read all the messages people send me. I don't always reply to them, but I do read every single one of them, so everyone's welcome to send me a message. I will read it. Another question is, what happened to the Fun Tactics series? It seems a lot of people think I just stopped it. I didn't. I usually only make Fun Tactics for multiplayer games that I enjoy, or in some cases don't really enjoy, but play. And there just hasn't really been a multiplayer game that I haven't enjoyed, or I have enjoyed. I neither have nor haven't enjoyed a multiplayer game recently, so I haven't really been thinking of Fun Tactics. However, if a multiplayer game gets released here soon, that's good, or shitty, a shitty goodness to it, then I will start thinking of Fun Tactics again. Another question is, what happened to the Critical Versus series? Honestly, I vastly underestimated how fucking difficult it would be to do some of those boss battles. At the time I thought, for some fucked up reason, I could just skip to the boss battle recommended and fight it in a specific way. It didn't factor into my stupid fucking cranium logic processor that I would actually need to go through the game in a very specific way on a very high difficulty just to fight one boss on a very fucking strict regimen. And that was just way too fucking difficult, so honestly, I don't really see doing that again, because that's just really fucking difficult. Another question is, do I take suggestions? I do, and if you want to suggest anything like a game, or just suggest anything really, send it to me in a message. I will read it. Alright, I'm just going to answer these next two questions at the same time. Why am I not a partner, and did I go through with the charity idea? Last year I posted a video saying I'd like to get partnership and give all the money to charities. And I went through with it last year, and I'm still doing it, and I will continue to give all the money to charities. So I am a partner now, and all the money goes to charities. I set up a Twitter account that shows the monthly donations. That Twitter account is Charity Critical, so you can go there and see the monthly donations if you give a shit. Now the next question is one I really want to expand on. The question is, why do I like titties and nipples so much? Now to answer this question, we need to thoroughly examine humans themselves. What is a human if it does not have a titty or a nipple? It's not a human. As simple as that. You see, when titties and nipples collaborate, they form a flawless entity. On a woman, the titties and the nipples are flawless. A woman's titties and nipples make up everything in this world. Everything in this world currently exists because of a woman's titties and their nipples. Everything is existing right now just to see titties and nipples. Like a fucking common misconception in today's society. We think the universe is expanding. That's not the case. The universe is simply trying to get closer to a woman's titties and her nipples. That is the only reason the universe continues to grow. So, in conclusion, I really like a woman's titties and nipples. In fact, I love them. Now, that's going to be all the questions I answer right now. I know there's a lot more people ask, but these questions were ones that over the past year I've gotten a lot, and I think people really wanted to know the answer to these. So, these are the questions I chose to answer. I know that I've taken a lot of shits. Actually, I shit a lot every day, so that's splendid. Alright, well, see ya. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching Through the Worm's Hole. You all can go fuck yourself. This is a tub of water, also known as a tub of H2O, you bitch. As you can see, each robot must be carefully fingered. Real science is not about science at all. It's about my hands and what I do with them. Ah yes, this ought to be just big enough to take a shit in. Look at that circuitry. I'm getting all sweaty. Come to Papa, baby. Oh yes. This is a condom that I've decided to slide some fishing bait in. I call it the Dirty Nemo. As you can see, I've attached it to the end of this horny robot, and I'm about to see what kind of reaction I can get from it. If I can put this bowl on top of this bowl, I can say I've helped. I fucking welded this in place. I'm gonna need some elbow grease here. There we go. Go ahead and save that for later. Water in the darkness is still just water. But a robot with a tail is no longer a robot. It then becomes a nightmare. What the fuck do you think you're doing getting out of order? 1, 2, 3, whoopee. Don't you fucking move, number 2. I'd like to caress you, you sweet dumpling. Hey, look at me, you sacks of shit. No hands. I'm not even worried about falling in. And I can run my finger across an imaginary piano. Let me give you a lesson in counting here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Try and find a school that'll teach you that. Oh no, I'm drowning. Help. In the front of the pack, we have a tight battle for first place. The Evolvobots are fighting tooth and nail for it. That Evolvobot right there, I'm telling you, that's the one that looked at me. It did. Would you look at this Evolvobot go? Look at the speed on this. It's remarkable. It's like an aquatic cheetah. We need to slow them down. Their speed's gonna make the water exit existence. Peekaboo. Evolvobot coming through. Do you see what I'm seeing in the top? This is revolutionary. The Evolvobot's transforming into an even slower machine. This is not the bottom of a styrofoam bowl. This is an Evolvobot, and a very fast one at that. It also excels at drifting. This right here is a game changer. These Evolvobots are slower than an object not in motion, yet they move forward. At the end of the world, there was one Evolvobot left. That was the darkest of days. However, due to the latest in condom propulsion technology, this sole Evolvobot was able to thrive in the desolate wasteland and bring nothing of value to the world. I have an insurmountable fear of heights, therefore I refuse to take one more step down these fucking stairs. Don't forget about me, you son of a bitch. I had my hands on this girl's ass cheeks and I was jiggling them up and down like this, but I tried to squeeze them and her ass cheeks caved in. She told me her ass was made out of jello, so I pulled my hands out and said thank you. But no, thank you.
I'd hit you with that Banjo-Kazooie, because we got a wacky one coming in hot today. Over the years, I've made quite a few videos clowning on those promo videos or PR material, PR campaign type pitches from really out-of-touch politicians where they're trying to do something, but they're like extremely bad at it. It's very clear they're really unfamiliar with what they're doing, so it's all just really fake and performative. Like that one politician who was pretending to fill up his truck, and it was abundantly clear he had no fucking clue how to pump his own gas. I don't remember who that was now at this point. But I've always enjoyed laughing at those things, and today I saw a really interesting one here from Christy Gnome that had me giggling.
Here we are with Marco and Brian today. They're letting me roll with them. We're going to go out and pick up somebody who I think is got charges of human trafficking. earlier had an op that swept up somebody who was wanted for murder. So appreciate the good work that they do every day, and we appreciate them working to make America safe.
Now, I know this video isn't super new. It's from 2025, but a buddy of mine sent it to me, and I've just been kind of giggling about it, so I wanted to yap. It's just so comical. I couldn't resist here. This drooling moron is pointing the gun directly at that dude's head. I can't believe this shit wasn't shut down immediately. Immediately. It's just so embarrassing. This is absurd. And I bet there's probably a lot of cope out there from people saying, no, I bet it's not actually pointed at the guy's head. It probably clears it. We just can't really tell from the camera angle. But I would argue, wiggling my finger, we can actually tell a lot from the camera angle and also from that dude's response to it, his reaction to it, because it seems like he noticed and side-eyed it and took a little bit of an uncomfortable shimmy backwards, and even then I don't think he fully got out of line with the muzzle. This is still, at the end of the day, something you just don't do. Like, I feel like most people, even their first time handling a gun, would most likely not point it directly down the fucking gullet of their friend next to them. I imagine most people's instinct would be to, like, point it away from them, like most people would do it at the ground. That's, like, the normal thing to do. So, like, what the fuck is this? Has she just had so much filler put into her face over the years that some of it has started to seep through the blood-brain barrier and she gave herself a lobotomy? Like, this is just nuts. It just feels extremely performative, and it makes me feel like she's never actually handled a gun in her life outside of the time she shot her dog. No one who has had any level, even the most, like, rudimentary understanding of firearms would do what she is doing here. And the agent to her left noticed it, looked a little freaked out for a second, then took, like, a slight step back to maybe get the barrel a little outside of his fucking temple that it was pointed at. But, I mean, I can't believe they didn't shut that shit down. Are they paying attention? Like, are they lucid? Like, I don't know how that was allowed to persist throughout the entire video. Even if the gun is not loaded, it doesn't matter. The very first rule of handling firearms, and this doesn't matter if you're John Wick or fucking Paul Cheeseburger that just happened to go to a local gun range, the very first rule of handling firearms is to treat every gun as if it were loaded. And boy howdy, let me tell you, you'll never guess what the second rule of firearm safety is that Christy just wipes her whole asshole with. Don't point a gun at something you don't intend to destroy. It doesn't matter your level of experience. These two things, the first and second rule, are drilled into your head immediately upon any kind of training or any kind of course, or if you even just went for 30 minutes with your frat brothers to a fucking shooting range, they hammer these points home because they are so important. I can't imagine a world where someone handles a gun without knowing at least these two things. Even if you've never shot a gun, you have probably heard both of these rules before. They are that popular and that well known. And yet, here she is, pointing a gun at that dude's noodle right next to her. It's crazy, and it really makes me question what their training must look like if they're letting this clown march in there and flag him like that for the entire duration of the video. It's so painfully cringe. Even if she just, like, quickly Googled how to handle a rifle or asked AI, like, hey Grok, how do I handle a rifle for this promo video I'm filming? The first two things it will tell you, most likely, are to treat it as though it's loaded, even if it's not, and to not point it at something you don't intend to shoot. I actually just tried it myself. I don't use AI for anything, but Google has the AI overview on everything that you search, so I just typed in how to handle a rifle, and literally the first two things it says: handle a rifle safely by always treating it as loaded, keeping the muzzle pointed in a safe direction. It's so embarrassing. I guess she'd been watching some action movies or maybe reading comic books, so wanted to strike a cool pose that she might have saw somewhere there. And like the agent next to her is pointing in the same direction, but I can't imagine there's like a 7-foot tall dude right next to him that's getting the fucking muzzle like straight down his gullet like he is here from her. So I can't imagine he's flagging anyone off camera. But Christy, hooey, she clearly is. In front of God and anime, we can see that she is flagging this man like a motherfucker. I can't believe they wouldn't teach her just like the basic fundamentals of handling a weapon. Like not even muzzle awareness or anything, so they just let her flag him for the whole video. And I know I've just used that term multiple times in quick succession. I'll briefly explain what it means. I've been on a real revolver kick recently, so this is my newest one. It's a Smith & Wesson 45. It's unloaded. I would never point a loaded weapon at you, but it's this. That was me flagging you. If you noticed how the muzzle pointed directly at you there, I've heard one person refer to it as sweeping, but I was taught flagging, so that's always been the nomenclature I use. So when you flag someone, it's when you unintentionally point the muzzle of a firearm at them. It's a big no-no. As you can imagine, it's something people take pretty seriously because no one wants to get shot. And in this video, it is so fucking obvious Christy has no clue what she is doing. Obviously what you're supposed to do, and it doesn't take some kind of enlightened super genius intellect to put this puzzle together, you're supposed to point a firearm in a safe direction. So typically, that'll be people pointing it at the ground, which is exactly what Christy should have done in this video here, but instead she wanted to hit the goddamn Yosemite Sam here, just blasting the muzzle right at that dude's skull. I cannot believe nobody stopped her from doing that, and I can't believe that guy noticed it and then still let it continue. He just took like a slight step back, but he still didn't even fully get out of the way from the muzzle, it doesn't seem. It's such a fucking disaster here of incompetence. Now, if she was completely alone and she wants to hold the gun like that, okay, I suppose. I'm guilty of doing that too. I have a picture of me when I cosplayed as John Wick with my AR where I'm pointing it in the air on the back of a fucking dirt bike. But I was completely alone in that photo. There was no one around me. And so, like, that one's a little bit different than her pointing it right at that guy's head. Anyway, though, just wanted to make fun of this a bit. That's it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Raw Danger for the PlayStation 2. Let's do this shit. Squirtle Wabramop, the ultimate human being. I know the controls to this game, so I can play it, which is good. What is this creature? Let me get a closer look at it. It looks like an obese Krillin. Can I communicate with it? Fuck you, Geo. Nice talking to you. I hope you enjoy the party. What else we have here? What is she doing? Melting ants with a magnifying glass? She doesn't seem to know. Now that is deep. They say knowing's half the battle, but she doesn't know, so she can't even start the battle. Very philosophical. Oh, she just lost the contact lens. Yeah, I'll help you find it. Let's look for that shit. Where the fuck is her contact lens? Did she bury it underground? Yeah, sniff my ass cheeks. Scoot a little closer. Let me motorboat your titties. They're not even being served real food here. These are just blurry pictures of nipples put on top of plates. This is not a well-balanced meal. This is not nutritious. People are not going to walk away from this dinner party feeling like their tummies are stuffed. Oh, what the fuck? Every plate has the same photograph? I wouldn't need a photograph even if it was of shit. Everybody just remain calm. Just a simple game of hide and seek. Perfect. The ultimate camouflage. They'll never find me here. Bullshit is this? He ran from across the universe. He knew where I was. He was peeking. That cheating sack of shit. Pick and roll. Let's go. You gotta roll off my screen towards the basket. Don't you know how to play basketball? What are you doing? No fast break dunks on my watch. I'm taking the charge. Perfectly executed. Good evening. Tonight's special is the shit blizzard, which is where one of our waitresses will come over here, put her lips to your asshole, and blow into your anus until you shit yourself. Squirtle Wabramop. That is how it's done. Squirtle must live in a castle made out of vaginas with moves like that. Excuse me, plates coming through. I have plates in my hand. These are plates in my hand. Pardon me. What the fuck did you do that for? No, she clotheslined me. She just knocked the plates out of my hand. She thinks she's a fucking bulldozer in the dining room. No, I'm not gonna do that. Oh, there we go. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. I'm not gonna get you your mineral water. Well, maybe you should go fuck yourself then. How about that? What do you want? I don't care if he's the mayor. Don't apologize to him. He can get his own damn mineral water. No, I'm not gonna do that. There we go. No, you do it. Yeah, you get him his fucking mineral water. I'm not getting him mineral water. You're gonna get that mineral water for that bitch. No! I am not getting him that fucking mineral water. We can beat around the bush until the cows come home, but I'm not getting that bitch his mineral water. You're gonna have to get it, or he's gonna have to get it. Shit, fine. I'll get Mayor Goldberg his mineral water. Make it snappy. How about I snap your arm off, you son of a bitch? Where is he going? Is he going to detonate a bomb? I certainly hope not. He must be an Olympic sprinter. Are you okay? There we go. Oh, what the fuck kind of response? Where are you? You can't get away from me that easily. There you are. Gotcha. Oh, there we go. That was a good conversation. Where the fuck are you going, Mayor Gold Dust? Out of my way. I have Mayor Goldine's water. Somebody needs to get rid of all this water on the floor. Somebody toss a sponge in there, quickly. Mayor Golden Corral, where the fuck did you come from? Stop right there. You soggy pile of shit. This whole building is starting to flood. You have to get out of here as soon as possible. I am surfing. Yeah. She didn't even wait for an answer. Clearly she didn't ask a question, she gave an order. What happened? That is one powerful sink. That'll get your hands clean in a jiffy. It's like a fire hose. What are you doing? Are you piece of shit? Just leave the sink. The fuck is this, an earthquake? Did that dude just go out there and explode into a tsunami? Let's warm up. Alright, so he farts to make himself warm. That's one way to do it. We need more water! Oh shit, is he drowning? Get up! You can't just lay in the water without a snorkel. This ought to stop the water. There we go. There we go, the electricity's off. That's right, Squirtle, you can go through the hole. Oh shit! Shamu just took a piss. Get out of there, Squirtle. Run! There we go. Oh damn. What was that? Oh damn, again! It's like he's stepping on glass. Keep running. Damn! Oh shit. Blasted me onto the ladder. The frame rate is slowing down. There's just too much action for one frame rate to handle. It's abandoning its frame rate responsibilities. Raw Danger has more action than it can even handle. Alright, well I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
How is it going, Broadway enthusiasts and people who like musicals? Good news all around. Cats just got a live-action trailer, and it's so fucking bad that a storm is lingering over my house, just even talking about this unholy abomination. I promise it wasn't thundering until I started watching the trailer, so that's gotta be a bad omen for the movie. I know nothing about Cats, I'm not going to lie and sit here pretend that I'm a connoisseur when it comes to the musical. I know nothing about it. The extent of my knowledge comes from Hey Arnold's episode where they have a parody of it called Rats. That's about the most I know about it. I looked into it after looking at the trailer to get a feel for it. It doesn't seem like something I'd enjoy. But I know no one liked this trailer. Fans of the musical don't like it. Fans of movies don't like it because it's fucking painful to look at and just downright disgusting to look at points. It's just scary, downright nightmarish. And I know furries don't like it. And if furries don't like a movie with anthropomorphic cats, then you know you have fucked up in a pretty big way. Let me show you some pictures here. I can't play the trailer because I'll definitely get fucking copyright fisted with that, so I'm not going to take that chance, but I'll show you some pictures. It looks gross. The characters don't look very good. Very uncanny valley looking shit. It looks like Mike Myers' Cat in the Hat doggy-styled the Animorphs series and led to this thing's creation. The characters just don't look good. The main complaint is how it looks, because aside from the characters, the backgrounds, the sets, they look pretty beautiful. The music even sounds nice. It's not my cup of tea, but I can recognize good music when I hear it. But man, the primary focus of the movie is going to be on these characters, and yet they are almost impossible to look at without getting squeamish. There's just something embedded in human DNA that makes us afraid of things that look like this. I just don't know what they were thinking here, especially after all the backlash the Sonic the Hedgehog movie got for its gross-looking anthropomorphic character. It's as if the team behind this movie just hates cats and wanted to make it look as gross as possible. It's almost like they raided the dumpster of the Sonic the Hedgehog creative team just looking for an old abortion that they had an idea for Sonic, and then they took it out of the dumpster and made it the primary look for the entire Cats cast. And the cast is fucking stacked. They have an incredible cast here, except for James Corden. I'm not a James Corden fan. I would rather anyone in the world replace him in this movie. It'd be infinitely better. Not that the movie's shaping up to be something great, but I just really don't like James's work at all. I would rather see my high school bully take that role than James. I'd have more fun watching my bully succeed than watching James. With that aside, again, the main problem I and everyone else has about the Cats trailer is just how the characters look. It just doesn't look good. It looks like wrinkled nutsacks with those little anime cat ears on top of it. It's just looking really odd. This looks like something I would have found in the late 90s surfing through channels at 3 a.m. and then started questioning whether or not I ever saw it to begin with. Just one of those like fever dreamish productions you'd see on TV late at night back in the early 90s. It just looks like one of those things that you just can't even believe exists. You have to question whether or not what you saw is really something that was made. Honestly, I just have to wonder if they're going to stick with this design decision. I understand that it's really far along into production, I'm guessing. I mean, when you're releasing a trailer like this, you're pretty married to the style, but Sonic the Hedgehog, which suffered the exact same problem this movie is suffering from, decided to just push back the release date and completely redo Sonic's look. I'm hoping they'll make him look even worse, just kind of as like a big joke. I'm imagining they'll probably try and stick more to the original character to look better, whatever. That's kind of boring, wish it was still shitty. But I wonder if the Cats production team will do a similar move where they delay the movie to redo how the characters look, or if that's even possible in this case, because Sonic is entirely CGI with no actors really performing and doing any facial stuff, whereas here it is still facial shit from the characters contributing to what you see on screen. So I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if they'll do it. I'm excited to see this movie now because I like movies that are just bad, like fun bad, not boring bad. This looks like it'll be a fun bad movie. And yeah, that's really just about it. So yeah. Well, let's see the result. I'm unfamiliar with the lead singer of BTS. I only know their music. I don't jerk off to like statues of them like Helga from Hey Arnold.
I want to look like a lot happier.
Can I see what Jimin looks like so I can see how close he got to mimicking his look?
I just don't
Maybe he's his doppelganger now.
Relate to this. You'll see I have the scars and it's still very sore.
What did he get? Nipple improvements to look like Jimin? Is Jimin known for his nice nipples? You've got to be a special kind of evil to like indulge in someone that wants to do this. Oh, what are they giving him? Horns? Making him look like Devil Jin out here from Tekken.
Yeah. Wow.
It looks the same, just swollen.
And like this is...
Okay, so they didn't have the rights to show Jimin's face on this show is what I'm gathering since they blurred it, so I want to see what Jimin looks like. What? I'm guessing he's going maybe for this look? No. I mean, I don't have to look very hard to realize that this is not even close. You should get a refund. Like a blank slate. Have them set you up with like a new face. A canvas to try again.
To get to a point where you can't undo anything.
Look at him. He's looking like Pepe the Sad Frog right now. He's past that point where he can fix it. He's gone in too deep.
Thank you.
Just looks like Pepe going through an emo phase.
I
think...
You know, I will say, the hair seems on point.
Taking incisions here and kind of cutting the skin out and then moving it across just to make the eyes more of an almond shape. So I don't want to look like a normal...
This guy's gonna look like an actual racist caricature of a Korean pop star. Wow.
So, yeah.
Jesus Christ, man. Well, this was a year ago. I've got to see what he looks like now. Oh, here he is. That was cute. That was real quick. I bet he looks exactly the fucking same. Just maybe like a pointier jaw, like a crimson chin.
Wow. This is the place. This is where they did Gangnam Style.
Where they did Gangnam Style? Oh my god. I need to go lick that floor.
And hope to all of his favorite hangouts, favorite places.
I'm sure that's exactly what Jimin would want.
Oh my god, I love you.
to run into some fucking serial killer looking whack job.
I love you so much. Starting Hey BTS.
This is the kind of guy on Twitter that's replying to every major hashtag with a "don't care, stan BTS" and then a music video fan cam.
I just kind of want Jimin flavor. Do they have Jimin flavor?
What does that mean?
He's not my Korean friend, so I will order for him.
What does Jimin flavor consist of? He peed into the ice cream machine, jerked off into it, and busted a load for a flavor? Twitter would go nuts for that flavor, to be fair.
I'm gonna go because every time I have surgery,
It looks like it hurts for them to smile. He can't smile.
After the procedure. Just so people
And now that he's gonna get his fucking jaw shaved off, it's gonna be even worse. Oh, you wanna look like Jimin? That's the 5th surgery this week. We're getting better at it, but the first one looks straight out of a fucking horror movie. We'll do our best this time, though.
At the end of the day, cute K-pop nose and a very cute, smaller face. So that's kind of the surgeries I'm looking for.
This guy doesn't give a fuck. He's just here for your money, man. He's gonna do a little half-assed job and call it a day. I would.
Appreciation, not cultural appropriation.
Oh yes, K-pop knows, right? Yes. Watch him actually look exactly like Jimin.
Hi.
Watch him look absolutely gorgeous, but I'm expecting handsome Squidward.
It's me.
Let's see it. Come on, Ollie.
I didn't know it's you.
You didn't know it was me?
I'm in suspense. Come on.
I'll tell you guys, you might not take it well.
It looks exactly the same. What the fuck?
Oh my god.
I know. I know.
Every single one of their thought processes is act surprised. Make it sound like I'm surprised at how great he looks and how different. He just looks like a soccer mom. That looks like the same kind of woman that would walk into a GameStop and demand a better trade-in deal for her son.
Basically, I'll tell you what I got. So I got a rhinoplasty, which was...
Oh my lord.
And then I also got an alloplasty.
I got the Karen surgery. Very popular. Very popular, they said.
Very... What?
If you didn't tell me which was the before and which was the after, I would have no idea.
You know what makes me...
Almost like...
You know what? Hats off to him. He had a dream, and man, did he fuck it up.
Your life began.
It began.
K-pop literally ruined this man's life. All of his finances went into this obsession. I hope one day Jimin does meet this guy. That way he knows the true magnitude of what he's done. Goodness gracious, this whole fake Jim Carrey body double replacement thing is really gone kinda bonkers, huh? So, Jim Carrey recently accepted an award, a very big, prestigious award in France, and while giving an interview, people were quick to notice that his appearance looked very different. Specifically, his face just seemed very off compared to how it had always looked. And instead of going with the obvious, sane explanation of bad Botox and cosmetic work and plastic surgery like everyone in Hollywood seems to do, and there are some botched surgeries that celebrities get that make them look like fucking facial animations from 007 GoldenEye on the N64. Instead of using like the logical explanation, people ran with something a little more extreme, that he had been replaced. They had fucking killed him. The deep state took him out back behind the barn and put him down because he was outspoken about like the establishment and stuff and how like evil and rotten Hollywood is, and he's talked about it quite a bit. So they thought, you know, maybe they came in there and fucking Dr. Robotnik took care of him and now impersonates him here. So they went with this like body double theory, and then a makeup artist named Alexis Stone poured gasoline on that fire, making a bold claim that this was actually a stunt from Alexis Stone. That wasn't Jim Carrey, it was Alexis Stone in a mask. It was a big, you know, pulling the wool over everyone's eyes moment, and then even posted a picture of the mask that was supposed to be the irrefutable proof in the pudding, except this mask isn't real. It's an AI-generated image. It's fucking clearly AI. But it didn't matter. That was enough for people to start taking the victory lap. We knew it! It wasn't Jim Carrey all along. Now we can only pray that he's safe. And we can only, with our fingers crossed and a banana squeezed deep between our butt cheeks, hope that Jim Carrey hasn't had his throat slit. It's like, oh, I mean, I guess, I don't know why
you would be so willing to just accept what I believe is pretty obviously an AI-generated picture of the mask. And also, if this really was an Alexis Stone stunt, it would be easily provable by having footage behind the scenes or pictures behind the scenes, but instead the only proof was 2 photos of Jim Carrey at the event and then this AI mask. And people were like, I knew it. Can't argue with the facts right there. Watertight. And then it also came out today. It's been confirmed by both Jim Carrey's rep and the organizer here, like the head of it, confirming that that was actually Jim Carrey. He was even there with like his daughter, his family, like it really was Jim Carrey. So the truth of the matter was he just got bad plastic surgery done. He's had some bad Botox injected there, like countless other Hollywood celebrities. It's not uncommon or unusual. This shit happens all the time. I can't wrap my head around why this one was so big. I guess because it is so like uncanny, and Jim Carrey has been like outspoken about like Hollywood norms and stuff. I guess it is odd that he of all people would have work done like that, especially like very noticeable work. That is peculiar, but it is something that happens in Hollywood all the time. And it sucks, I mean, but it is what it is. And the links people ran with it in like the most wacky ways were mind-boggling. I saw a viral post about a picture of Jim Carrey from 2006 versus Jim Carrey in 2026 saying, what happened? This can't be the same guy. I was like, brother, what the fuck? Did you just blow in from Stupid Town? It's been 20 years. He's kind of old now. He's getting older. And now he's like getting plastic surgery done. So yeah, he looks different. But even if he didn't have any work done, he's not going to look the same as he did 20 years ago. Nobody does. Like, what the fuck is happening here? Now, all cards on the table, I do think there probably have been a few instances where a very powerful person or celebrity has been swapped out for like a body double, a stunt double, like once or twice here and there, but probably not like a permanent switcheroo, but you know, like maybe once or twice, you know, when Howard Lutnick has been in the Oval Office giggling anytime Epstein's name has been brought up, maybe it's actually Epstein in a Howard Lutnick skin suit, like that's the disguise and why he can't stop laughing every time that gets brought up. You know, maybe that's possible. But for something like this Jim Carrey situation, I think it's just so obviously Botox, because we've seen that kind of thing before where someone gets work done and it looks like they're fucking cell shaded out of Borderlands or something, right? Like it does happen. And the way he was like talking and emoting during the interviews, there's no way a mask could do that. There's just absolutely no way. But, you know, maybe you're not convinced. Maybe you think that Jim Carrey's rep and the award organizer are in on the scheme from the nefarious puppet masters pulling the strings trying to convince you that this is Jim Carrey when it's not. You know, that's your prerogative at the end of the day. Anyway, I'll show you some stream clips where we were going over the interview and comparing things and then looking at the Alexis Stone post for the evidence. But I think one thing's very clear. Alexis Stone was just trying to suckle clout from this whole thing, from the virality of all of it. What do you think about the fake Jim Carrey? We talked about it a little bit. I don't think it's actually a fake Jim Carrey, but he had that classic Hollywood work done to him, and boy howdy did it not go well. But I truly don't think that's like a body double or a replacement. I think it looks too close. The big difference is the eyes, but I think that's just bad Botox. Here, I'll pull it up.
Receiving their awards, and I was like, I'm dead. And I made mistakes, and I was like a novice. But I felt a lot of love, and I felt a lot of appreciation that I tried. Then I watched everybody like talking 1,000 miles an hour up there receiving their awards, and I was like, I'm dead.
This isn't the whole interview, but it's from this clip here. It looks like porcelain skin, looks very uncanny. So people are speculating that this is a body double or Jim Carrey's been replaced. He kind of looks like the villain from Long Legs. Yeah. The big thing people point to are the eyes. Let me show you. Because if you compare the eyes here compared to like every other time, it's very different. But I truly just believe that's the result of bad Botox, because that is a very real thing that can happen. So here's like older Jim Carrey eyes, and here's Jim Carrey during that interview.
But that's just like a very real thing Botox does. People also said the eye color changed. Not really. I think he just has a lot more light in his eyes, so his eyes look lighter. I don't really think they've changed eye color or anything. Imagine your plastic surgery is so bad people think you got replaced. I know, man. Have you ever seen a good facelift? They always look like plastic figurines. That's because you only can notice the bad ones. So many celebrities have had plastic surgery and you just don't know it. It's gotta be reptilians, not stunt actor performers. Would always be reptilians, I suppose. That is always a feasible explanation. Look at Alexis Stone Instagram. They did a Jim Carrey mask that wasn't Jim himself. I don't believe that for a second. That sounds more like an easy marketing stunt. Let me see. Who is it? Alexis Stone? I mean, what is this the evidence? Alexis Stone is Jim Carrey in Paris. And then it's just 2 photos at the Paris premiere with no, like, behind the scenes or anything of the mask. If it's a mask, it should be super easy to show that, right? Yeah, there's nothing. There's no further info on it. It's just these 2 pictures from Alexis Stone. I can do that too. I can say I went to the premiere as Jim Carrey and just post this on my Instagram as well. It'd be really easy for Alexis Stone to show that this is not Jim Carrey and it's actually a mask. I've seen some bad ideas. I've had some bad ideas. I've had some really bad ideas. For example, probably one of my favorite terrible ideas that I've cooked up is where I wanted to test body armor by shooting myself in the chest while wearing it to see how much it hurts. Obviously, I recognize why that's a horrible idea, but you can't convince me it would be a horrible video. I think that would be a slapper. I think it would just be a full-blown red alert DEFCON banger for sure. But, point is, I've had bad ideas and I have seen innumerable horrible stinkers, especially from the likes of Ubisoft, who have become kind of like the Michael Jordan of bad ideas. That entire office, all of their headquarters, this entire company has basically become like Willy Wonka's factory for churning out dumb dog shit brain dead ideas instead of candy. And yet, what I'm about to talk about today is not a Ubisoft original. It actually comes from Meta. They have just announced what I believe to be the stupidest possible platform ever that will likely not be used by a single living, breathing, sentient human being on this planet, at least not on purpose. Let me introduce you to Vibes, a fully AI platform designed to share and create AI short-form videos. I just learned about this from Dolan Dark, who covered it. I had no idea. It feels like they made this announcement, like, whispered under their breath, because I haven't seen anyone even shoot spitballs at it. No one's even giving it the time of day to insult it. That's how under the radar it has flown. They have to know that no one wants this. Like, even people that don't mind AI content, I can't imagine being excited about this. There's just people that tolerate AI slop on TikTok and YouTube Shorts because it's become inundated with it now. It's like impossible to avoid. But I don't think even those people that can stomach that are going to be all gung-ho about going to a platform that is nothing but AI videos. That is a platform I can only see being used by bots. Just bots creating and sharing videos back and forth until the fucking heat death of the universe claims all our souls.
Well, Meta has announced a new feature on their app called Vibes, which is basically TikTok, except the content is entirely AI generated. As if scrolling TikTok wasn't brain-numbing enough, now you can do fully AI generated.
For the longest time, I thought considering yourself a professional Redditor, like a Reddit content creator, was the most pathetic title you could ever give yourself online. But I think if there's ever a point where someone unironically refers to themselves as a Vibes content creator or like a Vibes influencer, that should actually be grounds for some criminal charges, because that cringe is just illegal. There would be nothing more pathetic at all. I actually couldn't think of anything. You could come out and talk about being like a scat fetishist cuck or something, and I would still think there's more dignity in that than being a Vibes content creator. Anyone who even uses this platform, I think, should be shamed. It's so trash. There is no purpose to it. I cannot even picture what the person would look like that would be interested in a platform like this. Like, maybe some kind of, like, out-of-touch marketing octogenarian who thinks this is, like, a good way to promote a product or a brand, so they'd be, like, dumping endless advertisements on there. But
I don't think there's anyone there that wants to consume that. Like, I don't think there is an audience for it at all. You're just putting it out to bots. Because bots will no doubt use this. It'll be nothing but bots. This is exactly what that shit would be utilized for bots to endlessly fart out just AI content. But as far as like an actual platform people would use, there is no value here. There is nothing at all to gain from it. Not even slightly. And I know, and Dolan Darkest also talks about it, that Shorts and TikTok have become just completely ravaged by AI content now, just out the wazoo. Like, there's some of the most viewed videos on YouTube are just AI YouTube Shorts, which aren't even really being consumed by people. It's just bots also watching it.
Shorts. Some of the most viewed shorts being this nonsense where a cat's watermelon car is crushed by a female transformer. And then this one with 50 million views with 2 fat people sitting in the mud and a train's behind them. And that's it. And the baby gets up and starts running and there's a watermelon there for some reason. And despite it having 50 million views, it has about 30 comments, and this is what the comments say. This video is really helpful. This deserves recognition. Bunch of emojis, and then this tutorial is very impressive. I did not expect it to be this good.
Yeah, you know that short was a turbo hit. Just look at the comments going ballistic for the big old man milkers running from a train with that woman and her baby joining along for the ride. They love it. This video is really helpful. This deserves recognition. I love cat. There wasn't a cat in the video, but they're just making a bold statement. They're not afraid to tell it like it is. They love cat, goddammit. What are you gonna do about it? Big whoop. You wanna fight? And then, of course, the one Dolan Darkest also mentions about the tutorial, which this is not a tutorial. It's clearly bots. It's not people watching this. It's just bots. And Dolan Darkest also went to that channel, and they have, like, actually 50 different variants of that exact same AI video. Just with, like, the different ethnicities as well as, like, different trains. It's such a mess. So now it's an entire platform of that. Who is going to watch it besides just bots who also aren't watching it, obviously? It's a waste. Meta is so out of touch, it's laughable. But here, you know what? Maybe I'm just a big old sourpuss here who can't see the vision. Here's the key takeaways. This was the first step towards a new way to discover, create, and share AI videos, which everyone has been begging for new ways of being able to discover AI videos. It's hard to find them these days. You don't know where to look. They're just so hidden. And there's so few of them. So this is a really great service. We're rolling out Vibes, a new feed of AI videos at the center of the Meta AI app. You can bring your ideas to life with new AI visual creation tools or remix an existing video by adding music. So I already love that they're encouraging, just go ahead and steal other people's videos because, I mean, it's AI. They don't even own anything anyway. They didn't actually create anything. So why don't you just take that video and add some different music to it? Or, like, maybe put it through a Studio Ghibli filter. Like, there's so many different options to remix that video. It's so good. They're just immediately just encouraging that shit. Vultures. Parasites. Anyway, though, they're rolling it out. I really like the images they show here for this little section. Good morning, Alex. Create an image of tiny treehouse for squirrels in the forest. Restyle my photo as cyberpunk. Create a video of a dog playing jazz. Holy shit, that's a game changer. This guy's a visionary. AI is giving this genius the tools to bring out-of-the-box ideas to life, like a dog playing jazz? What? I've never even heard of something like that before. This is crazy. This guy's going places. He's able to see things that no other man can see, and AI is allowing him to share this creative vision with all of us, from inspiration to creation, just as advertised. Holy shit, thank you, Vibes. Yeah, I didn't mean it as an exaggeration. I really think this is the worst possible idea for a platform. It is a platform that will actually probably break records for being the only website or the only app that has 0 users. Like, actually 0 downloads. It will entirely just be bots. It's so fucking stupid. Like, Jesus Christ, Rate My Poo from the early 2000s was a more valuable and better platform than Vibes. And that was a site dedicated entirely to strangers rating pictures of people's shits and toilet bowls. Like, somehow that has more use and value than Vibes. It is so sickening. It is gross. It is despicable how stupid Vibes is. It actually makes me upset that this would not only just be an idea, but something they're actually going through with. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. Pokemon scalpers are inventing a new, even more degenerate and diabolical meta for scamming and stealing Pokemon cards, using children for it. Well, involving children in the scam. 2 days ago I made that video about the whatnot seller who was resealing Pokemon packs and selling them, but using his son as the one on stream to open the packs for the buyers and just drumming it up as like a family business. This is so hype. Look at my son. He's ripping Pokemon packs. We're so proud. This is amazing. Whoops. Turns out we repackaged all of them to give you trash for a huge markup. Sorry, you caught us. He literally even like admits to being caught on the live stream. And now I just saw another video about a couple that was stealing Pokemon cards from Target using their 1-year-old as like the method. So they brought their 1-year-old son to Target so that way they could unlock the stroller tech from the passive tree here. So they had their child in the stroller and were pushing him around and then would take Pokemon product and conceal it in the stroller to steal it. Now, the title of the video says that they left the child in the car while they went in there and stole, but I don't think that's exactly the case. I haven't found too much information beyond the body cam about what exactly happened. My understanding with the way it's described is that they had the child in the store using him for crime, basically, not them leaving him in the car. But either could be true and both are bad. The kid thought he was going on a fun adventure with mommy and daddy, but he was actually involved in their little crime escapades here. An unwilling accomplice. He had no clue.
So, pick the bad time to steal Pokemon cards, man.
Yeah. That, just so we have an understanding, she had nothing.
She was right there with you when you concealed it.
It is totally me, man. Totally me, 100% me.
You guys put the Pokemon cards into the...
Yeah, I will give them back, of course. This 100% my responsibility, sir.
A pretty admirable attempt here from the guy to just fall on the sword. No, she's totally innocent. It was all my galaxy brain scheme. It was all my nefarious plot here. She had no clue what was going on. It was all me. So he's trying to, like, you know, isolate her from this so that way she doesn't get in trouble. And then he also generously says he's willing to give the cards back. That's very sweet of you.
Seriously, honest to God, I am short on my rent, and they are very valuable. And I was hoping to pull something in order to make up the money I'm short on my rent.
Were the cards in the car?
Yeah.
I know, where are they in the car?
In the back seat.
And by the way, you can't say she had nothing to do with them, and that's all you guys came in here for. And you concealed it right next to her. Just so you're aware of that.
His hero plan, unfortunately, falls a bit short because they have surveillance camera footage and they can clearly see she was directly involved in this plan and acted to help conceal it and work to get the Pokemon cards out of there. So it kind of ultimately ended up looking like that scene from Kong Skull Island where that guy pops 2 grenades to sacrifice himself to kill the monster, but the monster just hits him with the tail and he gets flown into a fucking wall and blows up. It didn't work, is the point.
Say, I don't know if it would make a difference. Is there any way we could pay for it?
This isn't an apology type of thing. You've already done it. You know what I mean? There's no way to just suddenly, hey, we're going to pay for everything because we got caught by the police.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you also stole stuff with the baby.
Yeah, but...
that doesn't matter.
I have the money for it. I can pay.
Yeah, but as I just told him, that's not how this works. You don't get to suddenly want to pay for things after you get caught by the police.
Fourth quarter, back up against the wall, throwing out the Hail Mary. They try to, pay for it after the fact. That didn't fly either. So they are both facing not just like the small-time theft. The officers also threw out the possibility of pursuing child endangerment against them because they involved their child in this crime, which they argue puts them in a path of danger. Should Gary Oak roll up and start airing the place out, trying to stop him from stealing the Pokemon cards, the kid is now in harm's way. Basically, they brought the kid for the sole purpose of executing this crime. Now again, the title says that the child was left in the car, but all of the information in the video seems to indicate that the kid was present. Also, if the kid wasn't in the stroller in the first place, there would be no point to bringing the baby anyway. So that wouldn't even make sense unless they had like a decoy, like they had like a baby doll in the stroller. But then again, why would they bring like the actual flesh and blood human being there? So I have to imagine that they did actually bring him in the store to do this. though if they did leave him in the car, that is also equally dangerous. You do not leave a child in a hot car. That, everyone should know that. This happened in Florida. You especially don't do it in Florida. If they did leave him in the car, who knows how long they were in the store for. That is extremely unfair and irresponsible to the kid if he was left unattended in that car. But I am leaning towards the idea that they brought him in the store to do this. Worth mentioning, I haven't slept in over 28 hours. There is a good chance that maybe I'm just completely wrong there. I just thought I'd put that on the record. But either way, still not good. Regardless, stealing Pokemon cards by using your baby to help you accomplish it is fucking unhinged. This is so avoidable. Like, ruining your life just to get your hands on some Pokemon merchandise to flip because you're a scalper is just so low. It is shameless to involve your child in it as well.
Can you get my credit card? Thank you. I'll go get the first one. We got child endangerment on both of them. For what? They had their... How old is your child? A year old, then they used the stroller as cover for it. Decent human, you literally put your 1-year-old child in danger.
How is that?
You cannot do a crime and then nothing happens because you have a kid.
It is happening. I'm going to jail.
You use the stroller as a ways of concealing the merchandise.
And I'm getting arrested.
And so is she. I need you to call your dad to come pick him up.
Please.
The other officers didn't seem super on board with his evaluation here about child endangerment, so I don't know if that stuck or anything, but this was him explaining it to them. Regardless of what charges were ultimately, brought against them, this was just so fucking avoidable. Like stealing Pokemon cards from Target by using your baby and its stroller to conceal them is just like, how can you sink so low? They say that they were short on rent, so the plan was to steal these Pokemon products, open them, hoping for a big hit, fingers crossed, praying for a big hit, so they could sell it to nearby game shops. That is like, in the world of scalping, that is even stupider than most scalpers. Why would you open the product? Just sell the product itself in that case. You are not going to hit, most likely. You are not going to make more money buying the product, opening it, praying for like the big hit that'll grade it like a fucking PSA 10. Like, it's not like that is a pipe dream.
Are you guys going to other stores and doing this?
No, sir.
So how do you guys have so many Pokemon cards?
No, I've been collecting for years.
That's what I'm saying, but these are all new cards, man. They're all like fresh out of the pack.
Yeah, the ones that I have?
The ones that are in there, yeah.
Yeah, those are, if you see the sleeves in there, they're all sleeved up, well taken care of, fresh out of my binder. We were taking them to the game store, Prodigy.
Okay, cool. Alright, be right back with you.
He apparently had a lot of Pokemon cards that he claims he had been collecting for years. The officer notes that they seem pretty fresh and new, so it's probably not like years old cards or anything. It seems like it is some pretty brand spanking new puppies in there that he is saying that he was going to go sell to not GameStops, the game stores. Well, maybe GameStops. I'm pretty sure they take Pokemon cards. They fucking grade them there now. They have like a wizard on standby who's just like, yeah, it's probably like a 9 or a 10 maybe. I have no idea how it works. Not important regardless. His plan was to take these hits, sell them, and then pay rent, is what he said the goal was. Of course, no way of knowing if that's true or if he is just someone who is a scalper who turns around and sells it because it's hot right now and people make money doing it. I have no idea if the story about the rent is true or not. They then searched his car and found some other stuff, like a marijuana cigarette or something, and he got in trouble for that as well. Big mess, all of which entirely avoidable if he didn't try and steal Pokemon cards from Target using a baby and his stroller to try and smuggle the Pokemon sacred cards out of the store with. Just super crazy, the state of Pokemon cards right now. It's unbelievable. That's about it, so yeah.
This is gonna be a nuts one. Holy shit. It's BDSM practitioner Hank. And it's Miniac again, baby! Man, if I were these people's neighbors and I looked out to see this kind of shit at 4 a.m., I would be terrified. My house would be going up for sale the next morning. I feel like I'd be looking at some cult shit like I was cursed. Oh god, no, from the top turnbuckle. The Home Depot powerbomb! There it is.
Where are you going? The match is up here.
He's going to get his jackhammer.
Fucker.
He's calling the police. What the fuck is he coming back with? A tricycle or something? Is he gonna scoot in on like a Harley? Oh no! Even worse, it's a moped! From out of nowhere! Classic Scythe move. We've seen it a million times. You couldn't see it because it was so dark, but he actually went to hell to get that moped and rode it back to the land of the living. A flaming cookie tray! Get out of there, Miniac!
Get some, get some. Are you alright?
What the fuck? Oh man, I'm sorry.
Why would you stop the match for a Bud Light break?
Sorry. You're all over me now. I'm so sorry.
But that might have saved her life. No one wants to drink Bud Light. You're not on fire, Ricky Bobby. It's all in your head. No, don't waste it. No. Oh. Shit. Rest in peace, PBR. What a waste of shit beer. Uh-oh, she's gonna light the hockey stick on fire. Wayne Gretzky from hell. Use the moped again. Your heart was in the right place. Backflip. There it is. I don't know if it was worthy of a replay, but goddammit, why not? Don't give up, Miniac. Oh, he's shitting, I guess. Taking a shit in his pants. Relieving some pressure so he can fight better. Oh, that's just a log. Oh no, it's a baseball bat. It could be any number of things, I have no idea. For all I know, that could be the fucking wooden leg of a pirate they killed before the match. The lore is deep. Use the moped again. It's not too late. She'll never expect it twice. Oh, here it comes. There it is. Well, only Miniac hit the table on that one. Your heart was in the right place though, Miniac. Do it again. But this time with the fragments of the table to try and impale him. What in the fuck is that gadget? A stick of uncooked spaghetti noodles? Can someone snap my boy Scythe's arm back into place? Just put Scythe out of his misery so he can go to the hospital. I know according to lore Scythe can't talk, but I feel like any minute he's just going to be begging for medical assistance. Yeah, like I said, maybe listening with the eyes closed it would sound like porn, but watching it's totally different. That's a big one.
You win. You win.
That's all it took to win? Why didn't Scythe just go right for the light bulb stick? Don't trust Captain America.
Everything back here. Okay.
Oh!
Come on, guys.
That was a real slap. No stunt double. No breaks. Oh, he's cranking it up the Popeye style.
Oh. One of my old friends, huh? Huh?
This will be a big... Well... Yeah, that's one way of doing it, Steve. I can't say I expected that move. You're really getting him with that. How have the police not been called? They own the police station. These are off-duty officers. Steve is beyond reason. He's lost his mind, Steve. Don't do it. Don't climb that ladder, Steve. He's just a boy. He has parents that want to see him alive, Steve. Oh, God. He's already lost his mind. Holy shit. Here comes the Walmart powerbomb.
Come on, baby. How does it feel, man?
Well, this is going to be the worst haircut you've ever seen.
Oh, you look so pretty.
It turns out Steve is like a full-time barber. Gives him the freshest fucking cut. Looks great.
You got the same nose.
I feel bad for this kid. He actually got his fucking hair shitted on for no reason. Except for the CHW clout.
Oh, that's
Oh, that's a shame. Nikki, you should have never accepted the match with Crazy Steve.
Alright, you know what?
In the wild and wacky, deranged world of family sports, there is no end to the lunacy. I'm talking about novelty sports games for the whole family to not enjoy but pretend they enjoy together. I'm talking about things like horseshoe tossing and croquet. Today we'll be diving into this uninspired and unfun cesspool of activities with one of the worst ones I've seen called marbles.
Outdoor games are a family tradition, but many keep you stuck in one spot, or can even leave you with a real pain in the back.
That's always an important selling point in these products. You know, it's good for all ages. It's not painful for anyone, from the biggest bodybuilders to the most frail, glass-boned, paper-skinned people on the planet. Anyone can play them, and no one will have fun with them. However, in Merble's case, I don't see it being like a healthy alternative for people with bad backs or joints. They show this alpha male straining his back throwing a horseshoe, which I don't attribute to the horseshoe's weight or anything like that, unless that horseshoe is made from parts of Thor's hammer and it's just 500 fucking pounds. It's really the bending forward motion that would be hurting his back, which you still have to do with marbles, so it's just the same thing but with a ball instead of a horseshoe.
Instead, how about you open a bag of fun with Marbles? Designed for all ages and abilities, Marbles is a fun outdoor family game that's perfect for all ages, similar to lawn bowling.
And just as fucking boring as lawn bowling. Notice how the man with the bad back who just threw himself into the hospital with the horseshoe is now doing the exact same throwing motion but with a ball this time. A horseshoe doesn't weigh very much. I think they weigh like a pound, maybe 2. Granted, I'm not the most seasoned veteran when it comes to horseshoe throwing. I'm not over there fucking my sister in Alabama and playing horseshoes at Thanksgiving. But from the limited exposure I've had in that sport, I've noticed that they're not very heavy even when I was a toddler. So I don't think it's the weight, it's the throwing motion, which is the same from marbles to horseshoes to cornhole.
Marbles doesn't require a dedicated court or setup. To play, start by tossing the point ball underhand. Then alternate turns throwing the balls, trying to get them the closest to the point ball. After all marbles are thrown, the player closest to the point ball scores.
Now be honest, I know you're foaming at the mouth, scratching at the neck, needing your marbles fixed after hearing how this exhilarating sport functions. Fucking digging through your mom's purse looking for a credit card so you can order some marbles now. Looking into your bank statement, seeing if you can afford a bag of marbles. I know this shit sounds thrilling. And also, it can be used with literally anything in the world. It doesn't have to be marbles balls. You can just grab fucking tennis balls and just designate one with like a Sharpie as the point ball. Not that I'm trying to teach you how to pirate marbles or, you know, do-it-yourself marbles or anything. I'm not trying to give you like knockoff marbles. I'm just telling you, there are workarounds here, loopholes to getting your marbles fixed without needing to get the official licensed brand of marble balls. But I don't know why you would do that. This looks so fucking boring. It'd be more fun wiping your ass with a bad case of hemorrhoids than playing marbles.
Whether you're at the beach, campground, tailgating, or in your backyard, marbles will brighten up your day and get everyone excited to play.
It will not do that. What marbles most likely will do is act as a band-aid for a shitty family relationship where the father, the son, the wife, and the daughter, they're not all on the same page. All of them not exactly fans of each other, but maybe once a week, maybe every Friday, the father forces the family to play marbles in the backyard to try and bond, but it only makes them drift further apart. Marbles is also just a horrible fucking name. It sounds like Leif Erikson Day from SpongeBob. Hinga-dinga-durgan, marbles, SpongeBob, marbles.
Unlike bocce, marbles are light, buoyant, more dynamic, and can be played almost anywhere. In fact, using the terrain to your advantage is half the fun.
Ladies, I know that trick shot just made you wet, but please calm down your thirst. That marbles expert is taken.
Each set of marbles comes in a heavy-duty toteable canvas bag with the instructions printed right on it.
Ah, there it is. The Holy Scripture, the 10 Commandments of Marble.
Each marble set contains balls for 2 individual players or teams.
Marbles are a hit wherever I take them. I bring them out at family reunions, when the grandkids come over. They're easy to play with and will give us memories that'll last a lifetime.
Now this is actually a very powerful testimony. Unless you're living under a rock, then you're probably familiar with the legend Chip G. Hall of Fame marbler, often referred to as the bad boy of marbles. He was rumored to have performed cunnilingus on over 20 women at the retirement home where the last marbles championship was held. So him coming out here saying how much he loves marbles, that is something not to be taken lightly. But I do have to say, I think Chip is being a little too pretentious here. Marbles aren't exactly going to give you memories to last a lifetime, unless you're playing strip marbles with your family and grandma loses and her fat, flabby titties come out and you're still like 9 years old. Then maybe that'll stick with you for the rest of your life, and marbles is definitely going to be a negative thing to you from now on.
Marbles' lightweight design ensures that they're gentle on your joints and shoulders, and much easier to transport than cornhole, bocce, or horseshoes. Perfect for RVs, car trips, tailgating, and more.
And if you're traveling with any of those games, you're already no fun to be around, so you might as well add marbles to that.
They even make a great gift. Marbles, open a bag of fun. So call now to get your set of marbles today for just $49.95, only through this exclusive TV offer.
That's a fucking ton for just some little light balls. When I first heard that number, I was blown away. $50 for what is essentially just 7 balls that any balls could be used for? That's a bit insulting, but who am I to question the Marbles brand? That shit's probably made out of unicorn hide. But yeah, anyway, maybe I'm wrong and this will be the next huge sport. You know, right now we're in an esports craze where all kids growing up want to be professional gamers. Maybe in like 5-10 years, kids growing up are going to want to be professional marblers, but only time will tell. That's it. See ya.
I saw something weird today. It comes from TMZ. It's a surveillance camera clip of a guy sniffing a sofa right after an underage girl had got up and left from it. And this clip actually sparked a bit of a debate online, as everything seems to nowadays. Even something as objectively gross and unacceptable as this. There's no audio in the clip. Everyone's just been uploading this with different royalty-free stock beep beep boop bop music like Mr. Krabs was listening to in SpongeBob, so I just went ahead and muted that. That was apparently an underage girl that just got up and left, and this guy wanders in there and immediately just beelines like a homing missile to the sofa where she was once sitting and just dives in like he's bobbing for apples, gets a big huff, and then just leaves. This happened at a dance studio, and apparently one of the owners had contacted the police to report the disturbing incident. The cops watched the video, felt it was strange behavior, investigated, discovered his identity, and were determining whether or not criminal charges are warranted. The girl was apparently leaving a dance lesson, and then he executed Operation Super Sniffer while another dance lesson was in progress. I feel like any normal person would watch that and agree that that is disgusting, creepy shit that is definitely warranting some kind of punishment. I don't know what the charges would be. I don't know if they've written into law, illegal sniffing or something, but I have to imagine there's gotta be something, right? Like, this is behavior that has to have some kind of repercussions. He walks into this dance studio after this child leaves that sofa, and it seems like his main goal there is to sniff where she was. Now, it does seem like there is like a cut between when she leaves and when he enters. I don't know how much time elapsed, but he immediately has like a mission in mind. Like, he goes in there with a plan and does it right away, then leaves after smelling it. I don't know if he's even on a phone call. Maybe that's just a ruse. But, I mean, if he is, he's talking to somebody on the phone. Oh, yeah, business. business, and then excuses himself from the dance studio. Like, it's fucking weird. Since there's not a ton of information about this, it's been a lot of speculation on what he's even doing there in the first place. Because it's not like he just ended up there by pure coinkydink. He didn't just spawn in the second that girl left the sofa. He was clearly already there. And the question then becomes, why? Maybe he has a child that also attends the same dance studio, which would be extremely concerning. I also have to imagine this isn't his first rodeo with this kind of shit, considering he just so brazenly does this just in public here, while there is another dance lesson going on as well. Absolutely, like, no hesitation or anything. He just walks in there, he gives like a little hand gesture, like he was doing a Jedi mind trick to an ant or something, and then he just immediately goes for it. This is a sick freak. Now, as I mentioned, this clip has actually had a bit of a debate with people defending him, if you can believe that. And I'm sure you can believe that, because that is the state of the world right now. The biggest thing people are saying to fight for this guy's honor is that maybe he didn't know that girl was underage. Maybe he thought that was an adult. Okay, let's play ball with that game theory. Let's assume he thought this was an adult instead of a child. It's still creepy fucking gross behavior. Even if he did this not at a dance studio but at a bar, it would still be some unacceptable degenerate shit. If he's just spying on women waiting for them to get up from their seat so that way he can march over there, fee-fi-fo-fumming his way so he could stick his nose where their ass once was in order to get a whiff of the fumes there, freaky style, that would still be fucking weird. Like, it doesn't change that fact. This is unacceptable behavior. And the fact that he does this where a child was sitting makes it significantly worse. I then also saw people unironically saying that maybe he had smelt something bad and wanted to check where it was coming from to make sure everything was okay, like a gas leak or something. Which, I gotta tell ya, sports fans, that is lunacy, to actually be trying to make that argument in this case. How many of you, when you smell something bad, your instinct is to go shove your whole face into it? Like, if I smell dog shit and it's like, oh boy, this is yucky, I'm not immediately going to bury myself in that dog shit to confirm the bad smell. Like, this guy was damn near rolling around in the sofa. Like, there is no world where this guy was just trying to investigate a, yucky smell to figure out where it was coming from and what was going on. And it doesn't look like he smells something bad, by the way. He's not like, he's not scrunching his face up. It looks like he is, like, delighted to go right where that girl was sitting on the sofa so he could get a big smell of it. It is a crazy, actual, unhinged take to try and say that maybe this guy was trying to, figure out, get to the bottom of a mystery of a bad smell. And now the security camera footage makes him look bad. That's nuts. I have to just show you this comment here. I saw this first on a YouTube short, and this comment was in the replies to someone upset about TMZ even bothering to cover something like this. So this is one of the people saying, well, it could have been a bad smell. What if there was a bad smell and he was checking where it was coming from? There's so many reasons why that could have happened. Get a life. There's so many reasons why that could have happened. They're making it sound like this guy, tripped and fell or something, or slipped on a banana peel. What do you mean so many reasons why that could have happened? It's not like it was an accident. This guy didn't just, lose his balance and plunge face first into the sofa where that underage girl was sitting. He did it on purpose. There's not so many reasons. This comment was so delusional that it would have actually been comical if it wasn't also scary, where this person's going to try and, excuse this kind of behavior as maybe he was checking for a bad smell. There's plenty of reasons why this guy might have went over to that sofa to sniff where the child was sitting. So many reasons. Get a life. Get over it. It's not a big deal. It's so fucking peculiar. It's sad. It is sad that something like this can't even just unanimously be condemned anymore. That there has to be people still, for some reason, fighting tooth and nail that A, it's not a big deal, or B, you're just not understanding what actually happened here. Here's the real story, and it's just fucking fanfic people are pulling out of their ass to defend a complete stranger who was just a degenerate. What the fuck? Now, just to be crystal clear, the vast majority of people agree that this is completely unacceptable and that there needs to be punishment coming to this guy for this. I truly don't think this is his first time doing it either. I think he has probably done this many times. This is just the first time he's been caught doing it. So most people agree with that sentiment, but the fact that there's even a handful of people, a noticeable amount of people defending it, is just so pathetic. It is just so sad. There are some even more outrageous explanations people have drummed up, but I'm just going to give you one more, and it's this little thread right here, which was in reply to the clip. There may be some reasonable explanation for this behavior. He enters, talking to someone, goes to couch, sniffs, continues talking, then leaves. That is not the behavior of a perv who would spend more time with the area where the girl sat. Perv may not be the explanation. Now, I don't know why is, but I will watch the story. He then has a couple of people who agree with him in the comments. The idea that a perv would sniff a couch for only 3 seconds then leave is ridiculous. Whoever released this video should be sued for violating privacy. Employees should be able to do their jobs without having every moment scrutinized by an online mob. There are so many assumptions there, I don't even know where to begin. I don't know where he's pulling this from, that it's an employee doing this. If it is, that's extremely alarming. This other person chimes in. I thought the same. Felt like something smelled wrong, maybe like piss, and he fast checked. I would imagine something different if he really wanted to enjoy that. So basically the Goof Troop's argument here is because he only did it for like 3 seconds, he's not a pervert most likely, because he didn't take his time to enjoy it. And they say that the notion that he is a pervert is ridiculous because he only spent like 3 seconds doing it. That makes no fucking sense. That doesn't compute. Would you also say that the Burbank butt sniffer is not a pervert? This was a guy who cruised bookstores and would periodically sniff women's asses, and he would only sniff their ass for like half a second, maybe a full second. Is he not a pervert because he didn't spend his time enjoying it? He didn't sit there for like 10 seconds doing it. Is the Burbank butt sniffer also innocent? This is stupid. They're unironically trying to say that he didn't meet the time threshold to be a pervert, thus there must be another explanation. Doing the act at all is the act of a pervert. It doesn't matter how long he did it for. What the fuck? That is so unbelievably dumb. And it's not just this group of 3. Like I said, there are quite a few people making the same argument. And then that last guy had an even stupider take about how maybe he was checking for piss. Okay, so the piss patrol walks in here, and the way that he checks for urine is to face plant into it. Who checks for piss that way? Who would possibly do that? I have yet to see any explanation for this other than him just being a fucking degenerate. There is just, I feel like, so little wiggle room that this is some kind of misunderstanding. The only thing that I was able to think of, and I think it is so fucking unrealistic that I don't think it's even remotely possible, but the only thing that would maybe make this a misunderstanding is if it turns out that that guy is that girl's father, and he is on the phone with her. That's who he's talking to on the phone, and she was worried that maybe she shit her pants or something. So then she had her dad go in there because she was embarrassed. So now she's talking to her dad on the phone, telling him where she sat. So then he goes and checks and sniffs to see if there's like a shit smell coming from it in order to let her know whether or not she like ruined the sofa or something. But I think that is very unlikely considering the dance studio contacted the authorities. I feel like the dance studio would probably know if that was the girl's father. And also, again, if he was there to investigate a bad smell, whether she shit or pissed or something on the sofa, he wouldn't put his whole face into it and like run it around the sofa. Nobody in their right mind would do that. I feel like there is just no possible explanation for this that isn't him just being a fucking freak. So anyway, I wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's really about it. See ya.
No, I'm not the lead singer of Escape the Fate from 2009, though I do look like him at this point in my hair growth cycle. It's me, Charlie, the ace reporter on all things video games. I debated making this video for the last couple days, and I just decided, fuck it, I kinda do want to talk about it. I'm not a massive gamer anymore. I don't sit down and pump the dick into games like I used to. Now don't get me wrong, don't misconstrue my words. I definitely do still get down dirty like a fucking grease goblin sometimes, snorting Dorito dust and injecting G Fuel in the veins, getting after some fat grinds in certain games, but it's not quite to the level that it used to be at for me. That being said, I still keep up with almost everything video game related. I'm still very passionate about the industry and the craft. I mean, I still have video game themed wet dreams and shit like that, like none of that changes. But what I want to talk about today is the internet demands video games always have a deep meaning or be politically charged and motivated, be socially conscious and socially aware of everything that's going on, and I think that's really detrimental to video games as a whole. It's no longer enough for a video game to just be fun. In fact, I'd argue to the internet, fun is secondary to the meaning and the political message behind the game, and I think that sucks some fat, filthy butthole. That makes every game uninteresting to me. I think politics is very unenjoyable as a topic. I don't get political. I never get political. I think it's a very boring world. There's no entertainment to be had. It does nothing but isolate people, lead to arguments. It's not fun. Politics is never something fun. And video games, at their core, were always meant to be a fun escape from reality, a fun time investment, just fun in general. And now, making every game so politically motivated, it makes it not fun. And the internet makes it even deeper than that, where if you don't like a certain game, it somehow gives people the impression that you're some politically charged loser, or you're not a politically charged loser, and thus you're a loser for not enjoying the politics in the video game. You not liking a game now is an indication of what side of the spectrum you're on politically. That's so fucking pathetic. I think making and demanding games conform to what you personally believe is really sad, and it really holds games back. Not that I think if we didn't have politics, games would have reached this level where we're traveling to Mars to play the newest VR, AR experience or anything, but games wouldn't be so samey. Most video games that come out these days follow the same formulas, and for the most part deliver the same messages. I can take or leave the message. There are games that I believe should have powerful messages, ones that are intended to, but for the most part, games are just supposed to be fun, and I'm not there to dive deep, feel something in the real world, a thought-provoking experience where I'm jerking off in front of a candle and really reflecting on the game's message and themes. That's not what I play games for. I'm there to have a good time. Now, why I'm bringing this up is because a channel called Extra Credit released this video called Stop Normalizing Nazis. This video is an objectively large pile of dog shit. It is a horrible video no matter how you spin it. Their message is very clear. Basically, in this video, what they're saying is the old debate of video games cause violence, but they spin it as video games cause Nazis. These people are so fucking shameless, they go as far as to compare playing as a terrorist in Counter-Strike to making people into terrorists in the real world. It's really sad and pathetic. And no one agreed with their message. Even the most politically charged gamers disagreed with how they framed their message. But this made me realize just how ingrained politics and social shit are in the video game industry, and I think it's just not good. I think it's ass. I think it's just straight hairy ass that video games have become so synonymous with politics and social shit that it's, you feel the need to make a video called Stop Normalizing Nazis and using fucking Counter-Strike of all things as an example for how it's a bad thing and that you play as a terrorist in a fucking fictional video game. Their arguments in this video suck. They say, you don't opt in to play as a terrorist when you play Counter-Strike. Well, yeah, you do. You fucking bought the game. You know that it's terrorists versus the counter-terrorists. So you opted in by buying the game, by playing the game. They have no argument here. It's really shitty. It's just this really agenda-pushing piece of shit that doesn't work no matter how you look at it. But that's the video game industry as a whole. The more you look at it, the more you'll, read from a reviewer that the negatives they give a game are almost 9 times out of 10 about the message of the game or the politics of the game, and how the reviewer didn't agree with the main character not being who they wanted the main character to be, or be associated with the group they wanted the character to be associated with, and how it was a missed opportunity that the character's a muscly man instead of a skinny man, or something dumb like that. Like these really nitpicky things, how they want everything in their life reflected in their video game. Why do you want that? Why do you want your fictional piece of entertainment to reflect the sad real world? That fucking sucks. Who wants that? That's like going to sleep and dreaming of doing your taxes. When you dream, you want to be flying around like Superman, firing lasers from your fucking eyes, bench pressing 700 pounds, and, fucking supermodels. You don't want to go to sleep and you're in your high school classroom taking a goddamn math test again. It's stupid to want that from a piece of fictional entertainment. It's really dumb, and it holds the whole goddamn thing back because developers like CD Projekt Red is a good example, how they got attacked for Cyberpunk 2077 that's not even out yet. Just this whole laundry list of social problems that they noticed with the game, or things that were missing, or they felt were missing from the game. So then CD Projekt Red had to go back, allocate a whole bunch of time and resources to make everyone happy that the game is so socially aware of everything in the world that's going on right now, to try and make everyone that exists on the internet happy. So all that time they spent doing that could have been spent making the game more fun, making more quest lines or stories for more characters. It feels like, to me, it holds developers back, it holds games back, and I just don't get the purpose. Why does everything, and I guess it's not even just games, but everything these days has to be so deep and politically driven that it's sickening? And that if it's not deep or politically driven, fucking John Wick got shit on because there wasn't enough politics or social issues addressed in the fucking movie. As if you're going to a movie like John Wick looking to have your goddamn ideals reflected or having a thought-provoking message delivered down your urethra. It makes no sense to me. I don't know why people want the fictional shit to be reflective of the real world. It should be totally separate. It shouldn't be held to this standard where it needs to be powerful or deep. I think it all just needs to be fun. It needs to be entertaining, but that's secondary now, and I think that's a goddamn shame, and I just wanted to vent about it because that goddamn Extra Credit video was so insultingly bad that it made me open my fucking third eye, made me see the strings that hold this universe together, and made me want to complain about some video game trends. Oh yeah, and also the community manager for Extra Credits is a big asshole. They go on Twitter and they're celebrating the fact that Extra Credits YouTube channel is losing thousands of subscribers. They have the audacity to go on Twitter and say they are happy they're losing subs because it means less bigots are watching their content. And they double down saying we're celebrating the sub loss with wine because we're losing all these bigots. That's so fucked up. And that's just another thing in the video game world. If you disagree, you're a racist, you're a bigot, you're a bad person because you disagree with whatever message was delivered in the video game or even the video about a video game. It's just unreal. You're not losing bigots. You're losing people that thought the video was really shittily done, which it is. It's a really bad video. Even people that do agree with your message, and I don't imagine there's so many people that agree playing a terrorist in Counter-Strike makes you a terrorist, but even lunatics that do agree with that shit on your video because it's a bad video. And to call them bigots, that's just biting the dick that feeds you. I just don't understand. Well, I don't know why they made the video, and I don't know why they're doubling down so hard defending it. Just roll over and admit it's bad. No matter how you look at it, it's a shit video, and you celebrating like this just makes you all look like the biggest douchebags. It's just stupid. I guess the video game spectrum online is fucking wild right now, and I think it's a really toxic environment full of just a lot of bad shit that nothing good comes from it, and it makes video games as a whole and gamers a lot shittier. And that's just my take on the situation. That's about it. So yeah.
Did you ever talk to someone about building you a black box to have you play every single console? Yep, Nick's on it. The guy who made our CSGO fucking hydraulic chair. Does he know that the Wii can play GameCube games? It's also easier to trim the motherboard for it as you can get it smaller. Yeah, we were going over it. I told him that, like, there's plenty of efficient ways to do it, but I want it to be, like, absurdly over the top. So we are actually going to make it look like the Hit It Joe doohickey. That's the idea.
Bang! Hit it, Joe!
So imagine this, but it's got like a whole bunch of like wires and places for cartridges and games to go in. I really like the idea of just having something super outlandish for it. So that'll basically be our black box that'll play every game ever made. Just plug my shit in, get to use my physical game collection. Now, just to temper expectations, it's not going to be every game console ever. It's going to be the ones I actually have the physical media for. So there's not going to be the Zeebo, there's not going to be the Pippin. It's going to be my physical media collection. If it doesn't have the Ouya, what's even the point? And fuck that. I want to actually use it. When would I ever play anything from the Ouya? Like, conceptually, that's fun, and maybe we'll do, like, a spin-off where it's only every shitty thing, every shitty console ever made. But for, like, my actual core black box gaming doodad, I don't need them there. Don't want them there. Will it not have the Magnavox Odyssey 2? Are you even a real gamer? What the fuck is the Magnavox Odyssey 2? Now we're just making up things. Like the Game Sphere.
Computer Golf. Part of the all-new computer video game Odyssey 2 from Magnavox. Lots of multi-game cartridges. Sports games, football. You've never seen...
Damn, that's so lifelike.
Educational games, Mathemagic, games of chance, blackjack, and much, much more. Odyssey 2, another advancement from Magnavox.
That's pretty cool. Doesn't Magnavox just sell DVD players now? Ain't no way Magnavox is still around. That sounds way too old. The dark story behind America's forgotten electronics giant. How is it a dark story? What happened? Inside Magnavox factory, how Fort Wayne, Indiana amplified America, then fell silent. All the employees got trapped in the games. Fuck. This is, oh my, I can't believe this title's actually worked on me, and now I'm so curious what the fucking dark story could possibly be behind Magnavox. I'll give it 45 seconds to sell me on it.
A machine built by two men most people today have never heard of.
That machine would eventually become the backbone of one of the most powerful electronics companies America had ever seen.
That's cool.
A company that put a television in your living room.
Oh, wait, what the fuck? I have one of these. I actually just got one of these. It's not Magnavox, but if they were like the progenitors of it, that's very cool. Wow, were they actually like the first to do it?
Comes from the Latin word.
Are you LARPing as a 20s gangster? Why do you have that? It was actually a gift. My parents got it. They got it for me. They thought it'd be cool. And it is cool. It's one of the refurbished ones, so it's not an original. So they also upgraded the components, so it still does like record playing, but it also has Bluetooth. But it's cool. I think I really like it. So far, there's nothing dark about this story. This is a really cool looking thing here. That just looks like some fucking Bronze Age tech. I love that like retro feel of these type of gizmos. Yeah, it's cool. So far, there's, again, nothing dark about this story. It's just kind of like the history of Magnavox. Maybe there's some kind of like corporate espionage and fucking murder. Who knows? But so far, it's just kind of like the interesting story of Magnavox. Oh yeah, you gotta have the Mattel Hyperscan at least. Is that the one where you'd scan the barcodes and it was little monsters? You do scan cards, but it's like for upgrades.
We got a weird one this time. It doesn't sit very flat on my desk. The AV cable cannot be removed. Connectors cost money, you know. The controller ports use the same connector as an old PC mouse. They've tried to stop you plugging other stuff in by having a flat edge on the connector, but this mouse has got a slim plug on it, so it's just not going to work though. So what is this strange piece of, which way up does it even go? This is a Mattel Hyperscan. Wow, that's a noise. Yeah, alright. Oh, we were loading the loading screen. I was about to say, that loading time wasn't too long. Never mind. Wow, I like that pop at the beginning of the sound. Scan. 3 of those are Marvel games. The 4th is Ben 10, and the 5th is Interstellar Wrestling League, which I think was actually made up for the Hyperscan. Let's go for a 1-player tournament, and if you only have the disc, this is as far as you can get. It's gimmick time. Cards. The reason why this is called Hyperscan is because you have to scan cards to play the games. When you bought a game for this system, it came with a few game cards so that you could play the game just. But if you wanted more functionality out of the games, you had to buy booster packs of cards.
Oh my god, they were ahead of the curve. If they did this today, TikTok would be going ballistic. Scalpers would be flocking. Oh, Mattel was just a little too early. They were a tad too early. Oh, fuck. They just needed to keep it on ice for a little bit longer. That is the easiest capitalization off the gotcha brain that we have today. Nintendo kind of stole the idea with amiibos. I guess to a certain extent, yeah. Except you literally can't play the game without the cards here, so this is even more egregious and even better for Mattel had they done it in this era where everyone goes ballistic for gacha and cards.
Packs of cards. Mattel knew that trading cards were popular, and they were hoping that if they added trading cards and video games together, they'd make all the billions of dollars. So when you buy a Hyperscan, you get X-Men, and you get 6 cards. 2 characters, 3 attack modifications, and whatever a strength room is. What a strange looking dude. So Mattel was trying to implement a pay-to-play model before keeping your console online all the time was a thing. So which character do we want? Do we want Wolverine, or I've never heard of Lady Deathstrike?
Too early.
Let's go with I've never heard of Lady Deathstrike.
Is it reading it?
Oh, nice. It came up. Before I got one of these, I saw online that it was really impossible to actually scan your cards and it only worked 1 in every bajillion times. I figured that that person's Hyperscan was just a bit junk, and if I got my own, it probably wasn't going to be like that. Turns out they're all like that. Player 1 scanner mod. Well, these 2 cards seem to be exactly the same, except one has Wolverine and one has I've never heard of Lady Deathstrike. I wonder if I use the Wolverine one on I've never heard of Lady Deathstrike. Oh, they're exactly the same card. You can scan more than one mod card. Oh, they weren't the same. One of them was better. What's the point in having the other one? Okay, now we got these loading times I heard about. This console stinks of using the cheapest of everything that they could manage to get the product onto the market.
That's not bad. That's a decent load. That's like firing up Rainbow Six Siege every time.
Ooh, what are the buttons? Oh, I got a block. No, that's not where I wanted to block. Oh, I'm not very good at fighters, but even with that, I feel
pretty cool. 2006, by the way. That was 2006, huh? For reference, Gears of War was already out. That's pretty cool. They cooked. They fucking cooked. Should play this on stream. Someone in chat saying there's an emulator, so maybe... Who the fuck built a hyperscan emulator? There's always someone that's willing to make that kind of stuff, even for the most unloved, forgotten things. Might not be the case. I think the age of the inventor has already ended. I could not disagree more. Actually could not disagree more. It is... I think we are currently in the Renaissance. Thanks to things like TikTok, people can fucking hawk anything. But if you're talking about like quality inventions, maybe I'll give you that. Hey, don't mean to interrupt, but your significant other asked me to give you a message. It's that you need to improve your hygiene, and really the only way to do that optimally is by going to usecheeky.com and getting some of our soap. The new gen Beyblade is pretty popular now, I believe. Beyblade is popular, man. There's a card shop I go to that has like a pretty strong Beyblade presence. I was so tempted to get some of the blades they had there, or some of the builds they had there. It seems really hype. Like legit, it seems like a lot of fun.
Like we're jumping into the final match after winning the coin flip.
I don't think Beyblades are like super collectible. You usually just go for like optimized builds or rogue builds, meta. But maybe there is a collecting element to it. I'm not super sure.
And yeah, we got about, I'd say, we're approaching about 30 degrees with Faradin's launch here.
Can you choose any launch angle?
Hover got quite a few nice attacks. They pulled out a brand new stadium.
He fucking split him in half. Yeah, Beyblade's alive and well. That's the point I'm making. that was the point I was making. It's got a pretty healthy scene. It seems fun, man. It actually seems pretty fun. Confused on how this works, wouldn't this all just be RNG since I would assume all builds have been min-maxed? Yeah, so after you're done with your builds, it does come down to a large chunk of RNG from what I understand, but you can do certain things to influence it and certain things change it based on like the stadium and stuff. So like launch angle, how we mentioned approaching 30 degrees, I imagine that plays a pretty big role. You need to choose like the optimized launch angle for your build. Like, there's probably, like, some very small things in there that have a huge impact on it, but for the most part, I think there's going to be a lot of RNG, just by design. That would make the entry point to the pro scene pretty low. You should try and win a tournament and make a super serious documentary. I pitched that idea, not about Beyblade in particular, but just making documentaries on, like, the, like, really small tournaments and stuff as if they're a huge deal. Like what we did with League, when we won the Demacia Cup. I really like doing that kind of stuff. Please play the Dragon Ball TCG. I was looking at that. Is this a fun card game? Like, they have two different versions. They have Fusion World, and then they have just like the general one, and I couldn't quite figure out why. Because it's fundamentally the same game. It's just Fusion World is simplified. And when I was trying to look at gameplay, it's only this shit of people treating it like investments, which is so unbelievably cringe. So is the game itself actually fun? How's it fun when you can't buy them? I didn't know that they were hard to find. But I guess that about checks out, considering everything that comes up is only about like the financial investments of Dragon Ball cards. It's so gross. It's so gross. It's so gross. It's just, oh my god, ugh. Everything is just investments with cards. Fuck me. I can't wait for it to crash. I just can't wait. It cannot come soon enough, bro. Holy. How long can this shit go on for? I have no idea. I don't know. Mostly get cards to play, but I did get an Alpha Soul Ring because it's cool as fuck. It is cool as fuck. And if you would even know how the game is played, you're already different than 99% of these vultures. What would you rather have first, the AI crash or TCG crash? Let's not get carried away. Obviously, the AI crash. That's better for everybody. The TCG situation here is easily avoidable. It's just sad what's happened to it. But the AI crashing is great for all of us. See the AI photo Trump posted of him walking with an alien? I didn't know. That sounds so cool, though. What the fuck? Oh, now that's hard. And that alien's fucking yoked, though. Everything minus the peen? Holy. That's a fucking frame mog and a half, dude. Oh my. The chain is attached to his hip. Well, yeah, he's not handcuffed. He's goth, bro. He's not a prisoner here, he's an ally. Wallet chain. Oh, true, could have been a wallet chain. Yeah, the data center that everyone's talking about is the Kevin O'Leary one. 40,000 acres here. It will generate as much heat as, I think it was 23 atomic bombs detonating daily. The community did everything they could to voice how much they don't want it, but then they decided, fuck that, we're doing it anyway. So the fossils in power over there were like, yeah, it's alright. We'll unanimously vote it through. 40,000 acres, by the way, is whatever you're picturing, triple it. I feel like most people here can't even fathom what 40,000 acres actually looks like. It is an unbelievable scale.
Concern and outrage in Utah.
For hell's sake, grow up.
There it is, yeah. For hell's sake, grow up. What an interesting expression there, brother. Usually it's for heaven's sake, but this must be one of hell's finest warriors.
Grow up.
Where hundreds of protesters this week flooded this meeting of Box Elder County Commissioners.
Can you be quiet and let our citizens hear what needs to be said, please?
As they voted to move forward with a controversial data center proposal backed by celebrity Canadian businessman Kevin O'Leary.
Fucking worm, man. He's such a worm. Oh my god, and the way he keeps defending it too. Ugh, it's so delusional. He's like, oh, no one's actually against it. They're just being bussed in. They're misled.
Hello, Sharks. Known as Mr. Wonderful on the hit show Shark Tank.
You should do this deal. You have no risk. Just say yes.
O'Leary firing
nice leather jacket.
Protesting criticism in this video posted on social media after the vote.
I'm pretty aware of what these concerns are. They are around air, water use, heat. Sustainability is at the heart of what we do in terms of all these proposals. We're not just Utah.
The Stratus Project is a plan to build a 40,000-acre...
Kevin's Canadian, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Isn't this guy Canadian? Yeah, he's Canadian. Because I was listening to some of the other things he was saying about, like, oh, this is exactly what we need in the country, that kind of stuff. Love that. Love that. Thanks, Kevin.
Development
one of us.
Utah's Great Salt Lake, boosted by government tax incentives, and according to a county fact sheet, is eventually expected to generate and consume up to 9 gigawatts of power once completed, a number MIDA, the state entity backing the project, says is more than double Utah's average energy consumption.
Perfect.
Data centers of the old have a bad reputation. They gobble up a lot of water, they use up your power, and then when they're all built, they don't employ many people.
That's very true. I was actually just reading something about one of the larger data centers in the country. I believe it's a Meta data center. It had temp jobs, obviously, for the construction, which they always tout like, oh, it's so many new jobs to the local economy, so many new jobs for the community. It's great, that kind of thing. And then they checked in on that Meta data, I'm pretty sure it was Meta, data center like a year later. I think they had 150 actual employees for a massive data center. And then some of the other ones that are on the smaller side had 25. So they don't actually employ a significant working force. It's a complete scam. It is completely a scam.
This is not that. Power usage is completely self-contained.
The project's potential environmental impact sparking much of the outrage.
And we're losing land, we're losing water, and we're losing air quality.
This has the footprint in the valley of 2
40,000 Walmart supercenters. That's the physical footprint. If you want the energy footprint, it's 40,000 Walmart supercenters in this one small valley.
As plans for other large data centers proposed across the country have led to heated debate.
Remove this person that's heckling.
O'Leary now casting doubt on the pushback in Utah.
We think over 90% of the protesters are actually not people that live in Utah or Box Elder County. They're being bussed in.
By who? Who would bust them in? We have to fight this data center. Who? All of the rich people that would even be able to afford to do that are all gung-ho on these data centers, Kevin. It is solely for fucking goober demons like you to profit off of. So who the fuck would even be bussing them in? All of them are constantly lobbying for data centers. All of the rich people that would be able to afford 90% of these protesters being bussed across the country. So they wouldn't do that. It's all a scam. And it's painfully clear that the politicians don't actually care about, like, the people here. Outright denying them, then they leave after getting overwhelmingly booed for it so they can go unanimously pass it in private. It's such a sham. No one here in Utah wants it. The actual communities these data centers are built in do not want these things. They make it clear. Like, it's not like people are quiet about it. When data centers move in, they are constantly pushing back and fighting. But since all of these politicians are in the pockets of the people that are building it, they just force it through anyway. And then there are checkups, like there's been enough that have been around long enough that you do have data, so you can see the impact that it's had on some of the local communities where they've been there for a little while. It is significantly higher prices on energy, water, also reduced quality of water in certain ones that I've seen. Like, it is bad. It is genuinely horrible for the people there, and it gives them no benefit. Because again, they run so lean, they don't actually hire a lot of workers. One of the biggest ones in the country, again, I'm pretty sure it was Meta, only employs, I think, 150 full-time employees. Everything else was temp jobs. So you get nothing. You get actually nothing for this. It moves into your community, jacks up your prices, and fucks you in the face. Clean water is overrated. True! Give me the AI runoff sludge. That way I can drink it happily knowing that it was used to generate a picture of me in a bikini on Twitter. What are data centers used for? Genuinely everything around AI. Like, computing, everything. Like, it is a giant hub for all of it. So that way they can use the infrastructure, so that they also sell that to, like, the military and things like that. That way they can utilize it. Oh yeah, I mean, it's not exclusively AI. Like, I know a lot of, like, cloud computation and stuff and storage, I know. But that's the bulk of it. The reason why we're experiencing the boom is AI. Data centers aren't, like, brand new, but the reason they're exploding like this is solely because of AI. We'll talk about the hantavirus in a little bit, but no, it's not. From everything I've read, I don't think there's a chance for it to be a pandemic or anything like that. It doesn't seem like it's conducive to that kind of spread. Very scary virus, though, in general. It's a scary thing. What's crazy is, genuinely, I think it was like 3 weeks ago, I was ranting and raving about how much I hate the idea of cruises. Oh, you know what? It was the Northern Lion Super Cruise. I was going on about how much I hate the idea of cruises. And look at how vindicated I am. I'm telling you, man. Cruises are fucking gross. That's just your irrational fear. It's not. I actually don't have a fear of cruises. I just hate the idea of it. It's just trash. It is genuinely being stranded on a floating prison. I hate the idea of it. And if there's anyone that gets sick, fucking everyone's getting sick. Poop cruise, norovirus, hantavirus, undiscovered viruses, plague. He hates whimsy. If it involves whimsy, he's out. Whimsy is not... That is the worst word to use to describe a cruise. What the fuck is whimsical about just endless gambling and buffets? And motion sickness. That's not whimsical. Speaking of cruises, ship with the contaminated people with viruses coming to port tomorrow. Is that tomorrow? Isn't a cruise ship like the best place for an outbreak to happen? Can't we just keep them there? You would think, but I guess not. I don't see why it needs to dock. Just fucking fly the materials that they need to survive in. Drop them off. I don't really see the necessity for docking. But whatever, I guess. Bill Gates wants round 2. Imagine Bill Gates was the one. Hey man, I guess it's possible. He could have been in there. What's the Disney Cruise stuff? What happened on Disney Cruise? Is that the norovirus outbreak? 'Cause I saw that one too. The Disney Cruise was them filming CSAM. What? What the fuck? How? What a week for cruises. Holy shit. Disney cruise ship staffers among 28 arrested in a massive child porn operation. Holy. Officers with the U.S. Customs and Border Protection boarded 8 cruise ships between April 23rd and April 27th, interviewed 28 workers as part of an ongoing investigation. During the interviews, they confirmed 27 of the 28 individuals had either received, sent, possessed, or transported child pornography, according to the statement. Disney Cruise Line ship was among those that were boarded and where employees were detained in connection with the investigation. In a statement, a Disney Cruise Line spokesperson said the workers were no longer with the company. We have a zero-tolerance policy for this type of behavior and fully cooperated with law enforcement. No shit. Zero tolerance for crime? How strong, Disney? While the majority of these individuals were not from our cruise line, those who were are no longer with the company. Well, hopefully they're in jail. Hopefully they will be in the slammer for the rest of their life. Officials said they included 26 members from the Philippines, 1 from Portugal, and 1 from Indonesia. It wasn't Disney's fault, bro. It wasn't a Disney-sanctioned thing. It's what? Doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that it's a terrible thing and they are Disney employees. I don't think anyone's blaming Mickey Mouse directly for it. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. When did Charles learn how to smolder like this? My God, 31-year-old man still stuns the old-fashioned way. Well, it's because today, for some reason, the internet has decided to feed me beauty-related news. Don't know why. Haven't searched up anything. Like, the closest thing I looked up to anything even remotely associated with that topic was, like, melatonin supplements, I guess. But I don't know if melatonin helps you glow or whatever. I don't know how that would build a bridge to beauty-related articles and everything, but whatever. One of them that got served to me I found to be so fascinating that I just have to talk about. Influencer suffers from severe chemical burns after attempting to remove facial parasite. So you can see on the right there, it's still in the process of healing, but it looks as though she had briefly peeked into the Ark of the Covenant and singed the lower half of her face off. And it's because she put Nair directly on her face to combat this supposed parasite that she is now named Caroline. It's a really interesting adventure here that I stumbled upon. So this is Brandi Glanville. She was a star in a show called Real Housewives, as well as a couple of other productions, and she has since become an online influencer. And apparently in 2023, she started experiencing symptoms that resulted in facial disfigurement and was later diagnosed with stress-induced angioedema, which causes facial swelling. And according to an Instagram post, it presented itself after a trip with her friends. And since then, she has now claimed that it is actually a facial parasite that is causing the facial disfigurement. So now she has waged war against it and has given the enemy a name, Caroline. That is the Voldemort for which she has sworn revenge and recently used biological warfare against it with Nair cream on her face.
Okay, guys, I'm getting back to you because I don't know how to do TikTok, and I know I look attractive. So, good news, you guys don't have to spend a lot of money on pills and lasers anymore, because I decided to put Nair on my face because when I have an exfoliated face, it pisses the Caroline off, whoever's living in my face. She's right here right now and right here. And then she moved up here when I did the Nair. And yeah, but you know what I mean. So, Nair is the fountain of youth. I figured it out, but I overdid it. 7 minutes, don't do it. But right now, my mom, because she trusts me.
She then proceeds to talk about her mom being there. But anyway, she thinks there's a parasite living in her face, which is why she's taken such drastic action against it. Though there is no evidence to support that claim, there is nothing to suggest she has a facial parasite. Now, of course, I'm not her doctor and haven't conducted an exam myself here. Maybe it is entirely possible she got bitten by the radioactive spider that gave Spider-Man his powers. I have no way of knowing, but from an uneducated Neanderthal's perspective, sitting in his swamp-ass chair, I decided to look into it myself a little bit. And to me, this sounds like delusional parasitosis. Again, this comes from a Cro-Magnon man, but it does sound like a textbook example of this, a condition in which a person has a fixed false belief that they are infected by an organism despite evaluation not showing an infection to be present. This refers to things like bugs living under their skin, parasites, worms, mites, that kind of thing, even though there is no doctor-supported evidence of it. So now with this belief in her head, she's going scorched earth on her own face. So she's carpet bombed it with Nair, which has clearly done a lot of damage to it. I don't think it'll be permanent. I imagine it'll probably heal fine. But again, I'm no expert on chemical burns, Nair, or pretty much anything, to be honest. Though I just have to imagine with that whole, like, Nairing your butthole thing, I think the body's pretty resilient when it comes to it. It's just not good to use it on your face and other areas that it's not intended to be used on. I did also see people speculating that this could be Brandy covering up a laser job or an injection gone wrong or something like that. This could all be a false flag operation, and using Nair as the scapegoat here, like, oh, I tried to attack Caroline with Nair and look what happened. I don't know if I necessarily buy into that conspiracy theory, just judging by the way she talks about it. She is named the parasite, which, yeah, on the surface is kind of quirky, but it also, to me, kind of represents something a little more unhealthy beneath the surface here. She's already, like, from the sound of things, disregarding the medical diagnoses and instead has self-diagnosed as having a facial parasite. And now, even after the whole Nair debacle here, is claiming that Caroline dodged it and went up to her forehead now, but it made her angry. Like, she's talking about this fucking thing like it's the Demogorgon here. Like, again, something that there is no evidence to support its existence. I don't think this is her, like, making a cover story or anything like that. I don't think it's her trolling, especially judging by the description here. Beauty hacks. This is a good one, but do a test patch. I did 7 minutes and I'm on fire. So... Joko. What? So... Oh, that's not a J. So... Ioko. Don't to 7 minutes. It also burned the loose skin off my arms and it's $7. Mix up some aloe vera, cucumber, and black tea, put it in the freezer, put it in the spray bottle, and once it's cold enough, spray all day, because I'm in some pain. Reading it in my head, it didn't clock with me just how messy that description was. Reading it out loud was painful. I was like fucking reading Haunting Adeline out loud. I had a hard time getting through that. It was all over the place. That actually read like unhinged scribblings. But what she is saying here is that she has found Nair, used it, but was too aggressive with it, but still is preaching about Nair as like a good thing to try for like exfoliants in like chemical peels, when it's not a good thing for that at all. But she's even giving a tutorial like, I did 7 minutes, but don't do that. Instead, use aloe, cucumber, black tea, freeze it, and then spray it, and you're good to go. Do not follow that advice. I urge you not to make the same mistake she did of like narrowing all of your sensitive spots. You're gonna not have a good time. I'm gonna tell you right now, you're gonna be singing the blues on it, I bet. But the reason I'm even mentioning the description here is none of this leads me to believe that she's taking the piss. None of this seems like it's her making a joke or something. She is like actively trying to give advice on like using Nair on your face, which is a bad thing to do. I do think this is a case of delusional parasitosis, and when I looked up Brandy Glanville plus Caroline to see like if the name had any meaning, turns out it does. It seems like she named this facial parasite she believes she has after a real person, Caroline Manzo, who filed a lawsuit against Bravo, which was a station where this show was airing, Real Housewives. Caroline filed a lawsuit against Bravo for sexual harassment and assault that she allegedly experienced from her co-star Brandy Glanville. I couldn't believe the depth of the lore here, so I went even deeper into the rabbit hole. I then even checked out bits and pieces of the podcast, and then I also read this article which covered more of the podcast, where Brandy was talking more in depth about it all. She was opening up about how hard her life has been since the allegations from Caroline Manzo were made public. She revealed that she had contemplated suicide during it, also opened up about her facial disfigurement. She maintains her innocence, that she didn't do any of the things that Caroline is claiming, but she apparently lost several jobs, including one lined up in Australia. And she said, and then I lost my looks at the same time. I literally at 51 started OnlyFans because I didn't have income for 6 months and I was like going through my savings. I was making good money and then my face started being crazy. She was apparently using a mask to hide her face, but then the fans over there were asking that she not use the mask. At the time she didn't have a diagnosis. Eventually she did get the diagnosis, but now, fast forward to today, she now believes it's actually all caused by a facial parasite, which she is battling with Nair, giving herself severe chemical burns on her face now to try and fight against the supposed parasite. This was a wild ride. Again, I don't know what I did to make the internet algorithm think that I wanted to be fed beauty influencer related news and articles. Maybe it knows I hit 31 and it thinks that I need to start doing things to take better care of my looks. I have no clue what it's trying to suggest, but I'm kind of happy this one floated across to me because this was one hell of a thing to learn about. Don't put Nair on your face, though. A lesson to all out there. That's really about it. So yeah. The nightmare finally ended. One Punch Man Season 3 just concluded, and it actually went out on a decent note. The final episode of Season 3 was one of the better ones of the season, which isn't saying a lot. That's like saying your most recent fart was the least stinky. Not to say that it was like an all-around bad episode or something, but it was such a horrible season that even like a decent moment just feels very sad still. Unfortunately, this season was a wash like 6 episodes ago. It was just dead, and there was nothing they could do to save it. They couldn't get the defibrillator out and shock it back to life or anything with a great episode. Not that a great episode ever came, but with the Saitama vs. Orochi fight and Flashy Flash fight, those two were definitely the best moments of Season 3, and they do show that the animation team here does have the capability of delivering quality at least the same level as Season 2, but due to whatever unfathomable degeneracy and greed was happening behind the scenes with Bandai, where they refused to give the team any real time or money to flesh it out and deliver something of high quality, we were left with this fucking hemorrhoid of a season. And they're threatening to release a part 2. So there's an official announcement, as far as I can tell, an official announcement. Maybe this is all like a big out-of-season April Fool's joke, who's really to say at this point, where they're announcing a Season 3 Part 2. Now, it's slated to come out in 2027, which means that should be 2 years of being able to cook this season, which is significantly longer than reportedly the team had to work on Season 3 Part 1. From everything I've read, even though it took 6 years between 2 and 3, the actual animation didn't really have all that long to bake. So that gives me a small glimmer of hope that maybe Part 2 will be a significant improvement and get back to what JC staff was able to deliver with Season 2 at least. That being said, the official poster that was posted for it is literally the exact same one that they made for Season 3 Part 1 2 years ago. They just flipped the PNGs around. If you could have seen my face when I saw that poster, I was sporting the biggest frown you've ever seen. Not even the Grinch could find a way to look that miserable when I saw that. Because that's... You can't really come up with a good excuse there other than they didn't feel like making a new poster. They wanted to do the bare minimum. You can't even blame that on, like, budget or like a time constraints or something to just reuse the same image from over 2 years ago and just flip the characters around. That's Jiminy Christmas. Holy Toledo. That's rough. Heavens to Betsy. That is already putting Part 2 in a pretty sour spot that they couldn't even be bothered to make like a new poster for it. But again, with 2 years here, 2 years of playtime, hopefully it can be an improvement from what we just experienced here with part 1. Season 3 was an atrocity. It was an affront to God when it comes to animation, but not just animation, because everything was so rushed and so crunched. Everything suffered, even outside of animation. So like the pacing didn't work. There were tons of editing mistakes out the wazoo. Characters would sometimes just grow titties, or sometimes like lose or gain fingers, like all kinds of like crazy wacky shit was going on. And then like the humor would fall flat because it was edited so poorly and cut from like the joke away from the punchline then back to the punchline. It was just a complete disaster. So while the animation did look like a PowerPoint and it's the main thing people criticize and spit on, it had even more problems than just that. The whole season was pretty embarrassing to what the source material had provided. Again, I don't want to just keep, barking up this tree, but I cannot express enough just how good the One Punch Man series is. The manga is extraordinary. And to see an adaptation like this that is clearly rushed and half-baked, it just sucks. And it's why it's become such like a big talking point for a lot of people, because people cherish season 1. And even though season 2 wasn't as good as season 1, in hindsight, we didn't know how good we had it then, I guess, because this has just been terrible. Absolutely terrible. And even if you don't know anything about One Punch Man, just watching season 3 is not enjoyable. There's not a whole lot to like about it. And again, I want to strongly reiterate this for the millionth time. I don't put the blame solely on the shoulders of JC's staff for this catastrophe of a season. I think with the couple of decent moments shown here, it proves that there are passionate, talented animators working at that studio. I think the problem comes from a higher level. The fucking husks, the soulless corporate zombies in suits at Bandai that are so against putting any amount of actual money and elbow grease into this property, and reportedly only giving them like 6 months worth of production to shit out season 3 here. It seems like they are committed to delivering the cheapest, laziest, and most bare bones anime adaptation just to cash in on the goodwill of the One Punch Man name. I don't understand why. And I honestly feel like even though the release date is 2027 for part 2, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that they don't start production until like January 2027 and it comes out in like October of 2027. It really wouldn't even have me raise an eyebrow. That seems to be Bandai's MO right now. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if they fucking put a padlock on the JC Studios office doors, preventing them from even thinking about working on One Punch Man Season 3 Part 2 until they permit them to do so 6 months before it's supposed to air. They just seem fully committed to delivering trash with the One Punch Man name. Bandai is. It's just extremely disappointing because it doesn't have to be this way. It's pretty inexcusable from Bandai's side. And admittedly, I am shocked they're even going for another rodeo here. I thought for sure, based on the reception to season 3 and how it's become a historically trash season in anime history, I thought they would 100% just wash their hands of One Punch Man, be like, alright, well that didn't work. Seems there's no pleasing any of you. You didn't like season 3? We spent all of $46 on it. Well, that's the best we can do. Ungrateful. Sorry, no more One Punch Man anime, I guess. Go fucking, drink toilet water for all we care. I thought they were just going to be done. I thought there was no chance. I thought they'd just bury their head in their ass, call it quits quietly, no more One Punch Man. But they immediately, after airing the final episode, have a part 2 ready to announce. I can sniff the fumes in the air that this was probably always the plan to try and milk it a bit. But I don't think they expected how poorly the first part would be received before they, really, lat spread and lock themselves into this path here. But who knows? Maybe Christmas miracles do happen. This is going to sound like fanfic and a lot of dangerous levels of hopium, but maybe Bandai learned their lesson here with part 1, where they realized that they can't just, plop out any amount of garbage and people will swallow it with a smile on their face and endlessly support it and spend money or whatever. Maybe now they'll get the message and learn that they need to actually put real time and resources into developing something meaningful. Anime is bigger than it has ever been, which means there's far less leniency from the audience to just stomach trash to this degree here, where it's like almost insulting to the human eye. There are just so many other things, they'll just go watch something else. It's not like Pokemon fans, where no matter how shitty the Pokemon game is that comes out, they'll still just play it, swallow the shit with a smile on their face. Here, people are a lot less receptive to that. They'll just go watch something else and drop this because it's just not very good. It's just a stupid decision across the board, even from a business perspective of trying to save a couple of doubloons on the bottom line by giving them no time and money to make your anime. You just stand to lose more than you could ever possibly gain there. It's just silly. Especially for something like One Punch Man, where there is only 3 seasons in the last 10 years. They haven't built up like the brainwashing like Pokemon has, and I know I've already made this point before, but I think it's an apt comparison, where people will just watch it no matter what. With One Punch Man, a ton of people dropped it because it was shitty. The only people that stuck with it are masochists and fans that just couldn't look away from the train wreck. They had to watch how their boy was being massacred here with season 3 of a beloved IP. I'm in that group. It was a stupid decision, and hopefully this message has made it loud and clear into the minds of the Bandai executives that made the initial call to spend no money and give no time to JC staff. Hopefully with part 2, that has really sunk in, and they are going to actually put more money and give JC staff more time so they can hopefully get back to what they were doing with season 3's. Oh god, good lord. That was like poison coming out of my lips. With season 2's level of quality. Hopefully we never see anything like season 3 ever again. Holy shit. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it. The season 3 part 1 is over. Hallelujah. That's great news. That's about it. See ya. Strangers Chapter 2 came out. Did you even know that? Hopefully not. I imagine you didn't, and I apologize for even putting this on your radar. They made a sequel to Strangers Chapter 1, which was abhorrent. I can't even remember if I made a review spitting on it. I don't even know if I even bothered to take the time insulting that movie or not. I might have, might not have. It's all a blur to me now. But turns out they've made a sequel to it. They've made the inexplicable decision to make a sequel to that super stinker. And not only that, turns out it's a trilogy. At the end of this movie, they even have a montage sizzler reel giving you the little breadcrumbs for Chapter 3. It is so silly. I really thought Nick Fury was about to pop on screen and recruit Maya to the Avengers. Maya being the survivor of Strangers Chapter 1, The Attack. I don't say this lightly, but we might be witnessing the worst trilogy in horror movies. And only one question needs to be asked. Why? Why would you even make this in the first place? The first Strangers movie, the original, is a banger. I really liked that film. Strangers Chapter 1 is irredeemable dog shit. And Strangers Chapter 2 completely wipes its ass with everything that made the original good. You see, in the original... I just dropped a UC like Darman here. But it is this profound. In the original Strangers, one of the most horrifying moments is when they are asked, when the main character asks the strangers why they're doing this. Why are you torturing us? Why are you going to kill us? What is the point? What are you doing this for? And they respond saying, because you were home. That's it. You don't get a Naruto flashback to the strangers explaining what led them to this moment, why they turned out this way. You don't get any tiddlywinks of lore about these characters at all. It's this message here. That's all you get. Because you were home. Letting the viewer know that these are just unhinged psychopaths that are doing this just because they felt like it and this couple happened to be there at the time. It is such an effective scene. Strangers Chapter 1 was horrible, but it did at least keep intact the strangers just being like, you know, faceless nobodies doing something because they clearly have a love for it, and they gave their own spin, their fucking remix on Because You Were Home, and butchered it. Stranger Chapter 2, though, completely takes the strangers concept and flushes it down the shitter. This movie dedicates a pretty substantial chunk of its short runtime to fleshing out one of the strangers. Well, 2 of the strangers, giving you their backstory. Which is the antithesis to what these films are supposed to be about in the first place. So, of course, we're going to get into spoilers. This is your warning. Movie sucks. You're not missing anything. I wouldn't recommend it. It's not even like fun bad. It's just kind of a slog. Even though it's only like an hour and a half, it feels longer because it's just not good. And I saw the lead actress here come out and say, like, the best films are often polarizing. And I understand that you can't just come out and just, you know, start pissing on the movie that you're in. You're supposed to promote it, but the best films are polarizing. It's not polarizing. No one likes this movie. And plus, this is not part of, like, the best films. You know, this trilogy isn't going to be talked about in the same breath as, you know, fucking Lord of the Rings or something like that. But anyway, Strangers Chapter 2 picks up pretty much immediately where Chapter 1 leaves off, where Maya has just been the victim of the Strangers' attack. Her fiancé was killed right in front of her, and she just barely survived, and now she's recovering in the hospital. And we immediately meet one of the strangers, unmasked. It's the waitress from the diner, Shelley. And then we get, throughout the film, like 20, 25-ish minutes dedicated to showcasing her childhood. And it turns out she was just born evil. She snaps the neck of a rat. She's obsessed with this boy who is like, has this girl that follows him around, so she gets really jealous and eventually kills that girl being Tamra. Which, if you've seen Chapter 1, first of all, my condolences, what a waste of your time. Lord, help us, I hope you don't see Chapter 2. Hopefully, me explaining this here will paint a good enough picture. You won't feel, you know, the need to spend money on this piece of shit. But anyway, that's Tamra. And so she kills Tamra, and now every time the strangers go out and kill, she starts by saying, "Is Tamra there?" in reference to that moment from her childhood. And that boy in the flashbacks is pretty obviously the guy in the scarecrow mask. So we get like 20, 25 minutes just showing that she's evil. That's it. But that undoes the whole concept of the strangers just being like these psychopaths you know nothing about, never learn anything about, and they're just doing this because, well, who really knows? They're just doing it because they want to. Here, you're getting so much backstory and shit. They're actually setting this up like it's supposed to be some kind of like Marvel universe here for the strangers. It sucks. I really hated that direction. But not only that, the movie itself is just not good. I will say, though, the best part of it was the beginning where Maya's in the hospital and the strangers are alerted that she survived. Well, they then make it their mission to go out and finish the job. But before doing that, Maya's talking to the sheriff and like the other officer, and they're fucking weirdos. Like, the sheriff is a freak. He's talking to Maya about, like, what she encountered. He's like, maybe your memory's a little foggy. You did almost die, you know. It's pretty clear they're setting him up to be, like, this creepy presence who is clearly involved with the strangers in some shape or form. My guess is one of them is, like, you know, his daughter or his son. So he, like, actively works to cover up their murders, which is a core component to the story that they sprinkle in here and there about how this town has all these murders that get covered up. And, yeah. So he's clearly involved. They make that very obvious from the get-go. But they also set up, like, this whole town might be involved. There could be, anyone could be the strangers. So Maya's being hunted in the hospital. The hospital is fucking ginormous, by the way, like probably the size of the town, it feels like, with the amount of rooms she goes through and hallways she runs down. And somehow the strangers have like fast travel throughout this film. So even when she ends up in like the fucking basement, like in the middle of nowhere, one of the strangers just happens to be there. Like she's just already there. Why would she be there? You knew that she was in one of the hospital beds. Why the fuck would you like fan out to like the basement garage? And that happens a lot, where she, like, ends up in the woods at one point, and somehow the strangers, these are giant woods, by the way, but somehow the strangers are always, like, right on her tail, like, only a few yards away. Even though they never saw where she went, or even knew that she ended up in the woods in the first place like that. Like, it's just crazy to me how they're, like, this omniscient presence. Like, they are constantly able to find her in the middle of fucking nowhere. It's like they actually have a UAV online or something. Or like in Mario Kart, like rubber banding, where like they can always catch up to you. It's so baffling. But anyway, the best sequence is in the hospital where she's like running away from the strangers. I actually thought they did a good job of like building up some tense moments where the guy with the axe is coming through and she's trying to like outsmart him by hiding. But then it's always undercut by her making like a really stupid decision. So like she completely evades him at one point, and then while he's still, like, within earshot, she starts to, like, crawl away and she, like, blasts a wrench with her knee. So then, obviously, he hears that, goes over and starts throwing barrels around. Anyway, Maya manages to get out of the hospital. Axe guy butchered, like, 2 people. And then, she ends up in the woods. Well, actually, yeah, she ends up in the woods. Somehow the strangers are like able to track her in the woods, like I mentioned. I guess they could just fucking smell her from miles away or something. So they're tracking her. She eventually winds up on a road where a car is coming, and it's one of the people from the hospital. And she stops, lets her in, and it's her, another woman, and then two other dudes are just walking on the road randomly in this pouring down rain. They're like, oh, it just happens to be our roommates. What are you guys doing? They're like, yeah. Fucking, he calls him Dick Stain. Dick Stain forgot the keys or something to the truck, so now we're walking home. It's like, well, hop in, and they turn it into a clown car, so now they're sandwiching Maya in the backseat, and these two guys are obviously very creepy, and they're setting them up to be very creepy. So the whole idea is anyone in this car could be one of the strangers. Maya starts freaking out because she thinks she's in danger. The guy next to her has like a smiley face tattoo on his neck, and he's really shifty. It's very clearly trying to nudge the viewer that this is probably the Scarecrow. And I thought it was a red herring, but I'm actually pretty sure it is just the main Scarecrow guy, because at the end of the film, the big reveal, like with the Tamara flashback, is Shelley and that boy draw a smiley face out of Tamara's blood, and this guy just happens to have that same smiley face tattoo on his neck. And also, he's never there when the axe guy comes through, the Scarecrow guy. So I think it probably is just that guy, but it feels just too obvious. But I also think this movie is just that shitty that they probably will just make it very obvious and not even try to subvert your expectations. But anyway, I'm getting so lost just like yapping about this fucking thing, just blabbering on. She's in the backseat with these two guys. She's freaking out. The other guy is, he's also weird. She grabs a knife that one of the girls was using to cut an apple with. She grabs a knife, jumps out of the moving vehicle, runs back into the forest, and then the strangers are starting to track her again. She goes like survivalist mode. She makes a fire and everything. She drinks some water from a nearby like stream, and then she gets attacked by a wild boar. Well, I guess not wild per se. It's semi-domesticated because the axe guy, well, it turns out when he was a kid, we get this from the flashbacks, he could like mind control boars. I say mind control, but like he's able to, he's like the boar whisperer, so he can like talk to the wild pigs and have them do his bidding. So he goes to a shed, unlocks the shed, and then that boar finds Maya, and then it becomes like the Revenant for a little bit. Like it is actually straight up just like the Revenant. So she's getting attacked by the boar, bitten by the boar and shit, and then she has to stab and kill the boar. She does. She's extremely injured, again, because obviously she just got attacked by this fucking boar. But she's able to muscle her way through the forest and end up back at the house from the Chapter 1 film. It's all cautioned off because there was a grisly murder that happened there, but she's able to take some refuge in there for all of like 45 seconds, and then some guy shows up, and it turns out he like shows her a badge. He's Internal Affairs, who's investigating the sheriff for his like covering up of all the murders that are happening in town. He just comes out of nowhere, by the way. I don't know why he ended up at this house. No one is at this house. It's all cautioned off. I don't know why he wouldn't go to like the town and like the police station itself to conduct like the investigation and everything. But he just randomly ends up at this house. He finds Maya, immediately recognizes that Maya is one of the victims. Like, oh my God, I'm going to help you. I'm going to do everything I can to help you. Here, get in my truck. We're going to get into town. And then as she gets in the truck, he gets sniped by a crossbow from one of the strangers. So he was in actually maybe like 15 seconds worth of film there. So now she has a truck, she drives away, but it got hit by a crossbow, and now it's like breaking down, and it crashes, well, it runs out of juice right at the house from that woman from before, and the roommates and everything. It's their house. So she collapses at the door, they stitch her up, fix her, get her back together, and then that guy with the smiley face tattoo, his name is Gregory, and this guy is like the biggest. I cannot stress this enough. He is like what a Redditor thinks is cool. He is so fucking cringe. I had to write this down. I didn't take too many notes during this movie because it's just so bland and boring. But Gregory is bafflingly cringe. So, when she gets up out of bed, notices that she's been stitched up, she walks out of her room and meets Gregory, who's chugging a bottle of alcohol. And he's just immediately like going back and forth. He's like, oh, you like my tattoo, don't you? Yeah, it's a cool tattoo. We had a little like church retreat, and we all got tattoos and stuff. Like you like what you're supposed to do and stuff. You like this tattoo, don't you? I know you like this. Yeah, you do. I know you do. And then like he's just being so weird, and Maya just says that's cool. And then the others come in, the other roommates are like, Gregory, stop being such a creep. And he's like, ugh, whatever. So then he like storms off behind her to the door right next to her, or to the door behind her, slams it, says fuck, and then turns on rock and roll music on his fucking boombox. It is so embarrassing. Like, it's so bad. I cannot believe they actually did that unironically, and it wasn't even played off as like a joke or anything. It was awful. But I'm also pretty sure that is just the Scarecrow guy. I don't think that they're gonna try and make him a red herring. It's probably just him. It's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. Anyway, though, after that encounter with Gregory, she goes back to her room to rest. Gregory storms off, fucking hammered, gets in his car, drives away, and the roommates, they then get attacked by the strangers. So both of them get killed, and then the two female strangers are trying to break into Maya's room. One of them is actually behind her. Maya had no idea she got flanked. And instead of the stranger killing Maya, she instead starts singing "Rock-a-bye baby on the treetop," trying to be like really creepy. And then Maya had a pair of scissors, so she turns around and stabs her. The only reason Maya gets away at all in this film is because the strangers are so fucking bad at what they're doing. Like, they're not even doing it as part of like their game or whatever. They're just like genuinely stupid people. So she gets stabbed, and then she runs and locks herself in the bathroom, and then the strangers just leave. It's like, oh, I got stabbed like in the shoulder. I'm gonna go home. I gotta get this checked out. So they just leave. So Maya just waits in there for a couple minutes. Diagros leaves, and then an ambulance is there because an ambulance was sent to pick up Maya. And she gets in the ambulance, and it turns out the strangers didn't fully leave. They were waiting to ambush her. So Shelley is in that ambulance, and now they're fighting. And it's really an easy fight. Maya, who has been mauled by a boar, stabbed, beaten up, like absolutely like beyond repair, like probably tons of broken bones, ouchies, lacerations, can hardly walk, is able to easily overpower Shelley and stab her in the head, killing her. Or so you thought. As Maya's driving away in the ambulance, Shelley gets up and like starts strangling her with the seatbelt, so then Maya flips the ambulance, which kills Shelley. And then Maya watches as the Scarecrow guy and the other female stranger pull up in their truck and see that Shelley is dead. They unmask her, and he starts fucking crying over her corpse. And then you get that last flashback I mentioned with that smiley face after killing Tamra. And that's Strangers Chapter 2, setting up for Chapter 3, where she's going to kill the other two strangers. It sucks. Really does. I don't know what they were thinking making this movie. Well, making these movies. I don't know why they made Chapter 1. I understand even less why they made Chapter 2. And I really cannot fathom why they are making Chapter 3. Apparently these were filmed back to back to back. Like, they really banked on this being, like, successful, like, people being very invested in this, but I don't know how anyone could possibly be invested in these movies. Anyway, that's really about it. Yep. Have you seen the Midwest Safety surprising the naked burglar? And why do so many burglars go in naked? I haven't seen that. The moment police surprise a naked burglar. But why, though? Well, I mean, I get why they'd surprise him. They gotta get him out of there. I just mean, like, why naked? Doesn't even give you any, like, advantages.
The heat was set on 81. There's a fire.
Before we're getting to that, they set a bonfire in the sunroom.
I love the way she says fire. That's the same way Vince McMahon says it.
They set a bonfire in the sunroom.
So no one's like cleared the house yet?
No,
been through the house?
We didn't go in. We were going to wait till y'all got here before we went.
And the sunroom door was open, so we don't know if they were in there and they come out or they're still in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sheriff's office!
Come out with your cock in the air. We've heard reports that you're nude.
Sheriff's office!
Someone's been staying there.
You will hold that and we'll come over this way.
Yeah, he's definitely made himself at home. Pause the gooning, son. Sheriff's office. He could be anywhere. Check the drawers.
Hold this if you want.
If he comes down those stairs hard, mag dump. It's nerf or nothing. If he's soft, he's fine. If it's hard, take him down. We got him. Kick that shit in. Is that Ed Sheeran? I think I can hear his bare butt cheeks clapping against each other. I think this guy's naked. Sheriff's office. Hello? Man, this fucking house looks like the back rooms.
We're clear upstairs. Keep passing the door. I'm gonna go talk to them real quick. There's somebody in that back bedroom with the door locked. We're gonna wait for another unit to get here.
We're gonna wait for the. We're gonna go wait for the nudie police.
Back there that he could get out of.
They handle these kind of things. They come out in hazmat suits.
There's a big glass window that's like a church.
Try and throw like a rock through the window.
I feel like he's been here for
Get the fucking SGU out here.
Candy Crush or
Special goon unit.
There's a bedroom door right past Val on the right. It's locked. He's in there playing a home radio, singing to himself.
You could have joined in. Imagine he harmonizes with them.
Take care of business.
Sheriff's office.
You better not be naked in there.
You can open the door slowly and show us your hands. Hands.
Oh, he's fully naked.
Walk towards us.
And he comes. Okay, that stance. He's just like, well, I never. Isn't this just the pits? We find ourselves in quite the pickle, don't we? I mean, he had plenty of time to put some pants on.
Stop.
Turn around.
Turn around.
I got it. Go ahead.
Put your hands behind your back. Do not move. Do you understand?
Grab my hands if you got in the damn house.
Do not move.
Just drop the damn hands. Weak ass idiots, damn.
Why is he so wet? Oh, there must have been a shower in there. Either that or he was like really working up a crazy session.
Yeah, this country too.
You guys want to clear that room real quick? 320, I'm coming out with one.
Oh, he's in the tub. Yeah, it was a bathroom.
Clear.
Well, that was easy.
I can walk.
Do you recognize this naked man?
Slow down.
Is he supposed to be in the bathroom there?
So what the
Wow. Wasn't expecting that.
Super slippery, wet. Yeah, there's nobody else in here if y'all want to come on.
Is the house still smoking?
The house doesn't smell like it's smoldering, but it's the little fire is still smoking a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you. What's your name?
I don't have a name. Close the door and get me out the country.
Oh.
The suspect, as it turns out, did have a name. 24-year-old Mike Wilson allegedly started a fire in the house's sunroom and used photo albums that contained photos of the homeowner's deceased husband to start the fire. Luckily, the fire was put out by a relative of the owner who also happens to be a volunteer firefighter. The suspect was later charged with felony third-degree burglary and felony second-degree arson. He is presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. This next case shows another suspect keen on fire, as he possibly caused a large gas leak in his own apartment building intentionally, which
Yeah, but he has his clothes on. So, kind of making a mountain out of a molehill. He's fully clothed.
has the potential to blow up the entire building.
Did math and been up for 3 days.
You think?
Yeah, he said he did.
Come on, let's go over here.
Were you the only two up there?
Yes.
We'll get them in a minute.
What happened up there? You said you slipped and knocked?
Slipped in my name. There's the slip in the floor. Slip in the floor.
So does your apartment reek like gas?
As soon as I get up the steps, we're slipping on the fucking steps in the snow and shoes and slipping on the floor. It's not a good day.
No, it sounds like a bad day.
He's just gonna make a
Especially on day 3 of the meth bender. That's gotta be miserable, huh?
What's going on, bud?
Just playing because when you take me out. I had people in the backyard before. This is like a put someone's back. You guys in the backyard, just playing war games back there.
Okay.
Okay, they were playing war games back there, and they had the squirrel, fake squirrel thing.
What? What do you mean? They got the squirrel involved in the games? That's fucking hype. They can do that? My God.
Garden leave back
When was the last time you slept?
there. Hey, go on. Sir?
When was the last time you did math?
I'm going home for 3 days. Just kidding.
Okay. In 3 days? And you haven't slept in 3 days?
I need to sleep. They just steal agents and shoot me up to sleep. Anything is funny like my house. There's anything funny than the house while I'm sleeping. I wake up.
God, meth seems so fucking miserable. Holy. That just seems fucking terrible. I guess the only thing, like, about meth I could see being attractive to somebody is, like, how fast you run. Because I've seen so many videos of damn near superhumans on meth catching up with cars. Like that one naked dude in the middle of the night with glowing red eyes like a werewolf or something. But outside of that, like, unless you're training to be like a super soldier on meth, I just don't get the point. It seems fucking awful. Or that uncle dancing at the party. Or yeah, I guess, or the uncle dancing at the party. That's tough, man. This guy was on a meth bender and caused a gas leak. Well, luckily no one was hurt. Didn't you create mustard gas? Yeah, but that wasn't the result of a meth bender. That was the result of me needing to kill a cockroach. It was purpose-driven mustard gas. Did the cockroach die? You bet your sweet bippy it did. But it wasn't the mustard gas that killed it. I ended up just crushing it. In fact, it tanked the mustard gas pretty well, all things considered. Actually, maybe the mustard gas did kill it. Maybe it was dead when I got there. I don't know. It's been years now. But I do remember I smashed it. But maybe it was already dead. Maybe I went overkill. Was it chlorine gas from ammonia and bleach? Yeah. Isn't chlorine gas mustard gas? Or are they two different ones? Let me see. Oh no, they are different. So chlorine gas is what I made, not mustard gas. Well ventilated area, I hope. Yeah, it was very well ventilated. It was in my bathtub. In my bathroom. With no windows. Pretty much the optimal spot you'd want to be making chlorine gas. It's actually insanely easy to make. Yeah, exactly, brother, which is why it happened. I didn't mean to make it. I wasn't thinking, and I just started attacking the roach with chemicals. So I hit it with some bleach, and then I hit it with some toilet cleaner, which has ammonia. So it made chlorine gas in my bathtub. How old were you? I was young. I don't know. I was like 25. Something everyone goes through, really. Are you mad right now? Do you want to be? I saw a video today that was pretty infuriating. This lady is behind the wheel of a rented vehicle from Turo. This is allegedly posted by the owner of that vehicle after, spoiler alert, she gets into an accident here and then tries to lie about what happened. This was posted in response to that to show what actually happened, and if you've got some keen peepers on you, the astute observers may have noticed she's texting while driving. But to be honest, I don't even think that's accurate to say because she is doing more texting than driving, so she's like occasionally splicing in some driving between her texts. It seems like she's in some kind of heated argument, and that is like her primary focus is sending these text messages while on the road. I'm sure I don't need to educate you on the dangers of texting while driving. I'm not the DMV. I'm also not your dad. I imagine most of you know that, and this is one of the most egregious examples of texting while driving I've ever seen. She could easily have just pulled over and sent those messages if it's that urgent, but instead she said, fuck it, we'll do it live, so she's doing it while on the road, risking her life and the life of those around her. I guess she's really got places to be in those messages. That's of, like, fucking utmost importance. If you're not first, you're last. If you're not pooping, you're shitting. Even while her car is veering off the road and blasting a mailbox, she is firmly grasping that phone. She is gripping the shit out of that. She still will not set it down in the act of crashing this vehicle. She treated that phone like it was the fucking Tesseract there. She was not parting with it. It's not until it is finally stopped that she sets the phone down and then puts her head in her hands and then immediately picks the phone back up after like 3 seconds. It's like she can't be separated from it. It's her fucking umbilical cord. It's unreal. It's actually a miracle she didn't just have a head-on collision here. I counted too. She looked up from her phone only 5 times in the amount of time that she spent on that single lane there. So she spent the vast majority of her time there behind the wheel looking at the phone, glued to it. In fact, she even double-fisted the phone at one point to get two-thumb action in there. No hands on the wheel, not looking up at the road. It is actually an act of God that she didn't kill herself or somebody else there. Just an unsuspecting, innocent car that she could have easily veered to the left instead of the right and just hit with a head-on collision, which would have potentially been fatal. Also, her squeals that she lets out, oh man, that is ear-piercing. And then she has like that full-blown like angry middle-aged mom scream after it like comes to a stop when it's entirely her fault. Apparently, again, the story is she's like a nurse practitioner and lied to the Turo owner here of this vehicle about what happened and why the car got crashed. I haven't seen too many details on all of that, but it's entirely her fault. You can see here in the footage, she is texting the vast majority of the time that she spends on the road. And I imagine this isn't an isolated incident. This is probably how she goes about her daily commutes. You can tell people till the cows come home how dangerous and bad it is to text and drive, but then you're still going to have people like this doing it. And it's actually, to me, it seems like becoming more common. Like, I know there was like even a trend a little while ago for streamers to do like car streams, and in some of them, they were just texting and reading the chat while driving, like while being filmed doing it. So it seems like people don't really grasp how important it is to not drive distracted. But anyway, this is probably the most egregious example of it that I've seen. This is unhinged. It's like she totally forgot she was operating a motor vehicle. She was so engrossed in her phone. That took priority over everyone's lives around her and her own life. Now, I don't know what the outcome of all of this was. There's not a ton of information I can find on it, other than, like, she's apparently a nurse practitioner and apparently lied about how the car got crashed. But the owner of the vehicle had the interior-facing dash cam as well as the other dash cam. People were debating if that's even legal to have, like, a rented car with an interior-facing dash cam. I looked it up. it is, but you just need to disclose to the renter that it's there, which I imagine is part of like the signed contract between them or something. I've never used Turo. I'm not super familiar with it, but it seems like the owner is well within the right to do that, and I could definitely see why people that are renting their car out might want that as like a bit of a security measure here, as this case beautifully illustrates, where your car gets wrecked and then all of a sudden the person that was driving it starts farting out a fairy tale about how it's not their fault, and then you've got no evidence that it was their fault, so now you're stuck with your dick in your hand and you're going to have to pay for that most likely. So I can see why you would want that there, and in this case it probably saved them a huge headache because they can instantly point to this as her fault, because it is her fault. Entirely her fault. Anyway though, enough blabbering about it from me today. A little PSA for you. Don't text and drive. That's really about it. So yeah. You saw the Scientology building removed all the door handles and now they're completely locked down. I saw. They're in DEF CON mode.
So these Scientology raid TikToks have gone so bad that the Scientology buildings remove the handles from their doors. Now, I'm sure you've heard about this trend by now, as people would just raid the Scientology buildings to try and understand how the building looks on the inside. It's actually been working, as they've been actually able to slowly get a map of how the inside of it looks. This one group with a guy dressed as Jesus probably was the one that went the furthest, as they basically went around the entire building.
This was a really good speed run. They did do, like, the entire thing. They didn't make it up to, like, Xenu level suites or anything, but they did have a good run.
But now they have finally caught on to the trend and seem to be trying to stop it by any means necessary, even putting guards on the outside of the building. But honestly, I really hope this doesn't stop them, because I want to see this trend continue. So
we all do. One of the first good TikTok trends ever. Why do people even want to do this? Because Scientology is a dangerous fucking cult, man. And they operate in complete secrecy and complete immunity. So they're fucking with them. All power to them. Let them run. Let them speedrun their buildings. Isn't it illegal to not have door handles? People say it's a fire hazard. Scientology operates above the law. So even if it is illegal, it's not going to change anything. It doesn't matter. And that's not an exaggeration. Scientology is literally above the law. I'm not making like a joke. They can do anything. So it's not gonna matter. Brother, they have literally a hole where they send people who misbehave. They have a black site. And it's well known. They have their own secret prison. Secret's the wrong word. And nothing gets done. They can do anything they want. No, they don't. Brother, they literally do. I only just learned about it recently because I hadn't been keeping up with Scientology. But it's called The Hole. They have their own private facility where they house their bad members, and it's genuinely just a fucking prison. Like, it's crazy. A place of confinement and humiliation where Scientology's management and culture, always demanding, grew extreme. Inside, a who's who of Scientology leadership went at each other with brutal tongue lashings and even hands and fists, intimidate each other into crawling on their knees and standing in trash cans, confessing to things they hadn't done. They lived in degrading conditions, eating and sleeping in cramped spaces designed for office use. Yeah, but they have a Navy too, which is pretty cool to see. Is that true? I didn't bother researching that claim. I wouldn't be surprised. I bet they do have their own Navy. Yeah, the Sea Org. Yep. They do have their own Scientology Navy. It's a private Navy. They have their own uniforms and ranks. The Sea Org. They're looking for the Philosopher's Stone. True. You know about the skateboarding YouTube channel where the owner gives all the revenue to Scientology? Braille. Yeah, that's how we got on the Scientology speedrun topic last time. I'm very familiar. I know all about Braille. All of Scientology sounds like a Fallout DLC. Well, that's because it's literally designed by a sci-fi writer. It is meant to be that way. The actual purpose of Scientology, though, is to hose money from desperate people and prey on them and control them. And they use celebrities as a means of doing that as well. So the celebrities see profit. Obviously, people like Tom Cruise don't actually believe this shit, but they make money. To be fair, Tom Cruise might be the only celeb believer. Maybe, I don't know Tom Cruise personally. Maybe he does worship Xenu. I have no idea. But the celebrities that are members there are truly there just because of how much they get in return for it. There's a rumor Tom Cruise hires Sea Org to clean his house when he's away. I haven't heard that. That's fucking awesome, though. Don't they own all of Clearwater? They do, yeah. I've talked about that quite a bit. Clearwater is literally the Scientology hub. Yeah. Check out the Mind's Eye lawsuit yet? Oh yeah, I meant to look at that. Mind's Eye studio employees sue management over installing secret monitoring software on staff devices. Group of unionized employees at Build a Rocket Boy, Barb, studio behind Mind's Eye, have initiated legal proceedings against the company. They allege that management installed invasive surveillance software on their devices without proper consent, violating UK data protection laws. This marks the second major legal confrontation between staff and leadership in under a year. It was all in the pursuit of greatness that is Mind's Eye. Sacrifices must be made to achieve this level of quality. I don't know what they don't understand. It was TerraMind, a monitoring tool capable of tracking keystrokes, capturing screens, and recording microphone audio. Wow. Had to make sure it wasn't leaking to Rockstar. They were really sweating Mind's Eye. The GTA killer. He's gone full psycho. In the DLC mission, he put real devs' names in there as enemies. No shot. I know one of the DLCs was apparently about, like, the sabotage.
There's a lot of discussion and a lot...
I know that, but there's no way he used real devs' names here. Oh yeah, here it is. He really is committing to it. We will use these people, these names, and these facts for our own fun. We're gonna put some of these names into our upcoming spy mission. What a freak. You made a shit game. It's not saboteurs, bro. Your game is ass. Holy delusion. Oh my god. We've got very strong evidence of this and conducted quite thorough investigations over the months since launch. We've identified parties involved and now it's with the authorities both in the UK and US to deal with. You installed surveillance hardware, surveillance spyware into your employees' machines illegally and are getting sued for it. What evidence could you have possibly gathered other than your employees saying, man, this shit is trash, but I need my paycheck, so I gotta work on it? Like, that's gonna be it. You actually think there's going to be fucking arrests? We'll leave it to them to do what they do, make their arrests, or any announcements in due course. I think we're not saying anything further at this stage on that. We'll just let the natural course of justice take its path. I am so curious to see what evidence of sabotage they have. Maybe I will play the DLC. I am beyond curious what sabotage he thinks happens. Because he played the game. He played the game and he's like, yep, this is it. This is the game I want to ship. This is the game I want to charge fucking $60, $70 for, whatever it was. I forgot now. This is the one. He played it. He didn't say, man, this game is shit. Don't play it. I can't release it in this state. Sabotage has occurred. I can't release it. He played the trash. And now he's grasping at straws. Who wins in a fight? 2017 Charlie or 2026 Charlie? Oh, easily 2026. I've said this a lot, man. At 31, I am the strongest I have ever been. Like, I feel like I could fucking snap 2017 Charlie in half. Like, it's not even close. I feel stronger at 37 than I did in my 20s. I'm telling you, man, dirty 30s ain't bad. 40 might be different, but I've been actually really enjoying 30. I feel like I'm hitting all new strength goals. Being active feels good. Granted, I do think I'm more injury prone, like I'm more fragile, but, I mean, that's the price you pay, I guess. You know what's been really good for strength, though? I've been doing this for, like, the last, I want to say, like, 3.5 weeks, and it's been helping me, like, get up on bench even more. Like I said, my goal's been 225 on bench for a little while, and I've plateaued a bit. But I started doing something called greasing the groove, which I know sounds like a sexual euphemism, but who here has heard of that? GTG training. Do you have any GTG knowers? I saw it on a toilet cubicle once. Genuinely, no. Literally not a single person has said yes to knowing what that training is. It's an old school method of training. The methodology is you do sets you do sub-maximal reps for a lot of sets throughout a long period of time. So you take long breaks in between your sets. And you do sub-maximal, and you just do it a lot. And the idea is your brain makes a stronger neural connection and will be better at that specific lift over time. So you can start breaking through plateaus. So it's like a mix of high volume training and just like repeated on the same thing over the course of your days. And for me, it's worked really well on the bench. It's like a really old school training method. I think it's like Soviet era shit without changing weights. No, you gradually go up. You still have to progressively overload. But you do sub-maximal reps. You don't go to failure. You never go to failure. That's the point. That's the big change. You never go to failure, and you take huge rests in between your sets. And it's been working for me, so I've been really liking that. How long's the breaks? It truly is up to you, but usually like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that. That's what I've been doing. Sometimes even more. 2-hour lift session. I don't even view it as just a session. So what I'll do is I'll do one of the sets, then I'll come up here, play around a siege or something, like today, Master Duel, finish up a duel or two, go back down, hit another, come back up. So I don't even view it as just like a session. But I have a bench in my house, so it makes it a little easier. But if you're actually going to a gym for your lift, it makes it really fucking long. That'd be a long time in the gym. You do any cardio or legs? I haven't done cardio in a little while outside of just like basketball. But that hasn't been super frequent. I was running on the treadmill for a while, but I kind of petered out on that. But I train legs. I was doing squats for a little while, but I just really don't like doing squats. I want to get into hack squats. But I don't want to go to the gym just to do hack squats. So instead I've just been doing deadlifts here. And I've been doing deadlifts the same way I've been doing bench with the old GTG training. And it's been good. No crazy gains on my deadlift, but it's been steady. Are you sure you didn't invent that term? I swear to God, it's called greasing the groove. You can look it up. It's a very real thing. It's very old and it's not that popular. But yeah, if you just type in greasing the groove, grease the groove, you'll see it. Get a trap bar. That's what I do my deadlifts with. I do a trap bar. I like trap bar deadlift more than just straight bar. And it's a fairly popular approach. No one calls it that. Yes, they do. They call it GTG training. It stands for Grease the Groove. What do you mean? It's not that popular, though. But what do you mean? That is literally what it's... Did they change the name at some point? Did they rebrand? What do they call it, then? They call it working out now. That makes sense. Yeah, no, that makes sense. You see the PlayStation 30-day license deal for digital games, you'll own nothing. I did see it. I did. Indeedy. I saw. I don't think Sony's officially said it yet. But yes, I saw the reports. This is something we actually need to fight back on. PT is going to be gone after 30 days for people who have it downloaded. I did not even think of that. You're 100% right. That means everyone, like me, who has PT is going to lose it after 30 days. What an interesting consequence that I didn't even think of. There's nothing good, by the way, with the 30-day DRM that they have, but that's a really unique one. No, they're not applying it retroactively. Oh! So it's only for games going forward now? So every game you buy going forward is going to have the 30-day DRM? I didn't read that. Not in the report I saw. Spawnwave Media has a video showing it's real. He tested it. Finally. Someone actually putting it to the test, because like I said, Sony hasn't officially made a statement on it or anything yet. But I'm assuming his testing confirmed it. I'll have to watch the whole thing later. When I review a movie, the typical process is this. I'll go see it. Immediately after finishing it, I come home all giddy, full cocked, ready to just spit out all of my thoughts. And like Rene Descartes said, I think, therefore I am going to review this movie. I do it immediately, so everything is all fresh in there. Everything that I cook up in this wrinkly sack between my ears. And I post it pretty much immediately. All within like 30 to 45 minutes of seeing a film. And yesterday I saw the Chainsaw Man movie and I really liked it. But I didn't post a review, and Stream picked up on this and started asking why, because it's pretty uncharacteristic. And the reason is because we actually have an official collaboration between our soap company, Cheeky, and Chainsaw Man. So this is available now. We have a Chainsaw Man movie-inspired line of new Cheeky scents. I was a big fan of Chainsaw Man, so this collaboration has been super hype, and like I said, I really, really liked the movie, so all of these scents are inspired by that and the characters. And with this partnership in mind, I was worried people would think by me reviewing this film that it would be biased or unreliable, and I'm only glazing it because we're working together with the property. But the more that I squatted and stewed on this, and from Stream Chat last night, I really just want to yap about the film. And I feel like over the course of the, 8-ish years that I've been reviewing movies and games, I think it should be pretty clear by this point that it doesn't really matter anything outside of, the actual product itself. I try not to take anything else into account when just, spitting up my thoughts on something. So even though we are officially partnered with Chainsaw Man, I'm still going to give you my very honest review of the movie. And I do that for everything. So even if my dad made a passion project film, if it's a pile of dog shit, I'm gonna let him know that is some stinky trash, it's just gonna be how it is. Now in the case of the Chainsaw Man movie, there is nothing stinky about it. This film was fucking extraordinary. And I said this last night, it has been an incredible year for 2D animated feature films. Pretty much back to back, we got Demon Slayer Infinity Castle and now the Chainsaw Man movie, which I think is right up there with it. I think this movie was so good. So let's go ahead and dive into the spaghetti and the meatballs here. So this is a whole arc condensed into a single movie. And I was a bit skeptical at first because I always thought when it came to something like this, you'd need multiple episodes to build up and care about a character that gets introduced. So that way it actually matters and feels meaningful when big things happen. But I have really come around on this arcs as movies direction that the industry seems to be going. I think Demon Slayer's done it really well, and now Chainsaw Man has proven they can do it really well. Reze is a character who gets introduced in this film and develops throughout this film, and by the end, you do care about the character. I think they do a really good job at setting that up. I think they hit the emotional beats very well. I also think this is a film you can see even without watching season 1 of Chainsaw Man and still understand what's going on. I wouldn't really recommend doing that because you miss out on so fucking much, but if you have a friend or a significant other or something that maybe wants to go see it with you, I think they can without being lost and they can still really enjoy it. And this film comes in two very different halves. The first half of this film is setting up Reze in this emotional arc as well as Denji and his conflicting feelings where he's in love with Makima. Makima has his heart, but Reze is someone that's showing genuine romantic interest in him, which is something he's never experienced before. So now he's also falling for Reze. So it's this back and forth of these feelings he shares for two different women. And it's, really weighing heavy on him. It's stressing him out. And he's going on dates with Reze, but thinking of Makima, but really liking the time he spends with Reze. So the first half is really building that up and getting you to care about Reze. And I think they do a good job. The first half is very much a slow burn where it is a lot of slice of life going on. And it's really well done, it's detailed. Slice of life is my least favorite genre in anime. But in here, and maybe it's because of the time constraints of a movie, they're able to do slice of life without having it feel like it drags on or overstays its welcome. It feels like every single slice of life moment is there to build up this relationship and get you sold on this character, Reze, and I do think there are some people that will find that boring. In the same way where Demon Slayer had a lot of flashbacks to tell a story that people apparently didn't like that much and kind of tuned out, I didn't have an issue with it, but a lot of people didn't like all the flashbacks. This movie doesn't have any of that. There's no flashbacks, but instead they do all of that, fleshing out of these characters in real time across the movie. So actually maybe people will find that more appealing. But I just do think that there's a chance in the first half of this film where it is very, mundane tasks that Denji goes on, little dates with Makima and Reze, where people might find it to be uninteresting. But I think it's important to understand that without all of this character building and giving all of that time and attention to actually making people invested in the story and characters, all of the action and all of the beautiful mayhem in the second half would have felt a lot less meaningful. Action without a good story and good reason for it feels flat. And in this film, that is not the case at all, because they spent a lot of time and a lot of care building everything in the first half. So then the second half, it feels like an even bigger payoff watching it all unfold. Something else I feel people might bump on is, if you're not super familiar with Dingy as a character, maybe you would be put off by how, like, highly sexual he views things. So, like, when he's, conflicted on his feelings with Reze and Makima, he pictures them in, like, lingerie type thing, and he sees 2 sets of boobs, that kind of thing. Though I would say in the context of the story, there's a real reason for that. Dingy is a guy who has experienced nothing but misery and agony his entire life, and now all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it's turned around for him where he is, like, having friendly interactions with people, which has never happened, and now women are actually showing interest in him, which he never even thought was possible in the first place. But it turns out that these women are actually just using him. He is very easily manipulated because of how little experience he's ever had in his life. So they use, like, sexual shit as a way of controlling Dingy and grooming him. So it does, like, make sense in the context of the story, but I do think that some people might be put off by that. Anyway, though, let's talk about the second half, because I think this is where everyone is going to be losing their fucking minds, throwing popcorn and how hype it was, because the entire second half of the film, the fights with Bomb Girl, are just incredible. Once Bomb Girl is introduced, once she comes into the fold, it is from that moment till the credits roll, fighting. She fights Aki, she fights fucking everybody, fucking civilians she starts throwing hands with. And Dingy is teaming up with a shark fiend named Beam, and he rides the shark into battle with his chainsaw, like, wrapped around him, like the chainsaw blade that is, like, wrapped around him. It's so fucking cool. And not only is Bomb Girl fighting everybody, but she actually has a tag team partner named Typhoon, who, from the name you can probably guess, has the ability to basically controlling, like, the weather and like a typhoon, and it's just so chaotic and so fun. It's super, super hype. Also, big shout outs to the music choice here. I heard Maximum the Hormone come on during one of the fight sequences, and that was a joy. I have not heard Maximum the Hormone in, good lord, who knows how long. But when Maximum the Hormone track started playing, my god, it was time to lock in. That's what Dankin said as well on stream. It really is super hype. The entire second half action is breathtaking. It is so, so good. I will say though, when Chainsaw Man is, like, directly fighting Typhoon, like, actually in the mega mix deep in it, since Typhoon is just, flinging so much shit around, there's a lot happening visually. Chainsaw Man's riding Beam, this fucking giant shark in there, there's a lot happening. It can be a bit visually cluttered at times, but I don't think it ever reaches a point where you don't know what's happening and you can't see the action. I think it does a really good job of keeping everything, like, digestible, where you can easily tell what is going on. I just think when it gets to the Typhoon, like, towards the end of Typhoon fight there is so much that happens that it does get a little muddy, but never to a point where it was like, what the fuck is happening? I just wanted to mention that there is a bit of clutter there with Typhoon in particular, towards, like, the final section there of him fighting Typhoon. But overall, I think this movie was great. I really, really liked it. And hopefully you don't think that this is just a biased perspective on it because of our partnership. I am very excited by the Cheeky Chainsaw Man collaboration. Like I mentioned, it's out now. All of the soap smells amazing, and I'm very excited, very happy to be working with them. But that plays no role in my thoughts on this movie. If this partnership didn't exist with Cheeky and Chainsaw Man, I would still have the exact same feelings on this film. So, yeah. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. For a handful of years now, I've made an effort to occasionally tune in, try and keep my finger on the pulse of wacky stories coming out of Australia. It's been a bit of a guilty pleasure of mine. I've just noticed some similarities between some of the crazy stories here in Florida and the weird and wild stories of Australia. One of my favorites being this almost Lord of the Rings style plot and adventure where there was a business that was illegally dumping trash. And what would happen is the service would be called upon, like in one of the cases, they were tasked with getting rid of a huge refrigerator. And the guy shows up, takes the refrigerator, walks it down the street, and then just dumps it on the street. Basically just like fucking timber tips over the fridge on the street. Just like illegally dumping their trash everywhere. And then there was a huge investigation as well as like an attempt to scam the scammer. Just stuff like that I find to be endlessly fascinating. So I like to check in occasionally, see if there's any, quirkiness like that going on there. And today, during one of my check-ins, I found something mind-boggling that I've just got to yap about.
Police have taken a young Meadowbank woman to court, alleging she left an anti-Semitic voice message for a well-known nutritionist just days after the Bondi attack. But the accused's lawyer says it was an accidental pocket dial, and the charges are a massive overreach.
Yep. In a nutshell, there is a nutritionist claiming that an empty voicemail she received was actually an anti-Semitic voicemail. She reported it to authorities because she believed in this voicemail, which has no words, no nothing, mind you, she believed she heard gunshots there in the emptiness, in the void. So she contacted authorities. Authorities showed up at this woman's house the next day and are now attempting to charge her with an anti-Semitic hate crime.
Serena Tanuri charged with harassing Mandy Sacker, a nutritionist of Jewish faith she'd never met but seen on TV and social media. The alleged offending contained in a voicemail 1 week after the Bondi massacre.
Obviously, the Bondi massacre is a tragic, fucking horrible thing. But it's also entirely unrelated to a completely silent voicemail that was accidentally left on this woman's phone. It was, by all possible accounts here, a butt dial. It happened at, I believe it was 1:30 a.m. And she didn't even know she had called her in the first place. So when authorities arrived at her house, she didn't even know what was going on. She immediately gave them access to her phone, everything like that. And this whole story just seems fucking absurd.
All of the circumstances of this case point in one direction. It is an accidental call.
Serena's lawyer noting his client, who works at Bunnings, has a severe intellectual and cognitive disability supported by the NDIS.
She's not anti-Semitic. She doesn't even understand the conflict.
I also don't understand the conflict. This is actually a fucking nothing burger that is now positioned to maybe ruin this woman's life, all because of accidentally calling someone that she was attempting to get nutritional advice from. I can't even imagine a world where there'd be gunshots on a voicemail to intimidate her. Like, what would that even be like? She calls her up and then lets the voicemail play for 4 minutes, and then I guess at one point just like Yosemite Sam breaks out fucking, akimbo revolvers to scare her. Like, what the fuck is that? That would never happen. Or like maybe she's assuming that the gunshots she heard in the voicemail was her maybe playing like a soundboard of gunshots, or like, I don't know, playing audio from Apex Legends or something for gun sounds. Like, why would she think that there's gunshot sounds on her voicemail? That doesn't even check out logically. Why would she start shooting a gun on voicemail as a means of intimidating her? Someone she has never met before, and someone who had just previously, earlier that day, sent her text messages very politely asking for nutritional advice and seemingly looking to pay her for nutritional advice after seeing that she has successfully done that for others. So why would her conclusion that she draws from an empty voicemail that's like 4 minutes long be, this must have been gunshots to intimidate me and scare me, this is an anti-Semitic hate crime? That's just fucking unhinged thought process.
It's alleged Serena sent a text to Mandy, writing, "Hey, how are you? Is this Mandy? I saw somewhere that you helped Katie from Married at First Sight with her nutrition. I was wondering if you could help me as well, Serena." Around 5 hours later, a call from Serena's number went to Mandy's voicemail. No voices were heard on the recording, but Mandy claims she heard sounds she believed were gunshots, causing her immediate fear and nervousness.
It could be a bed creaking. It could be someone snoring.
It could be a million things, the least likely being gunshots. It sounds, by all evidence here, to be an accidental butt dial. And guess what? When an accidental call comes through, you're gonna hear some weird noises and some creaks and moans and stuff like that, like you're playing fucking Amnesia, the Dark Descent or something. Because, again, it's a butt dial. It's an accident. My dad sometimes forgets to hang up the phone when we're done talking, and I'll sometimes, I don't know, out of curiosity, just continue to listen to hear what's going on around him. And that shit sounds like I've just taken a trip into his fucking gullet through the magic school bus with Miss Frizzle. I'm hearing all kinds of weird noises, but I'm not under the impression that my dad just then went into a fucking firefight or something. Like, I don't know how you even jumped to that conclusion that those noises that you were hearing in the background of an empty voicemail were gunshots. Like, I don't know how in the silence she's getting gunshots and whatever going on there. I so desperately wish they released the voicemail to the public. That is not accessible as of this moment. I don't know if it ever will be, but oh my god, fingers crossed they eventually release that. I am so curious to hear it. And the woman here that's accused of an anti-Semitic hate crime does not appear to be an anti-Semite. This appears to be a woman who had no idea of her faith or anything beforehand and had no idea what was even going on here, why she had like agents at her doorstep demanding her phone in the first place.
Saka contacted a community security group who alerted police. Serena claims the first she knew about the voicemail was when detectives arrived on her doorstep the next day. She willingly handed over her phone and gave them access to everything on it.
Until the point she was charged by the police, she did not even know that the complainant was of Jewish faith.
I imagine that's got to be the most confusing situation to be unfolding. You just now have some agents at your door demanding your phone. You give them your phone out of fear, and then you find out later that it's all because of a voicemail you didn't even know you left in the first place that is now being labeled as anti-Semitic against someone who you didn't even know was of the Jewish faith in the first place. And also, according to the reporter here, Serena is apparently someone that expresses no interest in politics or religion to begin with. So it makes even less sense why Serena would be leaving a anti-Semitic voicemail in the first place with gunshots on it to try and threaten someone that she was trying to look for help from. Nothing adds up about this. I don't understand why there are now potential anti-Semitic hate crime charges being pursued against Serena over actually fucking nothing. I have to imagine some of the authorities have taken a listen to that voicemail, right? Wouldn't they want to employ some level of common sense like, that's probably not gunshots. Like, that could be a million things, and gunshots probably isn't one of them. This woman has no history of, like anti-Semitic hate or anything like that. I don't know. Maybe this isn't really something we should be putting time and resources into to, attempt to ruin this woman's life over what seems to be, by all evidence, an accident in the first place. Like, why is that not happening there? This makes me feel like if I traveled to Australia, walked down the street, closed my eyes, and just started pointing at people saying I imagine that they said a slur to me, I could get them in trouble.
Today, the newlywed pleaded not guilty to using a carriage service to menace, harass or offend. In these sensitive times, her lawyer stressed they weren't critical of the complainant.
I just hope police use some common sense here.
You and me both, man. I would hope common sense will prevail here. Unless that voicemail is really damning, which I doubt. It seems like a fucking butt dial at 1:30 a.m., and she started, like, fucking hallucinating gunshot sounds in it. I do not think this was an anti-Semitic hate crime where she left a voicemail starting, shooting guns on it to scare her for some reason.
The 26-year-old, who has also been hit with an AVO, pleaded not guilty today. The case is listed for next month when a decision will be made on whether the charge is dropped or if the matter goes to a hearing.
And you were very shocked to hear you being charged from police?
Especially with my mental health. Just wish people could understand.
I'd never heard of an AVO before. I thought this was like a separate charge she was also given here for this voicemail. But I looked it up, and it's an apprehended violence order. And in Australia, it's used to protect someone they believe is in need of protection from, like, harassment, stalking, that kind of thing. So I'm assuming, based on the way the reporter presents it, saying that Serena got hit with an AVO, it means that they believed Mandy was in potential danger from Serena doing something. So now they've served her an AVO to protect Mandy from Serena, all because of an accidental fucking butt dial at 1:30 a.m. when she was looking for nutritional advice. Quite the circus, I would say here. I'm hoping the charges get dropped and that it doesn't go to a hearing for some reason, because I truly cannot imagine a world where this is an actual anti-Semitic hate crime where she was shooting a gun on voicemail to scare a nutritionist she was looking for advice from. But I guess we'll see. I'm very curious to see where it goes in a month here, to see if it does progress further. Hopefully it doesn't, but we'll see. That's really about it. So yeah.